and yet I would not willingly forfeit the exalted admiration of Louise for my constancy, as little willingly as I would have imperiled her purity. I cling to the past as to something in which I have deserved well, though I am scarcely satisfied with it. According to our English notions, I know my name. English notions, however, are not to be accepted in all matters, any more than the flat declaration of a fact will develop it in all its bearings. When our English society shall have advanced to a high civilization, it will be less expansive in denouncing the higher stupidities. Among us, much of the social judgment of Bodge upon the relations of men to women is the stereotyped opinion of the land. There is the dictum here for a man who adores a woman who is possessed by a husband. If he has long adored her and known himself to be preferred by her in innocency of heart, if he has solved the problem of being her bosom's lord without basely seeking to degrade her to being his mistress, the epithets to characterize him in our vernacular will probably be all the less flattering. Politically, we are the most self-conscious people upon earth, and socially the frankest animals. The terrorism of our social laws is eminently serviceable, for without it such frank animals as we are might run into bad excesses. I judge rather by the abstract evidence than by the examples our fair matrons give to astounded foreigners when abroad. Louise writes that her husband is paralyzed. The Marquis de Mazadoun is at last tasting of his mortality. I bear in mind the day when he married her. She says that he has taken to priestly counsel, and like a woman she praises him for that. It is the one thing which I have not done to please her. She anticipates his decease. Should she be free, what then? My heart does not beat the faster for the thought. There are 20 years upon it, and they make a great load. But I have a desire that she should come over to us. The old folly might rescue me from the new one, not that I am any further persecuted by the dread that I am in imminent danger here. I have established a proper mastery over my young lady. News Avon's changed a role. Alice is subdued, she laughs feebly, is becoming conscious, a fact to be regretted. If I desired to check the creature's growth, there is vast capacity in the girl. She has plainly not centered her affections upon Charles so that a man's conscience might be at ease if he chose to disregard what is due to decency. But why, when I contest it, do I bow to the world's opinion concerning disparity of years between husband and wife? I know innumerable cases of an old husband making a young wife happy. My friend Dr. Galliot married his ward, and he had the best wife of any man of my acquaintance. She has been publishing his learned manuscripts ever since his death. That is an extreme case, for he was 45 years her senior and stood bald at the altar. Old General Althorpe married Julia Dahoop, and but for his preposterous jealousy of her, might be cited in proof that the ordinary reckonings are not to be a yoke on the neck of one who earnestly seeks to spouse a fitting mate, though late in life. But what are 50 years? They mark the prime of a healthy man's existence. He has by that time seen the world, can decide and settle, and is virtually more eligible, to use the cant phrase of gossips, than a young man even for a young girl. And may not some fair and fresh reward be justly claimed as the crown of a virtuous career? I say all this, yet my real feeling is as if I were bald as Dr. Galliot and jealous as General Althorpe. For with my thorough knowledge of myself, I, were I like either one of them, should not have offered myself to the mercy of a young woman or of the world. Nor, as I am and know myself to be, would I offer myself to the mercy of Alice Amble. When my Philul first drove into Dayton, she had some singularly audacious ideas of her own. Those vivid young feminine perceptions and untamed imaginations are desperate things to encounter. There is nothing beyond their reach. Our safety from them lies in the fact that they are always seeing too much and imagining too wildly, so that with a little help from us they may be taught to distrust themselves. And when they have once distrusted themselves, we need not afterwards fear them. Their supernatural vitality has vanished. I fancy my pretty Alice to be in this state now. She leaves us tomorrow. In the autumn we shall have her with us again, and Louise will scan her compassionately. I desire that they should meet. It will be hardly fair to the English girl, but if I stand in the gap between them, I shall summon up no small quantity of dormant compatriotic feeling. The contemplation of the contrast, too, may save me from both, like the logic ass with the 2 trusses of hay on either side of him. Chapter 37. I am at home. There was never anybody who felt so strange in her home. It is not a month since I left my sisters, and I hardly remember that I know them. They all, and even Papa, appear to be thinking about such petty things. They complain that I tell them nothing. What have I to tell, my prince, my own Lebu? If I might lie in the stall with you, then I should feel thoroughly happy. That is, if I could fall asleep. Evelina declares we are not 8 miles from Dayton. It seems to me I am 8 millions of miles distant, and shall be all my life travelling along a weary road to get there again just for one long sunny day. And it might rain when I got there after all. My trouble nobody knows. Nobody knows a thing. The night before my departure, Miss Pollingray did me the honour to accompany me up to my bedroom. She spoke to me searchingly about Charles, but she did not demand compromising answers. She is not in favour of early marriages, so she merely wishes to know the footing upon which we stand, that of friends. I assured her we were simply friends. It is the firmest basis of an attachment, she said, and I did not look hurried, but I gained my end. I led her to talk of the beautiful Marquise. This is the tale. Mr. Pollingray, when a very young man and comparatively poor, went over to France with good introductions, and there saw and fell in love with Louise de Rivarolles. She reciprocated his passion. If he would have consented to abjure his religion and worship with her, Madame de Rivarolles, her mother, would have listened to her entreaties. But Gilbert was firm. Mr. Pollingray, I mean, refused to abandon his faith. Her mother consequently did not interfere, and Monsieur de Rivarolles, her father, gave her to the Marquis de Marzardouin, a row young nobleman, immensely rich and shockingly dissipated, and she married him. No, I cannot understand French girls. Do as I will, it is quite incomprehensible to me how Louise, loving another, could suffer herself to be decked out in bridal finery and go to the altar and take the marriage oaths. Not if perdition had threatened would I have submitted. I have a feeling that Mr. Pollingray should have shown at least 1 year's resentment at such conduct, and yet I admire him for his immediate generous forgiveness of her. It was fatherly. She was married at 16. His forgiveness was the fruit of his few years' seniority, said Miss Pollingray, whose opinion of the Marquise I cannot arrive at. At any rate, they have been true and warm friends ever since, constantly together interchanging visits. That is why Mr. Pollingray has been more French than English for those long years. Miss Pollingray concluded by asking me what I thought of the story. I said, "It is very strange French habits are so different from ours. I dare say, I hope, perhaps." Indeed, Mr. Pollingray seems happy now. Her idea of my wits must be that they are of the schoolgirl order, a perfect receptacle for indefinite impressions. "Ah," said she, "Gilbert has burnt his heart to ashes by this time." I slept with that sentence in my brain. In the morning I rose and dressed, dreaming. As I was turning the handle of my door to go down to breakfast, suddenly I swung round in a fit of tears. It was so piteous to think that he should have waited by her 20 years in a slow anguish, his heart burning out, without a reproach or a complaint. I saw him, I still see him, like a martyr. Some people, Miss Pollingray said, I permitted themselves to think evil of my brother's assiduous devotion to a married woman. There is not a spot on his character or on that of the person whom Gilbert loved. I would believe it in the teeth of calumny. I would cling to my belief in him if I were drowning. I consider that those 20 years are just nothing if he chooses to have them so. He has lived embalmed in a saintly affection. No wonder he considers himself still youthful. He is entitled to feel that his future is before him. No amount of sponging would get the stains away from my horrid red eyelids. I slunk into my seat at the breakfast table, not knowing that one of the maids had dropped a letter from Charles into my hand, and that I had opened it and was holding it open. The letter, as I found afterwards, told me that Charles has received an order from his uncle to go over to Mr. Pollingray's estate in Dauphiny on business. I am not sorry that they should have supposed I was silly enough to cry at the thought of Charles's crossing the Channel. They did imagine it, I know, for by and by Miss Pollingray whispered, "Les absents n'auront pas tort cette fois n'est si pas," and Mr. Pollingray was cruelly gentle, an air of I would not intrude on such emotions, and I heightened their delusions as much as I could. There was no other way of accounting for my pantomime face. Why should he fancy I suffered so terribly? He talked with an excited cheerfulness meant to relieve me, of course, but there was no justification for his deeming me a lovesick kind of woebegone ballad girl. It caused him likewise to adopt a manner, what to call it I cannot think, tender respect, frigid regard, anything that accompanies and belongs to the pressure of your hand with the finger-tips. He said goodbye so tenderly that I would have kissed his sleeve. The effort to restrain myself made me like an icicle. Oh, adieu mon parrain. Etext editor's bookmarks. A wise man will not squander his laughter if he can help it. A woman is hurt if you do not confide to her your plans. Gentleman in a good state of preservation, imparting the usual chorus of yeses to his own mind in every difficulty. Patience is a life-belt, knew my friend to be one of the most absent-minded of men. Rapture of obliviousness, telling her anything. She makes half a face in anticipation when you have done laughing with her. You can laugh at her. The Sentimentalists, an unfinished comedy by George Meredith, Dramatis Personae. Homeware. Professor Spiral. Arden in love with Astrea. Swithin. Sympathetics. Osier, Dame Dresden, sister to Homeware. Astrea, niece to Dame Dresden and Homeware. Lyra, a wife, Lady Oldlace. Virginia, Winifred. The Sentimentalists, an unfinished comedy. The scene is a Surrey garden in early summer. The paths are shaded by tall boxwood hedges. The time is some 60 years ago. Scene I. Professor Spiral, Dame Dresden, Lady Oldlace, Virginia, Winifred, Swithin and Osier. As they slowly promenade the garden, the professor is delivering one of his exquisite orations on woman. Spiral, one husband, the woman consenting to marriage takes but one. For her there is no widowhood. That punctuation of the sentence called death is not the end of the chapter for her. It is the brilliant proof of her having a soul, so she exalts her sex. Above the wrangle and clamour of the passions she is a fixed star. After once recording her obedience to the laws of our common nature, that is to say, by descending once to wedlock, she passes on in sovereign disengagement, a dedicated widow. By this time they have disappeared from view. Homeware appears. He craftily avoids joining their party like one who is unworthy of such noble oratory. He desires privacy and a book, but is disturbed by the arrival of Arden, who is painfully anxious to be polite to her uncle Homeware. Scene Roman 2. Homeware. Arden, a glorious morning, sir. Homeware, the sun is out, sir. Arden, I am happy in meeting you, Mr. Homeware. Homeware, I can direct you to the ladies, Mr. Arden. You will find them up yonder avenue. Arden, they are listening, I believe, to an oration from the mouth of Professor Spiral. Homeware, on an alpine flower which has descended to flourish on English soil. Professor Spiral calls it nature's dedicated widow. Arden, dedicated widow. Homeware, the reference you will observe is to my niece Astrea. Arden, she is dedicated to whom? Homeware, to her dead husband. You see the reverse of Astrea, says the professor, in those world-infamous widows who marry again. Arden, Homeware, Astrea, it is decided, must remain solitary, virgin, cold, like the little alpine flower. Professor Spiral has his theme. Arden, he will make much of it. May I venture to say that I prefer my present company? Homeware, it is a singular choice. I can supply you with no weapons for the sort of stride in which young men are usually engaged. You belong to the camp you are avoiding. Arden, Achilles was not the worse warrior, sir, for his probation in petticoats. Homeware, his deeds proclaim it. But Alexander was the better chieftain until he drank with lies. Arden, no, I do not plead guilty to Bacchus. Homeware, you are confessing to the madder form of drunkenness. Arden, how, sir, I beg? Homeware, how, when a young man sees the index to himself in everything spoken? Arden, that might have the look. I did rightly in coming to you, sir. Homeware, her uncle. Homeware, Arden, you read through us all, sir. Homeware, it may interest you to learn that you are the third of the gentlemen commissioned to consult the lady's uncle. Homeware. Arden, the third. Homeware, yes, she is pursued. It could hardly be otherwise. Her attractions are acknowledged, and the house is not a convent. Yet, Mr. Arden, I must remind you that all of you are upon an enterprise held to be profane by the laws of this region. Can you again forget that Astrea is a widow? Arden, she was a wife 2 months, and she has been a widow 2 years. Homeware, the widow of the great and venerable Professor Towers is not to measure her widowhood by years. His from the altar to the tomb, as it might be read, a 1 day's walk. Arden, is she in the pride of her youth to be sacrificed to a whimsical feminine delicacy? Homeware, you have argued it with her? Arden, I have presumed. Homeware, and still she refused her hand. Arden, she commended me to you, sir. She has a sound judgment of persons. Homeware, I should put it that she passes the commissioners of lunacy, on the ground of her being a humorous damsel. Your predecessors had also argued it with her, and they too discovered their enemy in a whimsical feminine delicacy. Where is the difference between you? Evidently she cannot perceive it, and I have to seek. You will have had many conversations with Astrea. Arden, I can say that I am thrice the man I was before I had them. Homeware, you have gained in manhood from conversations with a widow in her 22nd year, and you want more of her. Arden, as much as I want more wisdom. Homeware, you would call her your muse. Arden, so prosaic a creature as I would not dare to call her that. Homeware, you have the timely mantle of modesty, Mr. Arden. She has prepared you for some of the tests with her uncle. Homeware. Arden, she warned me to be myself without a spice of affectation. Homeware, no harder task could be set a young man in modern days. Oh, the humorous damsel, you sketch me the dimple at her mouth. Arden, frankly, sir, I wish you to know me better, and I think I can bear inspection. Astrea sent me to hear the reasons why she refuses me a hearing. Homeware, her reason, I repeat, is this: to her idea a second wedlock is unholy. Further, it passes me to explain. The young lady lands us where we were at the beginning. Such must have been her humorous intention. Arden, what can I do? Homeware, love and war have been compared. Both require strategy and tactics, according to my recollection of the campaign. Arden, I will take to heart what you say, sir. Homeware, take it to head. There must be occasional descent of lovers' heads from the clouds, and Professor Spiral, but here we have a belated breeze of skirts. The reference is to the arrival of Lyra, breathless. Scene Roman 3. Homeware, Arden, Lyra, my own dear uncle. Homeware, but where is Pluriel? Lyra, where is a woman's husband when she is away from him? Homeware, in purgatory by the proper reckoning. But hurry up the avenue, or you will be late for Professor Spiral's address. Lyra, I know it all without hearing. There's Spiral. Ah, Mr. Arden, you have not chosen badly. The greater my experience, the more do I value my uncle Homeware's company. She is affectionate to excess, but has a roguish eye withal, as of one who knows that Uncle Homeware suspects all young men and most young women. Homeware, agree with the lady promptly, my friend. Arden, I would gladly boast of so lengthened an experience. Lady Pluriel. Lyra, I must have a talk with Astrea, my dear uncle. Her letters breed suspicions. She writes feverishly. The last one hints at service on the west coast of Africa. Homeware, for the draining of a pestiferous land or an enlightenment of the benighted black. We could not dispatch a missionary more effective than the handsomest widow in Great Britain. Lyra, have you not seen signs of disturbance? Homeware, a great oration may be a sedative. Lyra, I have my suspicions. Homeware, Mr. Arden, I could counsel you to throw yourself at Lady Pluriel's feet and institute her as your confessional priest. Arden, madam, I am at your feet. I am devoted to the lady. Lyra, devoted. There cannot be an objection. It signifies that a man asks for nothing in return. Homeware, have a thought upon your words with this lady, Mr. Arden. Arden, devoted, I said. I would give my life for her. Lyra, expecting it to be taken tomorrow or next day. Accept my encomiums. A male devotee is within an inch of a miracle. Women had been looking for this model for ages. Uncle, Homeware, you are the model, Mr. Arden. Lyra, can you have intended to say that it is in view of marriage you are devoted to the widow of Professor Towers? Arden, my one view. Lyra, it is a star you are beseeching to descend. Arden, it is. Lyra, you disappoint me hugely. You are of the ordinary tribe after all, and your devotion craves an enormous exchange, infinitely surpassing the amount you bestow. Arden, it does. She is rich in gifts. I am poor, but I give all I have. Lyra, these lovers, Uncle, Homeware, a honey bag is hung up and we have them about us. They would persuade us that the chief business of the world is a march to the altar. Arden, with the right partner, if the business of the world is to be better done. Lyra, which right partner has been chosen on her part? By a veiled woman who marches back from the altar to discover that she has chained herself to the skeleton of an idea, or is in charge of that devouring tyrant, an uxorious husband. Is Mr. Arden in favour with the dame? Uncle, Homeware, my sister is an unsuspicious potentate, as you know. Pretenders to the hand of an inviolate widow bite like waves at a rock. Lyra, Professor Spiral advances rapidly. Homeware, not. It would appear when he has his audience of ladies and their satellites. Lyra, I am sure I hear a springtide of enthusiasm coming. Arden, I will see. He goes up the path. Lyra, now my own dear uncle, save me from Pluriel. I have given him the slip in sheer desperation, but the man is at his shrewdest when he is left to guess at my heels. Tell him I am anywhere but here. Tell him I ran away to get a sense of freshness in seeing him again. Let me have one day of liberty, or upon my word I shall do deeds. I shall console young Arden. I shall fly to Paris and set my cap at presidents and foreign princes. Anything rather than be eaten up every minute as I am. May no woman of my acquaintance marry a man of 20 years her senior. She marries a gigantic limpet. At that period of his life a man becomes too voraciously constant. Homeware, Cupid clipped of wing is a destructive parasite. Lyra, I am in dead earnest, uncle, and I will have a respite, or else let decorum beware. Arden returns. Arden, the ladies are on their way. Lyra, I must get Astrea to myself. Homeware, my library is a virgin fortress, Mr. Arden. Its gates are open to you on other topics than the coupling of inebriates. He enters the house. Lyra disappears in the garden. Spiral's audience reappear without him. Scene Roman 4. Dame Dresden, Lady Oldlace, Virginia, Winifred, Arden, Swithin, Osier, Lady Oldlace. Such perfect rhythm. Winifred, such oratory. Lady Oldlace, a master hand. I was in a trance from the first sentence to the impressive close. Osier, such oratory is a whole orchestral symphony. Virginia, such command of intonation and subject. Swithin, that resonant voice. Lady Oldlace, Swithin, his flow of eloquence, he launched forth. Swithin, like an eagle from a cliff. Osier, the measure of the words was like a beat of wings. Swithin, he makes poets of us. Dame Dresden, Spiral achieved his pinnacle today. Virginia, how treacherous is our memory when we have most the longing to recall great sayings. Osier, true, I conceive that my notes will be precious. Winifred, you could take notes. Lady Oldlace, it seems a device for missing the quintessential. Swithin, scraps of the body to the loss of the soul of it. We can allow that our friend performed good menial service. Winifred, I could not have done the thing. Swithin, in truth, it does remind one of the mess of pottage. Lady Oldlace, one hardly felt one breathed. Virginia, I confess it moved me to tears. Swithin, there is a pathos for us in the display of perfection. Such subtle contrast with our individual poverty affects us. Winifred, surely there were passages of a distinct and most exquisite pathos. Lady Oldlace, as in all great oratory, the key of it is the pathos. Virginia, in great oratory, great poetry, great fiction, you try it by the pathos. All our critics agree in stipulating for the pathos. My tears were no feminine weakness. I could not be a discordant instrument. Swithin, I must make confession. He played on me too. Osier, we shall be sensible for long of that vibration from the touch of a master hand. Arden, an accomplished player can make a toy shop fiddle sound you a Stradivarius. Dame Dresden, have you a right to a remark, Mr. Arden? What could have detained you? Arden, dame, it may have been a warning that I am a discordant instrument. I do not readily vibrate. Dame Dresden, a discordant instrument is out of place in any civil society. You have lost what cannot be recovered. Arden, there are the notes. Osier, yes, the notes. Swithin, you can be satisfied with the dog's feast at the table, Mr. Arden. Osier, Virginia, never have I seen Astrea look sublimer in her beauty than with her eyes uplifted to the impassioned speaker, reflecting every variation of his tones. Arden, Astrea, Lady Oldlace, she was entranced when he spoke of woman descending from her ideal to the gross reality of man. Osier, yes, yes, I have the words reads. Woman is to the front of man holding the vestal flower of a purer civilization. I see, he says, the little taper in her hands transparent round the light against rough winds. Dame Dresden, and of Astrea herself, what were the words? Nature's dedicated widow. Swithin, vestal widow was it not? Virginia, maiden widow, I think. Dame Dresden, we decide for dedicated. Winifred Spiral paid his most happy tribute to the memory of her late husband, the renowned Professor Towers. Virginia, but his look was at dear Astrea. Arden, at Astrea, why Virginia, for her sanction doubtless. Arden, Winifred, he said his pride would ever be in his being received as the successor of Professor Towers. Arden, successor. Swithin, guardian was it not? Osier, tutor, I think he said. The three gentlemen consult Osier's notes uneasily. Dame Dresden, our professor must by this time have received in full Astrea's congratulations, and Lyra is hearing from her what it is to be too late. You will join us at the luncheon table if you do not feel yourself a discordant instrument there, Mr. Arden. Arden going to her. The allusion to knife and fork tunes my strings instantly, Dame. Dame Dresden, you must help me today, for the professor will be tired, though we dare not hint at it in his presence. No reference, ladies, to the great speech we have been privileged to hear. We have expressed our appreciation, and he could hardly bear it. Arden, nothing is more distasteful to the orator. Virginia, as with every true genius, he is driven to feel humbly human by the exaltation of him. Swithin, he breathes in a rarefied air. Osier, I was thrilled, I caught at passing beauties. I see that here and there I have jotted down incoherencies, lines have seduced me so that I missed the sequence, the precious part. Ladies, permit me to rank him with Plato as to the equality of women and men. Winifred, it is nobly said. Osier, and with the Stoics, in regard to celibacy. By this time all the ladies have gone into the house. Arden, successor, was the word successor. Arden, Swithin, and Osier are excitedly searching the notes when Spiral passes and strolls into the house. His air of self-satisfaction increases their uneasiness, they follow him. Astrea and Lyra come down the path. Scene V. Astrea, Lyra, oh, plurial, ask me of him. I wish I were less sure he would not be at the next corner I turn. Astrea, you speak of your husband strangely, Lyra. Lyra, my head is out of a sack. I managed my escape from him this morning by renouncing bath and breakfast, and what a relief to be in the railway carriage alone. That is, when the engine snorted, and if I set eyes on him within a week he will hear some truths. His idea of marriage is the taking of the woman into custody. My hat is on, and on goes plurials. My foot on the stairs, I hear his boot behind me. In my boudoir I am alone 1 minute, and then the door opens to the inevitable. I pay a visit. He is passing the house as I leave it. He will not even affect surprise. I belong to him, I am cat's mouse, and he will look doting on me in public. And when I speak to anybody he is that fearful picture of all smirks. Fling off a kid glove after a round of calls, feel your hand, there you have me now that I am out of him for my half a day if for as long. Astrea, this is one of the world's happy marriages. Lyra, this is one of the world's choice dishes, and I have it planted under my nostrils eternally. Spare me the mention of plurial until he appears, that's too certain this very day. Oh, good husband, good kind of man, whatever you please, only some peace I do pray for the husband-haunted wife. I like him, of course, but I want to breathe. Why, an English boy perpetually bowled by a Christmas pudding would come to loathe the mess. Astrea, his is surely the excess of a merit. Lyra, excess is a poison. Excess of a merit is a capital offence in morality. It disgusts us with virtue, and you are the cunningest of fencers, tongue or foils. You lead me to talk of myself, and I hate the subject. By the way, you have practiced with Mr. Arden, Astrea, a tiresome instructor who lets you pass his guard to compliment you on a hit. Lyra, he rather wins me. Astrea, he does at first. Lyra begins pluralizing without the law to back him, does he? Astrea, the fencing lessons are at an end. Lyra, the duets with Mr. Swithin's violoncello continue. Astrea, he broke through the melody. Lyra, there were readings in poetry with Mr. Osier, I recollect. Astrea, his own compositions became obtrusive. Lyra, no fencing, no music, no poetry. No west coast of Africa either, I suppose. Astrea, very well, I am on my defence. You at least shall not misunderstand me, Lyra. One intense regret I have that I did not live in the time of the Amazons. They were free from this question of marriage, this babble of love. Why am I so persecuted? He will not take a refusal. There are sacred reasons. I am supported by every woman having the sense of her dignity. I am perverted, burlesqued by the fury of wrath I feel at their incessant pursuit, and I despise Mr. Osier and Mr. Swithin because they have an air of pious agreement with the dame, and are conspirators behind their mask. Lyra, false men. Astrea, they come to me. I am complimented on being the vulnerable spot. Lyra, the object desired is usually addressed by suitors, my poor Astrea. Astrea, with the assumption that as I am feminine I must necessarily be in the folds of the horrible constrictor they call love, and that I leap to the thoughts of their debasing marriage. Lyra, one of them goes to Mr. Homeware. Astrea, all are sent to him in turn, he can dispose of them. Lyra, now that is really masterly fun, my dear, most creditable to you. Love, marriage, a troop of suitors, and Uncle Homeware. No, it would not have occurred to me, and I am considered to have some humour. Of course, he disposes of them. He seemed to have a fairly favourable opinion of Mr. Arden. Astrea, I do not share it. He is the least respectful of the sentiments entertained by me. Pray, spare me the mention of him, as you say of your husband. He has that pitiful conceit in men which sets them thinking that a woman must needs be susceptible to the declaration of the mere existence of their passion. He is past argument. Impossible for him to conceive a woman's having a mind above the conditions of her sex. A woman, according to him, can have no ideal of life, except as a ball to toss in the air and catch in a cup. Put him aside. We creatures are doomed to marriage, and if we shun it, we are a kind of cripple. He is grossly earthy in his view of us. We are unable to move a step in thought or act unless we submit to have a husband. That is his reasoning. Nature, I have to hear of nature. We must be above nature, I tell him, or we shall be very much below. He is ranked among our clever young men, and he can be amusing. So far he passes muster, and he has a pleasant voice. I dare say he is an Uncle Homeware's good sort of boy. Girls like him. Why does he not fix his attention upon one of them? Why upon me? We waste our time in talking of him. The secret of it is that he has no reverence. The marriage he vaunts is a mere convenient arrangement for two to live together under command of nature. Reverence for the state of marriage is unknown to him. How explain my feeling? I am driven into silence, cease to speak of him. He is the dupe of his eloquence, his passion, he calls it. I have only to trust myself to him, and I shall be one of the world's married women. Words are useless. How am I to make him see that it is I who respect the state of marriage by refusing, not he by perpetually soliciting? Once married, married forever. Widow is but a term. When women hold their own against him as I have done, they will be more esteemed. I have resisted and conquered. I am sorry I do not share in the opinion of your favourite. Lyra, mine. Astrea, you spoke warmly of him. Lyra, warmly, was it? Astrea, you are not blamed, my dear. He has a winning manner. Lyra, I take him to be a manly young fellow, smart enough, handsome too. Astrea, oh, he has good looks. Lyra, and a head by repute. Astrea, for the world's work, yes. Lyra, not romantic. Astrea, romantic ideas are for dreamy simperers. Lyra, Amazons repudiate them. Astrea, laugh at me. Half my time I am laughing at myself. I should regain my pride if I could be resolved on a step. I am strong to resist, I have not strength to move. Lyra, I see the Sphinx of Egypt. Astrea, and all the while I am a manufactory of gunpowder in this quiet old-world Sabbath circle of dear good souls with their stereotyped interjections and orchestra of enthusiasms, their tapering delicacies, the rejoicing they have in their common agreement on all created things. To them it is restful, it spurs me to fly from rooms and chairs and beds and houses. I sleep hardly a couple of hours, then into the early morning air. Out with the birds, I know no other pleasure. Lyra, hospital work for a variation, civil or military. The former involves the house surgeon, the latter the grateful lieutenant. Astrea, not if a woman can resist, I go to it proof-armoured. Lyra, what does the dame say? Astrea sighs over me, just a little maddening to hear. Lyra, when we feel we have the strength of giants and are bidden to sit and smile, you should rap out some of our old sweet innocent garden oaths with her carnation, dame, that used to make her dance on her seat. But dearest dame, it is as natural an impulse for women to have that relief as for men, and natural will out begonia. It will, we ran through the book of botany for devilish objurgations. I do believe our misconduct caused us to be handed to the good man at the altar as the right corrective. And you were the worst offender. Astrea, was I could be now, though I am so changed a creature. Lyra, you enjoy the studies with your Spiral, come. Astrea, Professor Spiral is the one honest gentleman here. He does homage to my principles. I have never been troubled by him, no silly hints or side looks, you know the dog at the forbidden bone. Lyra, a grand orator. Astrea, he is, you fix on the smallest of his gifts, he is intellectually and morally superior. Lyra, praise of that kind makes me rather inclined to prefer his inferiors. He fed gobble gobble on your puffs of incense. I coughed and scraped the gravel, quite in vain, he tapped for more and more. Astrea, Professor Spiral is a thinker, he is a sage. He gives women their due. Lyra, and he is a bachelor too, or consequently. Astrea, if you like you may be as playful with me as the Lyra of our maiden days used to be. My dear, how glad I am to have you here. You remind me that I once had a heart. It will beat again with you beside me, and I shall look to you for protection. A novel request from me. From annoyance, I mean. It has entirely altered my character. Sometimes I am afraid to think of what I was, lest I should suddenly romp and perform pirouettes and cry carnation. There is the bell, we must not be late when the professor condescends to sit for meals. Lyra, that rings healthily in the professor. Astrea, arm in arm, my Lyra. Lyra, no plural yet. They enter the house and the time changes to evening of the same day. The scene is still the garden. Scene vi Astrea, Arden. Astrea, pardon me if I do not hear you well. Arden, I will not even think you barbarous. Astrea, I am the object of the chase. Arden, the huntsman draws the wood then, and not you. Astrea, at any instant I am forced to run or turn in my defense. How can I be other than barbarous? You are the cause. Arden, no, heaven that made you beautiful's the cause. Astrea, say earth that gave you instincts, bring me down to instincts. When by chance I speak a while with our professor, you appear in haste, full cry to sight again the missing hair. Away ideas, all that's divinest flies. I have to bear in mind how young you are. Arden, you have only to look up to me 4 years instead of 40. Astrea, sir. Arden, there's my misfortune, and worse that young I love as a young man. Could I but quench the fire, I might conceal the youthfulness offending you so much. Astrea, I wish you would, I wish it earnestly. Arden, impossible, I burn. Astrea, you should not burn. Arden, 'tis more than I, 'tis fire, it masters will. You would not say I should not if you knew fire, it seizes, it devours. Astrea, dry wood. Arden, cold wit, how cold you can be, but be cold, for sweet you must be. And your eyes are mine, with them I see myself, unworthy to usurp the place I hold a moment, while I look I have my happiness. Astrea, you should look higher. Arden, through you to the highest, only through you. Through you the mark I may attain is visible, and I have strength to dream of winning it. You are the bow that speeds the arrow, you the glass that brings the distance nigh. My world is luminous through you, pure heavenly, but hangs upon the rose's outer leaf, not next her heart. Astrea, my own beloved, Astrea, we may be excellent friends, and I have faults. Arden, name them, I am hungering for more to love. Astrea, I waver very constantly. I have no fixity of feeling or of sight. I have no courage. I can often dream of daring. When I wake, I am in dread. I am inconstant as a butterfly and shallow as a brook with little fish. Strange little fish that tempt the small boy's net, but at a touch straight dive. I am anyone's and no one's. I am vain. Praise of my beauty lodges in my ears. The lark reels up with it, the nightingale sobs bleeding, the flowers nod. I could believe a poet, though he praised me to my face. Arden, never had poet so divine a fount to drink of. Astrea, have I given you more to love? Arden, more. You have given me your inner mind, where conscience in the robes of justice shoots light so serenely keen that in such light fair infants I, newly criminal of earth, as your friend Osier says, might show some blot. Seraphs might, more to love. Oh, these dear faults lead you to me like troops of laughing girls with garlands. All the fear is that you trifle, feigning them. Astrea, for what purpose? Arden, can I guess? Astrea, I think 'tis you who have the trifler's note. My hearing is acute, and when you speak, two voices ring, though you speak fervidly. Your Osier quotation jars. Beware, why were you absent from our meeting place this morning? Arden, I was on the way and met your uncle homewhere. Astrea, ah, Arden, he loves you. Astrea, he loves me, he has never understood. He loves me as a creature of the flock, a little whiter than some others. Yes, he loves me as men love, not to uplift, not to have faith in, not to spiritualize. For him I am a woman and a widow, one of the flock, unmarked save by a brand. He said it. You confess it. You have learnt to share his error, erring fatally. Arden, by whose advice went I to him? Astrea, by whose pursuit that seemed incessant persecution? Besides, I have changed since then. I change, it is too true, I change. I could esteem you better did you change. And had you heard the noble words this morning from the mouth of our professor, changed were you, or raised above love thoughts, love talk, and flame and flutter high as eternal snows. What said he else, my uncle homewhere? Arden, that you were not free, and that he counselled us to use our wits. Astrea, but I am free, I free to be ever free. My freedom keeps me free. He counselled us. I am not one in a conspiracy. I scheme no discord with my present life. Who does I cannot look on as my friend. Not free, you know me little. Were I chained for liberty, I would sell liberty to him who helped me to an hour's release. But having perfect freedom. Arden, no. Astrea, good sir, you check me. Arden, perfect freedom. Astrea, perfect. Arden, no. Astrea, am I awake? What blinds me? Arden, filaments the slenderest ever woven about a brain from the brain's mists by the little sprite called fancy. A breath would scatter them, but that one breath must come of animation. When the heart is as a frozen sea, the brain spins webs. Astrea, 'tis very singular. I understand. You translate cleverly. I hear in verse my uncle homeware's prose. He has these notions. Old men presume to read us. Arden, young men may. You gaze on an ideal reflecting, you need I say, beautiful. Yet it reflects less beauty than the lady whom I love breathes, radiates. Look on yourself in me. What harm in gazing? You are this flower, you are that spirit. But the spirit, fed with substance of the flower, takes all its bloom. And where in spirits is the bloom of the flower? Astrea, 'tis very singular. You have a tone quite changed. Arden, you wish to change, to show you how I read you. Astrea, oh no, no, it means dissection. I never heard of reading character that did not mean dissection. Spare me that. I am willful, violent, capricious, weak, wound in a web of my own spinning wheel, a stargazer, a riband in the wind. Arden, a banner in the wind, and me you lead, and shall, at least I follow till I win. Astrea, forbear, I do beseech you. Arden, I have had your hand in mine. Astrea, once. Arden, once, 'twas once was the heart alive, leaping to break the ice. Oh, once was I that laughed at frosty May like spring's return. Say you are terrorized, you dare not melt, you like me, you might love me, but to dare tasks more than courage. Veneration, friends, self-worship, which is often self-distrust, bar the good way to you and make a dream a fortress and a prison. Astrea, changed, you have changed indeed. When you so boldly seized my hand, it seemed a boyish freak done boyishly. I wondered at Professor Spiral's choice of you for an example, and our hope. Now you grow dangerous. You must have thought, and some things true you speak save terrorized. It may be flattering to sweet self-love to deem me terrorized. 'Tis my own soul, my heart, my mind, all that I hold most sacred, not fear of others, bids me walk aloof. Who terrorizes me, who could, friends, never, the world, as little, terrorized, Arden, forgive me. Astrea, I might reply, respect me. If I loved, if I could be so faithless as to love, think you I would not rather noise abroad my shame for penitence than let friends dwell deluded by an image of one vowed to superhuman, who the common mock of things too human has at heart become? Arden, you would declare your love. Astrea, I said my shame. The woman that's the widow is ensnared, caught in the toils, away with widows. Oh, I hear men shouting it. Arden, but shame there's none for me in loving, therefore I may take your friends to witness. Tell them that my pride is in the love of you. Astrea, 'twill soon bring the silence that should be between us two, and sooner give me peace. Arden, and you consent. Astrea, for the sake of peace and silence I consent. You should be warned that you will cruelly disturb them, but 'tis best. You should be warned your pleading will be hopeless, but 'tis best. You have my full consent. Weigh well your acts, you cannot rest where you have cast this bolt, lay that to heart, and you are cherished, prized among them. They are estimable ladies, warmest of friends, though you may think they soar too loftily for your measure of strict sense, and as my uncle Homeware's pupil, sir, in worldliness you do, just minds they have, once know them and your banishment will fret. I would not run such risks. You will offend, go near to outrage them, and perturbate as they have not deserved of you. But I, considering I am nothing in the scales you balance, quite and of necessity consent. When you have weighed it, let me hear. My uncle Homeware steps this way in haste. We have been talking long and in full view. Scene Roman 7. Astrea, Arden, Homeware, Astrea, child, you Arden stand aside. If she were a maid you might speak first, but being a widow she must find her tongue. Astrea, they await you. State the fact as soon as you are questioned, fearlessly. Open the battle with artillery. Astrea, what is the matter, Uncle Homeware? Homeware playing fox. What? Why, we have watched your nice preliminaries from the windows half the evening. Now run in. The patience has run out, and as I said, unlimber and deliver fire at once. Your aunts Virginia and Winifred with Lady Oldlace are the senators, the dame for dogs. They wear terrific brows, but be not you affrighted, my sweet chick, and tell them Uncle Homeware backs your choice, by lawyer and by priests, by altar, fount, and testament. Astrea, my choice, what have I chosen? Homeware, she asks, you hear her. Arden, what and whom? Arden, surely, sir, heavens, have you? Homeware, surely the old fox, in all I have read, is wiser than the young, and if there is a game for fox to play, old fox plays cunningest. Astrea, why fox? Oh, uncle, you make my heart beat with your mystery. I never did love riddles. Why sit they awaiting me and looking terrible? Homeware, it is reported of an ancient folk which worshipped idols that upon a day their idol pitched before them on the floor. Astrea, was ever so ridiculous a tale? Homeware, to call the attendant fires to account their elders forthwith sat. Astrea, is there no prayer will move you? Uncle Homeware, Homeware, god-daughter, this gentleman for you I have proposed as husband. Astrea, Arden, we are lost. Arden, Astrea, support him, though I knew not his design, it plants me in mid-heaven. Would it were not you, but I to bear the shock. My love, we lost, you cry, you join me with you lost. The truth leaps from your heart, and let it shine to light us on our brilliant battle day and victory. Astrea, who betrayed me? Homeware, who betrayed? Your voice, your eyes, your veil, your knife and fork, your tenfold worship of your widowhood. As he who sees he must yield up the flag, hugs it oath swearingly, straw drowningly. To be reasonable, you sent this gentleman referring him to me. Astrea, and that is false, all's false, you have conspired, I am disgraced, but you will learn you have judged erroneously. I am not the frail creature you conceive. Between your vision of life's aim and theirs who presently will question me, I cling to theirs as light, and yours I deem a den where souls can have no growth. Homeware, but when we touched the point of hand-pressings, 'twas rightly time to think of wedding ties. Astrea, Arden, adieu, she rushes into house. Scene Roman 8. Arden, Homeware, Arden, adieu, she said, with her that word is final. Homeware, strange, how young people blowing words like clouds on winds, now fair, now foul, and as they please should still attach the fates to them. Arden, she's wounded, wounded to the quick. Homeware, the quicker our success, for short of that, these dames who feel for everything feel nothing. Arden, your intention has been kind, dear sir, but you have ruined me. Homeware, good night. going, Arden, yet she said we are lost in her surprise, homewhere, good morning, returning. Arden, I suppose that I am bound, if I could see for what I should be glad, to thank you, sir, homewhere, look hard but give no thanks. I found my girl descending on the road of breakneck coquetry and barred her way. Either she leaps the bar, or she must back. That means she marries you or says goodbye, going again. Arden, now she's among them, looking at window. Homewhere, now she sees her mind. Arden, it is my destiny, she now decides. Homewhere, there's now suspense on earth and round the spheres. Arden, she's mine now, mine, or I am doomed to go. Homewhere, the marriage ring or the portmanteau now. Arden, laugh as you like, ere I am not ashamed to love and own it. Homewhere, so the symptoms show, rightly young man, and proving a good breed. To further it's a duty to mankind, and I have lent my push, but recollect, old Ilion was not conquered in a day. He enters house. Arden, 10 years, if I may win her at the end. Curtain etext editors bookmarks. A great oration may be a sedative, a male devotee is within an inch of a miracle above nature. I tell him, or we shall be very much below as in all great oratory. The key of it is the pathos back from the altar to discover that she has chained herself, Cupid clipped of wing, is a destructive parasite, excess of a merit, is a capital offense in morality. His idea of marriage is the taking of the woman into custody. I am a discordant instrument, I do not readily vibrate. I like him, of course, but I want to breathe. I who respect the state of marriage by refusing love and war have been compared. Both require strategy, peace. I do pray, for the husband-haunted wife period of his life. A man becomes too voraciously constant, pitiful conceit in men, rejoicing they have in their common agreement self-worship, which is often self-distrust, suspects all young men, and most young women their idol pitched before them on the floor were I chained. For liberty I would sell liberty, woman descending from her ideal to the gross reality of man. Your devotion craves an enormous exchange. The short works of George Meredith, miscellaneous prose contents. Introduction to W. M. Thackeray's The Four Georges, A Pause in the Strife. Concession to the Celt, Leslie Stephen. Correspondence from the seat of war in Italy. Letters written to the Morning Post from the seat of war in Italy. Introduction to W. M. Thackeray's The Four Georges. William Makepeace Thackeray was born at Calcutta, July 18, 1811, the only child of Richmond and Anne Thackeray. He received the main part of his education at the Charter House, as we know to our profit. Thence he passed to Cambridge, remaining there from February 1829 to sometime in 1830. To judge by quotations and allusions, his favourite of the classics was Horace, the chosen of the 18th century, and generally the voice of its philosophy in a prosperous country. His voyage from India gave him sight of Napoleon on the rocky island. In his young manhood he made his bow reverentially to Goethe of Weimar, which did not check his hand from setting its mark on the sickliness of Werther. He was built of an extremely impressionable nature and a commanding good sense. He was in addition a calm observer, having the harvest of a quiet eye. Of this combination with the flood of subjects brought up to judgment in his mind came the prevalent humour, the enforced disposition to satire, the singular critical drollery notable in his works. His parodies, even those pushed to burlesque, are an expression of criticism and are more effective than the serious method, while they rarely overstep the line of justness. The novels by eminent hands do not pervert the originals, they exaggerate. C. Eisen Ab, now a ferocious lifeguardsman, stretches the face of the rollicking Irish novelist without disfeaturing him, and the mysterious visitor to the palatial mansion in Holywell Street indicates possibilities in the oriental imagination of the eminent statesman who stooped to conquer fact through fiction. Thackeray's attitude in his great novels is that of the composedly urbane lecturer, on a level with a select audience, assured of interesting, above requirements to excite. The slow movement of the narrative has a grace of style to charm, like the dance of the Minuet de la Cour. It is the limpidity of Addison flavoured with salt of a racy vernacular, and such is the verisimilitude and the dialogue that they might seem to be heard from the mouths of living speakers. When in this way the characters of Vanity Fair had come to growth, their author was rightly appreciated as one of the creators in our literature. He took at once the place he will retain. With this great book and with Esmond and the Newcomes, he gave a name eminent, singular, and beloved to English fiction. Charges of cynicism are common against all satirists. Thackeray had to bear with them. The social world he looked at did not show him heroes, only here and there a plain good soul to whom he was affectionate in the unhysterical way of an English father patting a son on the head. He described his world as an accurate observer saw it. He could not be dishonest. Not a page of his books reveals malevolence or a sneer at humanity. He was driven to the satirical task by the scenes about him. There must be the moralist in the satirist if satire is to strike. The stroke is weakened and art violated when he comes to the front, but he will always be pressing forward, and Thackeray restrained him as much as could be done, in the manner of a good-humoured constable. Thackeray may have appeared cynical to the devout by keeping him from a station in the pulpit, among congregations of the many convicted sinners. That the moralist would have occupied it and thundered had he presented us with the fourth of the Georges we see, when we read of his rejecting the solicitations of so seductive a personage for the satiric rod. Himself one of the manliest, the kindliest of human creatures, it was the love of his art that exposed him to misinterpretation. He did stout service in his day. If the bad manners he scourged are now lessened to some degree, we pay a debt in remembering that we owe much to him. And if what appears incurable remains with us, a continued reading of his works will at least help to combat it. A Pause in the Strife, 1886. Our Erinead or ballad epic of the enfranchisement of the sister island is closing its first fit for the singer, and with such result as those Englishmen who have some knowledge of their fellows foresaw. There are sufficient reasons why the Tories should always be able to keep together, but let them have the credit of cohesiveness and subordination to control. Though working for their own ends, they won the esteem of their allies, which will count for them in the struggles to follow. Their leaders appear to have seen what has not been distinctly perceptible to the opposite party, that the break-up of the Liberals means the defection of the old Whigs in permanence, heralding the establishment of a powerful force against radicalism, with a capital cry to the country. They have tactical astuteness. If they seem rather too proud of their victory, it is merely because, as becomes them, they do not look ahead. To rejoice in the gaining of a day, without having clear views of the morrow, is puerile enough. Any Tory victory, it may be said, is little more than a pause in the strife, unless when the radical game is played to dish the Whigs, and the Tories are now fast bound down by their incorporation of the latter to abstain from the violent springs and right-about facings of the Derby Disraeli period. They are so heavily weighted by the new combination that their jack-in-the-box, Lord Randolph, will have to stand like an ordinary sentinel on duty and take the measurement of his natural size. They must, on the supposition of their entry into office, even to satisfy their own constituents, produce a scheme. Their majority in the House will command it. To this extent, then, Mr. Gladstone has not been defeated. The question set on fire by him will never be extinguished until the combustible matter has gone to ashes, but personally he meets a sharp rebuff. The Tories may well raise hurrahs over that. Radicals have to admit it and point to the grounds of it. Between a man's enemies and his friends there comes out a rough painting of his character, not without a resemblance to the final summary, albeit wanting in the justly delicate historical touch to particular features. On the one side he is abused as the one-man power, lauded on the other for his marvelous intuition of the popular will. One can believe that he scarcely wishes to march dictatorially, and full surely his Egyptian policy was from step to step a misreading of the will of the English people. He went forth on this campaign, with the finger of Egypt not ineffectively levelled against him a second time. Nevertheless, he does read his English. He has, too, the fatal tendency to the bringing forth of bills in the manner of Jove big with Minerva. He perceived the necessity, and the issue of the necessity, clearly defined what must come, and with a higher motive than the vanity with which his enemies charge him, though not with such high counsel as wisdom at his ear, fell to work on it alone, produced the whole bill alone, and then handed it to his cabinet to digest, too much in love with the thing he had laid and incubated to permit of any serious dismemberment of its frame. Hence the disruption. He worked for the future, produced a bill for the future, and is wrecked in the present. Probably he can work in no other way than from the impulse of his enthusiasm, solitarily. It is a way of making men overweeningly in love with their creations. The consequence is likely to be that Ireland will get her full measure of justice to appease her cravings earlier than she would have had as much from the united Liberal cabinet, but at a cost both to her and to England. Meanwhile, we are to have a House of Commons incapable of conducting public business. The tradesmen to whom the Times addressed pathetic condolences on the loss of their season will lose more than one, and we shall be made sensible that we have an enemy in our midst, until a people, slow to think, have taken counsel of their native generosity to put trust in the most generous race on earth. Concession to the Celt, 1886. Things are quiet outside an ant-hill until the stick has been thrust into it. Mr. Gladstone's bill for helping to the wiser government of Ireland has brought forth our busy citizens on the top trouble in traversing counter-swarms, and whatever may be said against a bill that deals roughly with many sensitive interests, one asks whether anything less violently impressive would have roused industrious England to take this question at last into the mind as a matter for settlement. The Liberal leader has driven it home, and wantonly, in the way of a pedestrian demagogue, some think, certainly to the discomposure of the comfortable and the myopically busy, who prefer to live on with a disease in the frame rather than at all be stirred. They can, we see, pronounce a positive electoral negative, yet even they, after the 80 and odd years of our domestic perplexity, in the presence of the 80 and odd members pledged for Home Rule, have been moved to excited inquiries regarding measures, short of the obnoxious bill. How much we suffer from sniffing the vain incense of that word practical is contempt of provision. Many of the measures now being proposed responsively to the fretful cry for them, as a better alternative to correction by force of arms, are sound and just. 10 years back, or at a more recent period before Mr. Parnell's triumph in the number of his followers, they would have formed a basis for the appeasement of the troubled land, the institution of county boards, the abolition of the detested castle, something like the establishment of a royal residence in Dublin, would have begun the work well. Materially and sentimentally they were the right steps to take. They are now proposed too late. They are regarded as petty concessions, insufficient and vexatious. The lower and the higher elements in the population are fused by the enthusiasm of men who find themselves marching in full body on a road, under a flag, at the heels of a trusted leader, and they will no longer be fed with sops. Petty concessions are signs of weakness to the unsatisfied. They prick an appetite, they do not close breaches. If our object is, as we hear it said, to appease the Irish, we shall have to give them the Parliament their leader demands. It might once have been much less, it may be worried into a raving, perhaps a desperate wrestling for still more. Nations pay sibylline prices for want of forethought. Mr. Parnell's terms are embodied in Mr. Gladstone's bill, to which he and his band have subscribed. The one point for him is the statutory Parliament, so that Ireland may civilly govern herself, and standing before the world as representative of his country, he addresses an applausive audience when he cites the total failure of England to do that business of government as at least a logical reason for the claim. England has confessedly failed. The world says it, the country admits it. We have failed, and not because the so-called Saxon is incapable of understanding the Celt, but owing to our system, suitable enough to us, of rule by party, which puts perpetually a shifting hand upon the reins and invites the clamour it has to allay. The Irish, the English too in some degree, have been taught that roaring, in its various forms, is the trick to open the ears of ministers. We have encouraged by irritating them to practice it until it has become a habit, an hereditary profession with them. Ministers in turn have defensively adopted the arts of beguilement, varied by an exercise of the police. We grew accustomed to periods of Irish fever. The exhaustion ensuing we named tranquility and hoped that it would bear fruit, but we did not plant. The party in office directed its attention to what was uppermost and urgent, to that which kicked them. Although we were living, by common consent, with a disease in the frame, eruptive at intervals, a national disfigurement always a danger, the ministerial idea of arresting it for the purpose of healing was confined, before the passing of Mr. Gladstone's well-meant Land Bill, to the occasional dispatch of commissions. And in fine, we behold through history the Irish malady treated as a form of British constitutional gout. Parliament touched on the Irish only when the Irish were active as a virus. Our later alternations of cajolery and repression bear painful resemblance to the nervous fit of rickety riders, compounding with their destinations that they may keep their seats. The cajolery was foolish if an end was in view, the repression inefficient. To repress efficiently we have to stifle a conscience accusing us of old injustice and forget that we are sworn to freedom. The cries that we have been hearing for Cromwell or for Bismarck prove the existence of an impatient faction in our midst fitter to wear the collars of those masters whom they invoke, than to drop a vote into the ballot box. As for the prominent politicians who have displaced their rivals partly on the strength of an implied approbation of those cries, we shall see how they illumine the counsels of a governing people. They are wiser than the barking dogs. Cromwell and Bismarck are great names, but the harrying of Ireland did not settle it, and to Germanize a Posen and call it peace will find echo only in the German tongue. Posen is the error of a mastermind too much given to hammer at obstacles. He has, however, the hammer. Can it be imagined in English hands? The braver exemplar for grappling with monstrous political tasks is Cavour, and he would not have hinted at the iron method or the bayonet for a pacification. Cavour challenged debate, he had faith in the active intellect, and that is the thing to be prayed for by statesmen who would register permanent successes. The Irish, it is true, do not conduct an argument coolly. Mr. Parnell and his 85 have not met the Conservative leader and his following in the Commons with the gravity of Platonic disputants. But they have a logical position, equivalent to the best of arguments. They are representatives, they would say, of a country admittedly ill-governed by us, and they have accepted the bill of the defeated minister as final. Its provisions are their terms of peace. They offer in return for that boon to take the burden we have groaned under off our hands. If we answer that we think them insincere, we accuse these thrice accredited representatives of the Irish people of being hypocrites and crafty conspirators. And numbers in England, affected by the weapons they have used to get to their present strength, do think it, forgetful that our obtuseness to their constant appeals forced them into the extrema shifts of agitation. Yet it will hardly be denied that these men love Ireland, and they have not shown themselves by their acts to be insane. To suppose them conspiring for separation indicates a suspicion that they have neither hearts nor heads. For Ireland, separation is immediate ruin. It would prove a very short sail for these conspirators before the ship went down. The vital necessity of the union for both countries, obviously for the weaker of the two, is known to them. And unless we resume our exasperation of the wild fellow the Celt can be made by such a process, we have not rational grounds for treating him or treating with him as a bedlamite. He has besides his passions shrewd sense, and his passions may be rightly directed by benevolent attraction. This is language derided by the victorious enemy. It speaks nevertheless what the world, and even troubled America, thinks of the Irish Celt. More of it now on our side of the Channel would be serviceable. The notion that he hates the English comes of his fevered chafing against the harness of England, and when subject to his fevers, he is unrestrained in his cries and deeds. That pertains to the nature of him. Of course, if we have no belief in the virtues of friendliness and confidence, none in regard to the Irishman, we show him his footing and we challenge the issue. For the sole alternative is distinct antagonism, a form of war. Mr. Gladstone's bill has brought us to that definite line. Ireland having given her adhesion to it, swearing that she does so in good faith and will not accept a smaller quantity, peace is only to be had by our placing trust in the Irish. We trust them or we crush them. Intermediate ways are but the prosecution of our ugly flounderings in bogland, and dubious as we see the choice on either side, a decisive step to right or left will not show us to the world so bemired, to ourselves so miserably inefficient, as we appear in this session of a new Parliament. With his 85, apart from external operations lawful or not, Mr. Parnell can act as a sort of lumbricus in the House. Let journalists watch and chronicle events. If Mr. Gladstone has humour, they will yet note a peculiar smile on his closed mouth from time to time when the alien body within the House, from which, for the sake of its dignity and ability to conduct its affairs, he would have relieved it till the day of a warmer intelligence between Irish and English, paralyzes our machinery business. An ably handled, coherent body in the midst of the liquid groups will make it felt that Ireland is a nation, naturally dependent though she must be. We have to do with forces in politics, and the great majority of the Irish nationalists in Ireland has made them a force. No doubt Mr. Matthew Arnold is correct in his apprehensions of the dangers we may fear from a Dublin House of Commons. The declarations and novel or ultra theories might almost be written down beforehand. I should, for my part, anticipate a greater danger in the familiar attitude of the English metropolitan press and public toward an experiment they dislike and incline to dread. The cynical comments, the quotations between inverted commas, the commiserating shrug, cold irony, raw banter, growl of menace, sharp snap, rounds of laughter. Frenchmen of the young republic, not presently appreciated as offensive, have had some of these careless trifles translated for them and have been stung. We favoured Germany with them now and then before Germany became the first power in Europe, before America had displayed herself as greatest among the giants that do not go to pieces. She had, as Americans forgivingly remember without mentioning, a series of flicks of the whip. It is well to learn manners without having them imposed on us. There are various ways for tripping the experiment. Nevertheless, when the experiment is tried, considering that our welfare is involved in its not failing as we have failed, we should prepare to start it cordially assist it. Thoughtful political minds regard the measure as a backward step, yet conceiving but a prospect that a measure accepted by Home Rulers will possibly enable the Irish and English to step together. It seems better worth the venture than to pursue a course of prospectless discord. Whatever we do or abstain from doing has now its evident dangers, and this being imminent may appear the larger of them. But if a weighing of the conditions dictates it and conscience approves, the wiser proceeding is to make trial of the untried. Our outlook was preternaturally black, with enormous increase of dangers, when the originator of our species, venturesomely, arose from the posture of the Quatter Pats. We consider that we have not lost by his temerity. In states of dubitation under impelling elements, the instinct pointing to courageous action is, besides the manlier, conjecturably the right one. Leslie Stephen, 1904. When that noble body of scholarly and cheerful pedestrians, the Sunday tramps, were on the march with Leslie Stephen to lead them, There was conversation which would have made the presence of a shorthand writer a benefaction to the country. A pause to it came at the examination of the leader's watch and ordnance map under the western sun, and void was given for the strike across country to catch the tail of a train offering dinner in London, at the cost of a run through hedges, over ditches and fellows, past proclamation against trespassers, under suspicion of being taken for more serious depredators in flight. The chief of the tramps had a wonderful calculating eye in the observation of distances and the nature of the land, as he proved by his discovery of untried passes in the higher Alps, and he had no mercy for pursy followers. I have often said of this lifelong student and philosophical head that he had in him the making of a great military captain. He would not have been opposed to the profession of arms if he had been captured early for the service, notwithstanding his abomination of bloodshed. He had a high, calm courage, was unperturbed in a dubious position, and would confidently take the way out of it which he conceived to be the better. We have not to deplore that he was diverted from the ways of a soldier, though England, as the country has been learning of late, cannot boast of many in uniform who have capacity for leadership. His work in literature will be reviewed by his lieutenant of tramps, one of the ablest of writers, Frederick W. Maitland. The memory of it remains with us as being the profoundest and the most sober criticism we have had in our time. The only sting in it was an inoffensive, humorous irony that now and then stole out for a roll over, like a furry cub or the occasional ripple on a lake in grey weather. We have nothing left that is like it. One might easily fall into the pit of panegyric by an enumeration of his qualities, personal and literary. It would not be out of harmony with the temper and characteristics of a mind so equable. He the equable, whether in condemnation or eulogy. Our loss of such a man is great, for work was in his brain, and the hand was active till close upon the time when his breathing ceased. The loss to his friends can be replaced only by an imagination that conjures him up beside them. That will be no task to those who have known him well enough to see his view of things as they are, and revive his expression of it. With them he will live despite the word farewell. Correspondence from the seat of war in Italy, letters written to the Morning Post from the seat of war in Italy from our own correspondent Ferrara, June 22, 1866. Before this letter reaches London, the guns will have awakened both the echo of the old River Po and the classical Mincio. The whole of the troops, about 110,000 men, with which Cialdini intends to force the passage of the first-named river, are already massed along the right bank of the Po, anxiously waiting that the last hour of tomorrow should strike, and that the order for action should be given. The Telegraph will have already informed your readers that, according to the intimation sent by General Lammermoor on Tuesday evening to the Austrian headquarters, the 3 days fixed by the General's message before beginning hostilities will expire at 12 p.m. of the 23rd of June. Cialdini's headquarters have been established in this city since Wednesday morning, and the famous general, in whom the 4th Corps he commands, and the whole of the nation has so much confidence, has concentrated the whole of his forces within a comparatively narrow compass, and is ready for action. I believe therefore that by tomorrow the right bank of the Po will be connected with the mainland of the Polesine by several pontoon bridges, which will enable Cialdini's corps d'army to cross the river, and as everybody here hopes, to cross it in spite of any defence the Austrians may make. On my way to this ancient city last evening I met General Cadogan and 2 superior Prussian officers, who by this time must have joined Victor Emmanuel's headquarters at Cremona. If not, they have been by this time transferred elsewhere more on the front, towards the line of the Mincio, on which, according to appearance, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Italian corps d'army seem destined to operate. The English general and the 2 Prussian officers above mentioned are to follow the King's staff, the first as English commissioner, the superior in rank of the 2 others in the same capacity. I have been told here that before leaving Bologna, Cialdini held a general council of the commanders of the 7 divisions of which his powerful corps d'army is formed, and that he told them that, in spite of the forces the enemy has massed on the left bank of the Po, between the point which faces Stellata and Rovigo, the river must be crossed by his troops, whatever might be the sacrifice this important operation requires. Cialdini is a man who knows how to keep his word, and for this reason I have no doubt he will do what he has already made up his mind to accomplish. I am therefore confident that before 2 or 3 days have elapsed, these 110,000 Italian troops, or a great part of them, will have trod, for the Italians, the sacred land of Venetia. Once the river Po crossed by Cialdini's corps d'army, he will boldly enter the pole sign and make himself master of the road which leads by Rovigo towards Est and Padua. A glance at the map will show your readers how, at about 20 or 30 miles from the first-mentioned town, a chain of hills called the Colli Euganei stretches itself from the last spur of the Julian Alps in the vicinity of Vicenza, gently sloping down towards the sea, as this line affords good positions for contesting the advance of an army crossing the Po at Lago Scuro, or at any other point not far from it. It is to be supposed that the Austrians will make a stand there, and I should not be surprised at all that Cialdini's first battle, if accepted by the enemy, should take place within that comparatively narrow ground which is within Montegnana, Est, Terradura, Abano and Padua. It is impossible to suppose that Cialdini's corps d'army, being so large, is destined to cross the Po only at one point of the river below its course. It is extremely likely that part of it should cross it at some point above, between Revere and Stellata, where the river is in 2 or 3 instances only 450 meters wide. Were the Italian general to be successful, protected as he will be by the tremendous fire of the powerful artillery he disposes of in these twofold operations, the Austrians defending the line of the Colli Euganei could be easily outflanked by the Italian troops, who would have crossed the river below Lago Scuro. Of course, these are mere suppositions, for nobody, as you may imagine, except the king, Cialdini himself, La Marmora Petiti and Menabrea, is acquainted with the plan of the forthcoming campaign. There was a rumor at Cialdini's headquarters today that the Austrians had gathered in great numbers in the pole sign, and especially at Rovigo, a small town which they have strongly fortified of late, with an apparent design to oppose the crossing of the Po, were Cialdini to attempt it at or near Lago Scuro. There are about Rovigo large tracts of marshes and fields cut by ditches and brooks, which, though owing to the dryness of the season they cannot be, as it was generally believed 2 weeks ago, easily inundated, yet might well aid the operations the Austrians may undertake in order to check the advance of the Italian Fourth Corps d'Army. The resistance to the undertaking of Cialdini may be, on the part of the Austrians, very stout, but I am almost certain that it will be overcome by the ardor of Italian troops and by the skill of their illustrious leader. As I told you above, the declaration of war was handed over to an Austrian major for transmission to Count Stankowick, the Austrian governor of Mantua, on the evening of the 19th by Colonel Bariola, sous-chef of the General Staff, who was accompanied by the Duke Luigi of Sant'Arpino, the husband of the amiable widow of Lord Burgos. The Duke is the eldest son of Prince San Teodoro, one of the wealthiest noblemen of Naples. In spite of his high position and of his family ties, the Duke of Sant'Arpino, who is well known in London fashionable society, entered as a volunteer in the Italian army and was appointed orderly officer to General La Marmora. The choice of such a gentleman for the mission I am speaking of was apparently made with intention, in order to show the Austrians that the Neapolitan nobility is as much interested in the national movement as the middle and lower classes of the kingdom, once so fearfully misruled by the Bourbons. The Duke of Sant'Arpino is not the only Neapolitan nobleman who has enlisted in the Italian army since the war with Austria broke out. In order to show you the importance which must be given to this pronunciamiento of the Neapolitan noblemen, allow me to give you here a short list of the names of those of them who have enlisted as private soldiers in the cavalry regiments of the regular army: the Duke of Policastro, the Count of Savignano Guevara, the eldest son of the Duke of Bovino, the Duke Dosia d'Angri, who had emigrated in 1860 and returned to Naples 6 months ago, Marquis Ravadebro Serra, Marquis Pisicelli, whose family had left Naples in 1860 out of devotion to Francis Roman II, two Caracciolo of the historical family from which sprung the unfortunate Neapolitan admiral of this name, whose head Lord Nelson would have done better not to have sacrificed to the cruelty of Queen Caroline. Prince Carini, the representative of an illustrious family of Sicily, a nephew of the Marquis del Vasto, and Pescara, a descendant of that great general of Charles V, to whom the proud Francis I of France was obliged to surrender and give up his sword at the Battle of Pavia. Besides these Neapolitan noblemen who have enlisted of late as privates, the Italian army now encamped on the banks of the Po and of the Mincio may boast of 2 colonnas, a Prince of Somma, 2 Barons Renzi, and a Quaviva of the Duke of Atri, 2 capes, 2 Princes Buttera, etc. To return to the mission of Colonel Bariola and the Duke of Sant'Arpino, I will add some details which were told me this morning by a gentleman who left Cremona yesterday evening, and who had them from a reliable source. The messenger of General Lammarmora had been directed to proceed from Cremona to the small village of Lagresi, which, on the line of the Mincio, marks the Austrian and Italian frontier. On the right bank of the Lake of Mantua in the year 1340 stood a small chapel containing a miraculous painting of the Madonna, called by the people of the locality Santa Maria del Grazi. The boatmen and fishermen of the Mincio, who had been, as they said, often saved from certain death by the Madonna, as famous in those days as the modern Lady of Rimini, celebrated for the startling feat of winking her eyes, determined to erect for her a more worthy abode. Hence arose the Santuario del Grazi. Here, as at Loreto and other holy localities of Italy, a fair is held in which, amongst a great number of worldly things, rosaries, holy images, and other miraculous objects are sold, and astounding boons are said to be secured at the most trifling expense. The Santuario della Madonna del Grazi enjoying a far-spread reputation, the dumb, deaf, blind, and halt in short, people afflicted with all sorts of infirmities, flock thither during the fair, and are not wanting even on the other days of the year. The church of Lagresi is one of the most curious of Italy. Not that there is anything remarkable in its architecture, for it is an Italian Gothic structure of the simplest style, but the ornamental part of the interior is most peculiar. The walls of the building are covered with a double row of wax statues of life size, representing a host of warriors, cardinals, bishops, kings, and popes, who, as the story runs, pretended to have received some wonderful grace during their earthly existence. Amongst the grand array of illustrious personages, there are not a few humbler individuals whose history is faithfully told, if you choose to credit it, by the painted inscriptions below. There is even a convict who, at the moment of being hanged, implored succor of the all-powerful Madonna, whereupon the beam of the gibbet instantly broke, and the worthy individual was restored to society, a very doubtful benefit after all. On Colonel Bariola and the Duke of Sant'Arpino arriving at this place, which is only 5 miles distant from Mantua, their carriage was naturally stopped by the commissaire of the Austrian police, whose duty was to watch the frontier, having told him that they had a dispatch to deliver either to the military governor of Mantua or to some officer sent by him to receive it. The commissaire at once dispatched a mounted gendarme to Mantua. 2 hours had scarcely elapsed when a carriage drove into the village of Lagresi, from which an Austrian major of infantry alighted and hastened to a wooden hut where the two Italian officers were waiting. Colonel Bariola, who was trained in the Austrian military school of Villa Nashstad and regularly left the Austrian service in 1848, acquainted the newly arrived major with his mission, which was that of delivering the sealed dispatch to the general in command of Mantua and receiving for it a regular receipt. The dispatch was addressed to the Archduke Albert, Commander-in-Chief of the Austrian Army of the South, care of the Governor of Mantua. After the major had delivered the receipt, the three messengers entered into a courteous conversation, during which Colonel Bariola seized an opportunity of presenting the Duke, purposely laying stress on the fact of his belonging to one of the most illustrious families of Naples. It happened that the Austrian major had also been trained in the same school where Colonel Bariola was brought up, a circumstance of which he was reminded by the Austrian officer himself. 3 hours had scarcely elapsed from the arrival of the two Italian messengers of war at Le Grazi, on the Austrian frontier, when they were already on their way back to the headquarters of Cremona, where during the night the rumor was current that a telegram had been received by La Marmora from Verona, in which Archduke Albert accepted the challenge. Victor Emmanuel, whom I saw at Bologna yesterday, arrived at Cremona in the morning at 2 o'clock, but by this time His Majesty's headquarters must have removed more towards the front, in the direction of the Oglio. I should not be at all surprised were the Italian headquarters to be established by tomorrow either at Piubiga or Gazzoldo, if not actually at Goito, a village, as you know, which marks the Italian-Austrian frontier on the Mincio. The whole of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Italian Corps d'Army are by this time concentrated within that comparatively narrow space which lies between the position of Castigliani, Del Stiviere, Laurato and Di Cinzano, on the Lake of Garda and Solferino on one side, Piubiga, Gazzoldo, Sacca, Goito, and Casaluccio on the other. Are these three corps d'army to attack when they hear the roar of Cialdini's artillery on the right bank of the Po? Are they destined to force the passage of the Mincio either at Goito or at Borghetto? Or are they destined to invest Verona, storm Peschiera, and lay siege to Mantua? This is more than I can tell you, for I repeat it, the intentions of the Italian leaders are enveloped in a veil which nobody, the Austrians included, has as yet been able to penetrate. One thing, however, is certain, and it is this, that as the clock of Victor Emmanuel marks the last minute of the 72nd hour fixed by the declaration delivered at Le Grazi on Wednesday by Colonel Bariola to the Austrian major, the fair land where Virgil was born and Tasso was imprisoned will be enveloped by a thick cloud of the smoke of hundreds and hundreds of cannon. Let us hope that God will be in favor of right and justice, which in this imminent and fierce struggle is undoubtedly on the Italian side. Cremona, June 30, 1866. The telegraph will have already informed you of the concentration of the Italian army, whose headquarters have since Tuesday been removed from Ridondesco to Piadina, the king having chosen the adjacent villa of Segognolo for his residence. The concentrating movements of the royal army began on the morning of the 27th, i.e., 3 days after the bloody fête d'armes of the 24th, which, narrated and commented on in different manners according to the interests and passions of the narrators, still remains for many people a mystery. At the end of this letter you will see that I quote a short phrase with which an Austrian major, now prisoner of war, portrayed the results of the fierce struggle fought beyond the Mincio. This officer is one of the few survivors of a regiment of Austrian volunteers, Uhlans, 2 squadrons of which he himself commanded. The declaration made by this officer was thoroughly explicit, and conveys the exact idea of the valor displayed by the Italians in that terrible fight. Those who incline to overrate the advantages obtained by the Austrians on Sunday last must not forget that if La Marmora had thought proper to persist in holding the positions of Valgio, Volta and Goito, The Austrians could not have prevented him. It seems the Austrian general-in-chief shared this opinion, for, after his army had carried with terrible sacrifices the positions of Monte Vento and Custoza, it did not appear, nor indeed did the Austrians then give any signs, that they intended to adopt a more active system of warfare. It is the business of a commander to see that after a victory the fruit of it should not be lost, and for this reason the enemy is pursued and molested, and time is not left him for reorganization. Nothing of this happened after the 24th. Nothing has been done by the Austrians to secure such results. The frontier which separates the two dominions is now the same as it was on the eve of the declaration of war. At Goito, at Monzambano, and in the other villages of the extreme frontier, the Italian authorities are still discharging their duties. Nothing is changed in those places, were we to accept that now and then an Austrian cavalry party suddenly makes its appearance, with the only object of watching the movements of the Italian army. One of these parties, formed by 4 squadrons of the Württemberg Hussar Regiment, having advanced at 6 o'clock this morning on the right bank of the Mincio, met the 4th squadron of the Italian lancers of Foggia and were beaten back, and compelled to retire in disorder towards Goito and Rivolta. In this unequal encounter the Italian lancers distinguished themselves very much, made some Austrian hussars prisoners and killed a few more, amongst whom was an officer. The same state of thing prevails at Rivotella, a small village on the shores of the Lake of Garda, about 4 miles distant from the most advanced fortifications of Peschiera. There, as elsewhere, some Austrian parties advanced with the object of watching the movements of the Garibaldians, who occupy the hilly ground, which from Castiglione, Esuta and Cartel Venzago stretches to Lenato, Sarlo and Desenzano, and to the mountain passes of Caffaro. In the last-named place, the Garibaldians came to blows with the Austrians on the morning of the 28th, and the former got the best of the fray. Had the fête d'armes of the 24th, or the Battle of Custoza, as Archduke Albrecht calls it, been a great victory for the Austrians, why should the imperial army remain in such inaction? The only conclusion we must come to is simply this, that the Austrian losses have been such as to induce the commander-in-chief of the army to act prudently on the defensive. We are now informed that the charges of cavalry which the Austrian lancers and the Hungarian hussars had to sustain near Villafranca on the 24th, with the Italian horsemen of the Aorta and Alessandria regiments, have been so fatal to the former that a whole division of the Kaiser cavalry must be reorganized before it can be brought into the field main. The regiment of Horla hussars and 2 of volunteer uhlans were almost destroyed in that terrible charge. To give you an idea of this cavalry encounter, it is sufficient to say that Colonel Vandoni, at the head of the Aorta regiment he commands, charged 14 times during the short period of 4 hours. The volunteer uhlans of the Kaiser regiment had already given up the idea of breaking through the square formed by the battalion, in the centre of which stood Prince Humbert of Savoy, when they were suddenly charged and literally cut to pieces by the Alessandria light cavalry, in spite of the long lances they carried. This weapon and the loose uniform they wear makes them resemble the Cossacks of the Don. There is one circumstance, which, if I am not mistaken, has not as yet been published by the newspapers, and it is this. There was a fight on the 25th on a place at the north of Rovabella, between the Italian regiment of Novara cavalry and a regiment of Hungarian hussars, whose name is not known. This regiment was so thoroughly routed by the Italians that it was pursued as far as Villafranca, and had 2 squadrons put hors de combat, whilst the Novara regiment only lost 24 mounted men. I think it right to mention this, for it proves that, the day after the bloody affair of the 24th, the Italian army had still a regiment of cavalry operating at Villafranca, a village which lay at a distance of 15 kilometers from the Italian frontier. A report, which is much accredited here, explains how the Italian army did not derive the advantages it might have derived from the action of the 24th. It appears that the orders issued from the Italian headquarters during the previous night, and especially the verbal instructions given by Lammermoor and Petiti to the staff officers of the different army corps, were either forgotten or misunderstood by those officers. Those sent to Durando, the commander of the First Corps, seem to have been as follows: that he should have marched in the direction of Castelnuovo without, however, taking part in the action. Durando, it is generally stated, had strictly adhered to the orders sent from the headquarters, but it seems that General Cereal understood them too literally. Having been ordered to march on Castelnuovo, and finding the village strongly held by the Austrians, who received his division with a tremendous fire, he at once engaged in the action instead of falling back on the reserve of the First Corps and waiting new instructions. If such was really the case, it is evident that Cereal thought that the order to march which he had received implied that he was to attack and get possession of Castelnuovo, had this village, as it really was, already been occupied by the enemy. In mentioning this fact, I feel bound to observe that I write it under the most complete reserve, for I should be sorry indeed to charge General Cereal with having misunderstood such an important order. I see that one of your leading contemporaries believes that it would be impossible for the king or Lammermoor to say what result they expected from their ill-conceived and worse executed attempt. The result they expected is, I think, clear enough. They wanted to break through the quadrilateral and make their junction with Cialdini, who was ready to cross the Po during the night of the 24th. That the attempt was ill-conceived and worse executed, neither your contemporary nor the public at large has, for the present, the right to conclude, for no one knows as yet but imperfectly the details of the terrible fight. What is certain, however, is that General Durando, perceiving that the Cereal division was lost, did all that he could to help it. Failing in this, he turned to his 2 aides-de-camp and coolly said to them, "Now, gentlemen, it is time for you to retire, for I have a duty to perform which is a strictly personal one, the duty of dying." On saying these words, he galloped to the front and placed himself at about 20 paces from a battalion of Austrian sharpshooters which were ascending the hill. In less than 5 minutes his horse was killed under him, and he was wounded in the right hand. I scarcely need add that his aides-de-camp did not flinch from sharing Durando's fate. They bravely followed their general, and one, the Marquis Corbetta, was wounded in the leg. The other, Count Esingrini, had his horse shot under him. I called on Durando, who is now at Milan, the day before yesterday. Though a stranger to him, he received me at once, and speaking of the action of the 24th, he only said, "I have the satisfaction of having done my duty. I wait tranquilly the judgment of history." Assuming, for argument's sake, that General Cereal misunderstood the orders he had received, and that by precipitating his movement, he dragged into the same mistake the whole of Durando's corps. Assuming, I say, this to be the right version, you can easily explain the fact that neither of the 2 contending parties are as yet in a position clearly to describe the action of the 24th. Why did neither the one nor the other display and bring into action the whole forces they could have had at their disposal? Why so many partial engagements at a great distance one from the other? In a word, why that want of unity, which, in my opinion, constituted the paramount characteristic of that bloody struggle? I may be greatly mistaken, but I am of opinion that neither the Italian general-in-chief nor the Austrian Archduke entertained on the night of the 23rd the idea of delivering a battle on the 24th. There, and only there, lies the whole mystery of the affair. The total want of unity of action on the part of the Italians assured to the Austrians, not the victory, but the chance of rendering impossible Lammermoor's attempt to break through the quadrilateral. This no one can deny, But on the other hand, if the Italian army failed in attaining its object, the failure owing to the bravery displayed both by the soldiers and by the generals was far from being a disastrous or irreparable one. The Italians fought from 3 o'clock in the morning until 9 in the evening like lions, showing to their enemies and to Europe that they know how to defend their country, and that they are worthy of the noble enterprise they have undertaken. But let me now register one of the striking episodes of that memorable day. It was 5 o'clock p.m. when General Bixio, whose division held an elevated position not far from Villafranca, was attacked by 3 strong Austrian brigades, which had debouched at the same time from 3 different roads, supported with numerous artillery. An officer of the Austrian staff, waving a white handkerchief, was seen galloping towards the front of Bixio's position, and, once in the presence of this general, bade him surrender. Those who are not personally acquainted with Bixio cannot form an idea of the impression this bold demand must have made on him. I have been told that on hearing the word surrender, his face turned suddenly pale, then flushed like purple, and darting at the Austrian messenger, said, "Major, if you dare to pronounce once more the word surrender in my presence, I tell you, and Bixio always keeps his word, that I will have you shot at once." The Austrian officer had scarcely reached the general who had sent him, than Bixio, rapidly moving his division, fell with such impetuosity on the Austrian column, which were ascending the hill, that they were thrown pell-mell in the valley, causing the greatest confusion amongst their reserve. Bixio himself led his men, and with his aides-de-camp, Cavaliere Filippo Fermi, Count Martini, and Colonel Melancini, all Tuscans, actually charged the enemy. I have been told that, on hearing this episode, Garibaldi said, "I am not at all surprised, for Bixio is the best general I have made." Once the enemy was repulsed, Bixio was ordered to maneuver so as to cover the backward movement of the army, which was orderly and slowly retiring on the Mincio. Assisted by the co-operation of the heavy cavalry, commanded by General Count de Sonaz, Bixio covered the retreat, and during the night occupied Goito, a position which he held till the evening of the 27th. In consequence of the concentrating movement of the Italian army which I have mentioned at the beginning of this letter, the 4th Army Corps Cialdini's still holds the line of the Po. If I am rightly informed, the decree for the formation of the 4th Army Corps was signed by the King yesterday. This corps is that of Garibaldi, and is about 40,000 strong. An officer who has just returned from Milan told me this morning that he had had an opportunity of speaking with the Austrian prisoners sent from Milan to the fortress of Finestrelle in Piedmont. Amongst them was an officer of a Uhlan regiment who had all the appearance of belonging to some aristocratic family of Austrian Poland. Having been asked if he thought Austria had really gained the battle on the 24th, he answered, "I do not know if the illusions of the Austrian army go so far as to induce it to believe it has obtained a victory. I do not believe it. He who loves Austria cannot, however, wish she should obtain such victories, for they are the victories of Pyrrhus. There is at Verona some element in the Austrian councils of war which we don't understand, but which gives to their operations in this present phase of the campaign just as uncertain and as vacillating a character as it possessed during the campaign of 1859. On Friday they are still beyond the Mincio, and on Saturday their small fleet on the Lake of Garda steams up to Desenzano and opens fire against this defenseless city and her railway station, whilst 2 battalions of Tyrolese sharpshooters occupy the building. On Sunday they retire, but early yesterday they cross the Mincio at Goito and Monzambano and begin to throw 2 bridges over the same river between the last named place and the mills of Volta. At the same time they erect batteries at Goito, Torriani and Valeggio, pushing their reconnoitring parties of hussars as far as Medal, Castigliani del Stiviere and Montechiara, this last named place being only at a distance of 20 miles from Brescia. Before this news reached me here this morning, I was rather inclined to believe that they were playing at hide-and-seek, in the hope that the leaders of the Italian army should be tempted by the game and repeat, for the second time, the too hasty attack on the quadrilateral. This news, which I have from a reliable source, has, however, changed my former opinion, and I begin to believe that the Austrian Archduke has really made up his mind to come out from the strongholds of the quadrilateral, and intends actually to begin war on the very battlefields where his imperial cousin was beaten on the 24th June 1859. It may be that the partial disasters sustained by Benedek in Germany have determined the Austrian government to order a more active system of war against Italy, or, as is generally believed here, that the organization of the commissariat was not perfect enough with the army Archduke Albert commands to afford a more active and offensive action. Be that as it may, the fact is that the news received here from several parts of Upper Lombardy seems to indicate, on the part of the Austrians, the intention of attacking their adversaries. Yesterday, whilst the peaceable village of Gazzoldo, 5 Italian miles from Goito, was still buried in the silence of night, it was occupied by 400 hussars, to the great consternation of the people, who were roused from their sleep by the galloping of their unexpected visitors. The sindaco, or mayor of the village, who is the chemist of the place, was, I hear, forcibly taken from his house and compelled to escort the Austrians on the road leading to Piubiga and Ridondesco. This worthy magistrate, who was not apparently endowed with sufficient courage to make at least half a hero, was so much frightened that he was taken ill, and still is in a very precarious condition. These inroads are not always accomplished with impunity, for last night, not far from Gaidisuolo, 2 squadrons of Italian light cavalry, Cavalleggeri di Lucca if I am rightly informed, at a sudden turn of the road leading from the last-named village to Serlongo, found themselves almost face to face with 4 squadrons of Uhlans. The Italians, without numbering their foes, set spurs to their horses and fell like thunder on the Austrians, who, after a fight which lasted more than half an hour, were put to flight, leaving on the ground 15 men hors de combat, besides 12 prisoners. While skirmishing of this kind is going on in the flat ground of Lombardy, which lies between the Mincio and the Chiese, a more decisive action has been adopted by the Austrian corps, which is quartered in the Italian Tyrol and Voltellina. A few days ago it was generally believed that the mission of this corps was only to oppose Garibaldi should he try to force those Alpine passes. But now we suddenly hear that the Austrians are already masters of Caffaro, Bagolino, Ricamassino, and Tirano, which points they are fortifying. This fact explains the last movements made by Garibaldi towards that direction. But whilst the Austrians are massing their troops on the Tyrolese Alps, the revolution is spreading fast in the more southern mountains of the Friuli and Cadora, thus threatening the flank and rear of their army in Venetia. This revolutionary movement may not have as yet assumed great proportions, but as it is the effect of a plan proposed beforehand, it might become really imposing, more so as the ranks of those Italian patriots are daily swollen by numerous deserters and refractory men of the Venetian regiments of the Austrian army. Although the main body of the Austrians seems to be still concentrated between Peschiera and Verona, I should not wonder if they crossed the Mincio either today or tomorrow, with the object of occupying the heights of Volta, Cavriana and Solferino, which, both by their position and by the nature of the ground, are in themselves so many fortresses. Supposing that the Italian army should decide for action, and there is every reason to believe that such will be the case, it is not unlikely that, as we had already a second battle at Custoza, we may have a second one at Solferino, that at the Italian headquarters something has been decided upon which may hasten the forward movement of the army. I infer from the fact that the foreign military commissioners at the Italian headquarters, who after the 24th June had gone to pass the leisure of their camp life at Cremona, have suddenly made their appearance at Torre Malambati, a villa belonging to the Marquis Araldi, where La Marmora's staff is quartered. A still more important event is the presence of Baron Ricasoli, whom I met yesterday evening on coming here. The president of the council was coming from Florence, and after stopping a few hours at the villa of Sacognolo, where Victor Emmanuel and the royal household are staying, he drove to Torre Malambati to confer with General La Marmora and Count Petiti. The presence of the Baron at headquarters is too important an incident to be overlooked by people whose business is that of watching the course of events in this country, and it should be borne in mind that on his way to headquarters Baron Ricasoli stopped a few hours at Bologna, where he had a long interview with Cialdini. Nor is this all, for the most important fact I have to report today is that whilst I am writing 5 o'clock a.m., 3 corps of the Italian army are crossing the Oglio at different points, all 3 acting together and ready for any occurrence. This reconnaissance en force may, as you see, be turned into a regular battle should the Austrians have crossed the Mincio with the main body of their army during the course of last night. You see that the air around me smells enough of powder to justify the expectation of events which are likely to exercise a great influence over the cause of right and justice, the cause of Italy. Marcaria, July 3 evening. Murray's guide will save me the trouble of telling you what this little and dirty hole of Marcaria is like. The river Oglio runs due south not far from the village and cuts the road which from Bozzolo leads to Mantua. It is about 7 miles from Casaluccio, a town which, since the Peace of Villafranca, marked the Italian frontier in Lower Lombardy. Towards this last-named place marched this morning the 11th Division of the Italians under the command of General Anghiolti, only a month ago Minister of the Marine in La Marmora's cabinet. Anghiolti's division of the 2nd Corps was, in the case of an attack, to be supported by the 4th and 8th, which had crossed the Oglio at Gazzuolo 4 hours before the 11th had started from the place from which I am now writing. 2 other divisions also moved in an oblique line from the upper course of the above-mentioned river, crossed it on a pontoon bridge, and were directed to maintain their communications with Anghiolti's on the left, whilst the 8th and 4th would have formed its right. These 5 divisions were the avant-garde of the main body of the Italian army. I am not in a position to tell you the exact line the army thus advancing from the Oglio has followed, but I have been told that, in order to avoid the possibility of repeating the errors which occurred in the action of the 24th, the 3 corps d'army have been directed to march in such a manner as to enable them to present a compact mass should they meet the enemy. Contrary to all expectations, Anghiolti's division was allowed to enter and occupy Casaluccio without firing a shot. As its vanguard reached the hamlet of Ospedaletto, it was informed that the Austrians had left Casaluccio during the night, leaving a few hussars, who, in their turn, retired on Mantua as soon as they saw the cavalry Anghiolti had sent to reconnoitre both the country and the borough of Casaluccio. News has just arrived here that General Anghiolti has been able to push his outposts as far as Rivolta on his left, and still farther forward on his front towards Curtalone. Although the distance from Rivolta to Goito is only 5 miles, Anghiolti, I have been told, could not ascertain whether the Austrians had crossed the Mincio in force. What part both Cialdini and Garibaldi will play in the great struggle nobody can tell. It is certain, however, that these 2 popular leaders will not be idle, and that a battle, if fought, will assume the proportions of an almost unheard-of slaughter. General Headquarters of the Italian Army, Torre Malambati, July 7, 1866. Whilst the Austrian Emperor throws himself at the feet of the ruler of France, I was almost going to write the arbiter of Europe. Italy and its brave army seem to reject disdainfully the idea of getting Venetia as a gift of a neutral power. There cannot be any doubt as to the feeling in existence since the announcement of the Austrian proposal by the Monitor being one of astonishment, and even indignation so far as Italy herself is concerned. One hears nothing but expressions of this kind in whatever Italian town he may be, and the Italian army is naturally anxious that she should not be said to relinquish her task when Austrians speak of having beaten her, without proving that she can beat them too. There are high considerations of honor which no soldier or general would ever think of putting aside for humanitarian or political reasons. And with these considerations, the Italian army is fully in accord since the 24th June. The way, too, in which the Kaiser chose to give up the long-contested point, by ignoring Italy and recognizing France as a party to the Venetian question, created great indignation amongst the Italians, whose papers declare one and all that a fresh insult has been offered to the country. This is the state of public opinion here, and unless the greatest advantages are obtained by a premature armistice and a hurried treaty of peace, it is likely to continue the same, not to the entire security of public order in Italy. As a matter of course, all eyes are turned towards Villa Pallavicini, 2 miles from here, where the king is to decide upon either accepting or rejecting the French emperor's advice, both of which decisions are fraught with considerable difficulties and no little danger. The king will have sought the advice of his ministers, besides which that of Prussia will have been asked and probably given. The matter may be decided one way or the other in a very short time, or may linger on for days to give time for public anxiety and fears to be allayed and to calm down. In the meantime, it looks as if the king and his generals had made up their mind not to accept the gift. An attack on the Borgo Forte Tite de Pont on the right side of the Po began on 5th at 3:30 in the morning, under the immediate direction of General Cialdini. The attacking corps was the Duke of Mignano's. All the day yesterday the gun was heard at Torre Malambati, as it was also this morning between 10 and 11 o'clock. Borgo Forte is a fortress on the left side of the Po, throwing a bridge across this river, the right end of which is headed by a strong Tite de Pont, the object of the present attack. This work may be said to belong to the Quadrilateral, as it is only an advanced part of the fortress of Mantua, which, resting upon its rear, is connected to Borgo Forte by a military road supported on the Mantua side by the Paetello fortress. The distance between Mantua and Borgo Forte is only 11 kilometers. The Fête de Poet is thrown upon the Po. Its structure is of recent date, and it consists of a central part and of 2 wings, called Ricchetta and Bocca di Ganda, respectively. The lock here existing is enclosed in the Ricchetta work. Since I wrote you my last letter, Garibaldi has been obliged to desist from the idea of getting possession of Bagolino, Sant' Antonio and Montesuolo, after a fight which lasted 4 hours, seeing that he had to deal with an entire Austrian brigade supported by Uhlans, sharpshooters, almost a battalion and 12 pieces of artillery. These positions were subsequently abandoned by the enemy and occupied by Garibaldi's volunteers. In this affair the general received a slight wound in his left leg, the nature of which, however, is so very trifling that a few days will be enough to enable him to resume active duties. It seems that the arms of the Austrians proved to be much superior to those of the Garibaldians, whose guns did very bad service. The loss of the latter amounted to about 100 killed and 200 wounded, figures in which the officers appear in great proportion, owing to their having been always at the head of their men, fighting, charging, and encouraging their comrades throughout. Captain Adjutant Major Battino, formerly of the regular army, died, struck by 3 bullets while rushing on the Austrians with the 1st Regiment, on abandoning the Caffaro line, which they had reoccupied after the Lodrone encounter, in consequence of which the Garibaldians had to fall back because of the concentration following the Battle of Custoza. The Austrians have retired to the Lardara fortress between the Stabolfs and Tenara mountains, covering the route to Tione and Trento in the Italian Tyrol. The 3rd Regiment of Volunteers suffered most, as 2 of their companies had to bear the brunt of the terrible Austrian fire kept up from formidable positions. Another fight was taking place almost at the same time in the Val Camonica, i.e., north of the Caffaro and of Rocca d'Anfo, Garibaldi's Point d'Appui. This encounter was sustained in the same proportions, the Italians losing one of their bravest and best officers in the person of Major Casalini, a Milanese, commander of the 2nd Battalion of Lombardian Bersaglieri. Although these and Major Coldesi's battalion had to fall back from Vezza, a strong position was taken near Edolo, while in the rear a regiment kept Brino safe. Although still at headquarters only 2 days ago, Baron Ricasoli has been suddenly summoned by telegram from Florence, and as I hear has just arrived. This is undoubtedly brought about by the new complications, especially as at a council of ministers presided over by the Baron, a vote, the nature of which is as yet unknown, was taken on the present state of affairs. As you know very well, in England, Italy has great confidence in Ricasoli, whose conduct, always far from obsequious to the French Emperor, has pleased the nation. He is thought to be at this moment the right man in the right place, and with the great acquaintance he possesses of Italy and the Italians, and with the co-operation of such an honest man as General Lammermoor, Italy may be pronounced safe, both against friends and enemies. From what I saw this morning coming back from the front, I presume that something new perhaps will be attempted tomorrow. So far, the proposed armistice has had no effect upon the dispositions at general headquarters, and did not stay the cannon's voice. In the middle of rumors of hopes and fears, Italy's wish to push on with the war has as yet been adhered to by her trusted leaders. Headquarters of the 1st Army Corps, Piadina, July 8, 1866. As I begin writing you, no doubt can be entertained that some movement is not only in contemplation at headquarters, but is actually provided to take place today, and that it will probably prove to be against the Austrian positions at Borgaforte, on the left bank of the Po. Up to this time the Tete de Pout on the right side of the river had only been attacked by General the Duke of Megnano's guns. It would now, on the contrary, be a matter of cutting the communications between Borgaforte and Mantua, by occupying the lower part of the country around the latter fortress, advancing upon the Valley Veronese, and getting round the quadrilateral into Venetia, while then waiting for further news to tell us whether this plan has been carried into execution, and whether it will be pursued, mindless of the existence of Mantua and Borgaforte on its flanks. One great fact is already ascertained, that the armistice proposed by the Emperor Napoleon has not been accepted, and that the war is to be continued. The Austrians may shut themselves up in their strongholds, or may even be so obliging as to leave the king the uncontested possession of them by retreating in the same line as their opponents advance. The pursuit, if not the struggle, the war, if not the battle, will be carried on by the Italians. At Torre Malambati, where the general headquarters are, no end of general officers were to be seen yesterday hurrying in all directions. I met the king, Generals Bregnon, Gavone, Valfa and Menabrea within a few minutes of one another, and Prince Amadeus, who has entirely recovered from his wound, had been telegraphed for and will arrive in Cremona today. No precise information is to be obtained respecting the intentions of the Austrians, but it is to be hoped for the Italian army, and for the credit of its generals, that more will be known about them now than was known on the eve of the famous 24th of June, and on its very morning. The heroism of the Italians on that memorable day surpasses any possible idea that can be formed, as it did also surpass all expectations of the country. Let me relate you a few out of many heroic facts which only come to light when an occasion is had of speaking with those who have been eyewitnesses of them, as they are no object of magnified regimental orders or as yet of well-deserved honors. Italian soldiers seem to think that the army only did its duty, and that wherever Italians may fight, they will always show equal valor and firmness. Captain Bairaghi of Milan, belonging to the general staff, having in the midst of the battle received an order from General Lammarmora for General Durando, was proceeding with all possible speed towards the First Army Corps, which was slowly retreating before the superior forces of the enemy and before the greatly superior number of his guns, when, while under a perfect shower of grape and canister, he was all of a sudden confronted by an Austrian officer of cavalry who had been lying in wait for the Italian orderly. The Austrian fires his revolver at Bairaghi and wounds him in the arm. Nothing daunted, Bairaghi assails him and makes him turn tail, then following in pursuit unsaddles him, but has his own horse shot down under him. Bairaghi disentangles himself, kills his antagonist and jumps upon the latter's horse. Talking of heroism, of inimitable endurance and strength of soul, what do you think of a man who has his arm entirely carried away by a grenade, and yet keeps on his horse firm as a rock and still directs his battery until hemorrhage, and hemorrhage alone strikes him down at last dead? Such was the case with a Neapolitan major abate of the artillery, and his name is worth the glory of a whole army, of a whole war, and may only find a fit companion in that of an officer of the 18th Battalion of Bersaglieri, who, dashing at an Austrian flag-bearer, wrenches the standard out of his hands with his left one, has it clean cut away by an Austrian officer standing near, and immediately grapples it with his right, until his own soldiers carry him away with his trophy. Does not this sound like Greek history repeated? Does it not look as if the brave men of old had been born again, and the old facts renewed to tell of Italian heroism? Another Bersagliere, a Tuscan by name Orlandi Matteo, belonging to that heroic 5th Battalion which fought against entire brigades, regiments and battalions, losing 11 out of its 16 officers, and about 300 out of its 600 men. Orlandi was wounded already when, perceiving an Austrian flag, he makes a great effort, dashes at the officer, kills him, takes the flag, and almost dying gives it over to his lieutenant. This, however, is thrown down also in a moment by a cannon ball, so that the gallant captain has to go back on foot, bleeding and almost unable to walk. He is now in a ward of the San Domenico Hospital in Brescia, and all who have learnt of his bravery will earnestly hope that he may survive to be pointed out as one of the many who covered themselves with fame on that day. If it is sad to read of death encountered in the field by so many a patriotic and brave soldiers, it is sadder still to learn that not a few of them were barbarously killed by the enemy, and killed too when they were harmless, for they lay wounded on the ground. The Sicilian colonel Stalella, a son-in-law of Senator Castagneto and a courageous man amongst the most courageous of men, was struck in the leg by a bullet and thrown down from his horse while exciting his men to repulse the Austrians, which in great masses were pressing on his thinned column. Although retreating, the regiment sent some of his men to take him away, but as soon as he had been put on a stretcher he had to be put down, as 10 or 12 Uhlans were galloping down, obliging the men to hide themselves in a bush. When the Uhlans got near the colonel, and when they had seen him lying down in agony, they all planted their lances in his body. Is not this wanton cruelty, cruelty even unheard of, cruelty that no savage possesses? Still these are facts, and no one will ever dare to deny them from Verona and Vienna, for they are known as much as it was known and seen that the Uhlans and many of the Austrian soldiers were drunk when they began fighting, and that alighting from the trains they were provided with their rations and with rum, and that they fought without their haversacks. This is the truth, and nothing beyond it has to the honor of the Italians been asserted, whether to the disgrace or credit of their enemies. So that while denying that they ill-treat Austrian prisoners, they are ready to state that theirs are well treated in Verona, without thinking of slandering and calumniating as the Vienna papers have done. This morning Prince Amadeus arrived in Cremona, where a most spontaneous and hearty reception was given him by the population and the National Guard. He proceeded at once by the shortest way to the headquarters, so that his wish to be again at the front when something should be done has been accomplished. This brave young man and his worthy brother, Prince Humbert, have won the applause of all Italy, which is justly proud of counting her king and her princes amongst the foremost in the field. I have just learned from a most reliable source that the Austrians have mined the bridge of Borghetto on the Mincio, so that, should it be blown up, the only two, those of Goito and Borghetto, would be destroyed, and the Italians obliged to make provisional ones instead. I also hear that the Venetian towns are without any garrison, and that most probably all the forces are massed on two lines, one from Peschiera to Custoza and the other behind the Adige. You will probably know by this time that the garrison of Vienna had on the 3rd been directed to Prague. The news we receive from Prussia is on the whole encouraging, inasmuch as the greatly feared armistice has been repulsed by King William. Some people here think that France will not be too hard upon Italy for keeping her word with her ally, and that the brunt of French anger or disapproval will have to be borne by Prussia. This is the least she can expect, as you know. It is probable that by tomorrow I shall be able to write you more about the Italo-Austrian War of 1866. Gonzaga, July 9, 1866. I write you from a villa, only a mile distant from Gonzaga, belonging to the family of the Counts Arrivabene of Mantua. The owners have never re-entered it since 1848, and it is only the fortune of war which has brought them to see their beautiful seat of the Aldigata. Never, it is to be hoped for them, to be abandoned again. It is, as you see, mutatum ab illo. Onward have gone then the exiled patriots. Onward will go the nation that owns them. The wish of everyone who is compelled to remain behind is that the army, that the volunteers, that the fleet should all cooperate, and that they should, one and all, land on Venetian ground to seek for a great battle, to give the army back the fame it deserves, and to the country the honor it possesses. The king is called upon to maintain the word nobly given to avenge Novara, and with it the new Austrian insulting proposal. All, it is said, is ready. The army has been said to be numerous. If to be numerous and brave means to deserve victory, let the Italian generals prove what Italian soldiers are worthy of. If they will fight, the country will support them with the boldest of resolutions. The country will accept a discussion whenever the government, having dispersed all fears, will proclaim that the war is to be continued till victory is inscribed on Italy's shield. As I am not far from Borgaforte, I am able to learn more than the mere cannon's voice can tell me, and so will give you some details of the action against the Tite de Pont, which began, as I told you in one of my former letters, on the 4th. In Borgaforte there were about 1,500 Austrians, and on the night from the 5th to the 6th they kept up from their 4 fortified works a sufficiently well-sustained fire, the object of which was to prevent the enemy from posting his guns. This fire, however, did not cause any damage, and the Italians were able to plant their batteries. Early on the 6th, the firing began all along the line, the Italian 16-pounders having been the first to open fire. The Italian right was commanded by Colonel Mattei, the left by Colonel Bangoni, who did excellent work, while the other wing was not so successful. The heaviest guns had not yet arrived, owing to one of those incidents always sure to happen when least expected, so that the 40-pounders could not be brought to bear against the forts until later in the day. The damage done to the works was not great for the moment, but still, the advantage had been gained of feeling the strength of the enemy's positions and finding the right way to attack them. The artillerymen worked with great vigor, and were only obliged to desist by an unexpected order which arrived about 2 p.m. from General Cialdini. The attack was, however, resumed on the following day, and the condition of the Montegiana and Ricetta forts may be pronounced precarious. As a sign of the times, and more especially of the just impatience which prevails in Italy about the general direction of the army movements, it may not be without importance to notice that the Italian press has begun to cry out against the darkness in which everything is enveloped, while the time already passed since the 24th June tells plainly of inaction. It is remarked that the bitter gift made by Austria of the Venetian provinces and the suspicious offer of mediation by France ought to have found Italy in greatly different condition, both as regards her political and military position. Italy is, on the contrary, in exactly the same state as when the Archduke Albert telegraphed to Vienna that a great success had been obtained over the Italian army. These are facts, and however strong and worthy of respect may be the reasons, there is no doubt that an extraordinary delay in the resumption of hostilities has occurred, and that at the present moment operations projected are perfectly mysterious. Something is let out from time to time which only serves to make the subsequent absence of news more and more puzzling. For the present, the first official relation of the unhappy fight of the 24th June is published, and is accordingly anxiously scanned and closely studied. It is a matter of general remark that no great military knowledge is required to perceive that too great a reliance was placed upon supposed facts, and that the indulgence of speculations and ideas caused the waste of so much precious blood. The prudence characterizing the subsequent moves of the Austrians may have been caused by the effects of their opponents' arrangements, but the Italian commanders ought to have avoided the responsibility of giving the enemy the option to move. It is clear that to mend things the utterance of generous and patriotic cries is not sufficient, and that it must be shown that the vigor of the body is not at all surpassed by the vigor of the mind. It is also clear that many lives might have been spared if there had been greater proofs of intelligence on the part of those who directed the movement. The situation is still very serious. Such an armistice as General von Gabelentz could humiliate himself enough to ask from the Prussians has been refused, but another which the Emperor of the French has advised them to accept might ultimately become a fact. For Italy, the purely Venetian question could then also be settled, while the Italian, the national question, the question of right and honor which the army prizes so much, would still remain to be solved. Gonzaga, July 12, 1866. Traveling is generally said to be troublesome, but traveling with and through brigades, divisions, and army corps, I can certify to be more so than is usually agreeable. It is not that Italian officers or Italian soldiers are in any way disposed to throw obstacles in your way, but they, unhappily for you, have with them the inevitable cars with the inevitable carmen, both of which are enough to make your blood freeze, though the barometer stands very high. What with their indolence, what with their number and the dust they made, I really thought they would drive me mad before I should reach Casalmaggiore on my way from Torre Malambati. I started from the former place at 3 a.m., with beautiful weather, which, true to tradition, accompanied me all through my journey. Passing through San Giovanni in Croce, to which the headquarters of General Pianell had been transferred, I turned to the right in the direction of the Po, and began to have an idea of the wearisome sort of journey which I would have to make up to Casalmaggiore. On both sides of the way some regiments belonging to the rear division were still camped, and as I passed it was most interesting to see how busy they were cooking their rancio, polishing their arms, and making the best of their time. The officers stood leisurely about gazing and staring at me, supposing, as I thought, that I was travelling with some part in the destiny of their country. Here and there some soldiers who had just left the hospitals of Brescia and Milan made their way to their corps and shook hands with their comrades, from whom only illness or the fortune of war had made them part. They seemed glad to see their old tent, their old drum, their old colour sergeant, and also the flag they had carried to the battle and had not at any price allowed to be taken. I may state here en passant that as many as 6 flags were taken from the enemy in the first part of the day of Custoza, and were subsequently abandoned in the retreat, while of the Italians only one was lost to a regiment for a few minutes, when it was quickly retaken. This fact ought to be sufficient by itself to establish the bravery with which the soldiers fought on the 24th, and the bravery with which they will fight if, as they ardently wish, a new occasion is given to them. As long as I had only met troops either marching or camping on the road, all went well, but I soon found myself mixed with an interminable line of cars and the like, forming the military and the civil train of the moving army. Then it was that it needed as much patience to keep from jumping out of one's carriage and from chastising the carrottieri, as they would persist in not making room for one, and being as dumb to one's entreaties as a stone. When you had finished with one you had to deal with another, and you find them all as obstinate and as egotistical as they are from one end of the world to the other, whether it be on the Casalmaggia road or in High Holborn. From time to time things seemed to proceed all right, and you thought yourself free from further trouble, but you soon found out your mistake, as an enormous ammunition car went smack into your path, as one wheel got entangled with another, and as imperturbable Signor Carrottiere evidently took delight at a fresh opportunity for stoppage, inaction, indolence, and sleep. I soon came to the conclusion that Italy would not be free when the Austrians had been driven away, for that another and a more formidable foe, an enemy to society and comfort, to men and horses, to mankind in general, would have still to be beaten, expelled, annihilated in the shape of the Carrottiere. If you employ him, he robs you 50 times over. If you want him to drive quickly, he is sure to keep the animal from going at all. If, worse than all, you never think of him or have just been plundered by him, he will not move an inch to oblige you. Surely the cholera is not the only pestilence a country may be visited with, and should Cialdini ever go to Vienna, he might revenge Novara and the Spielberg by taking with him the carrottieri of the whole army. At last Casalmaggia hove in sight, and when good fortune and the carmen permitted, I reached it. It was time. No iron-plated Jacob could ever have resisted another 2 miles' journey in such company. At Casalmaggia I branched off. There were happily 2 roads, and not the slightest reason or smallest argument were needed to make me choose that which my Corkemmer had not chosen. They were passing the river at Casalmaggia. I went, of course, for the same purpose somewhere else. Any place was good enough, so I thought, at least then. New adventures, new miseries awaited me, some carrottiere or other, guessing that I was no friend of his, nor of the whole set of them, had thrown the Jatacera on me. I alighted at the Colombina after 4 hours' ride to give the horses time to rest a little. The Albergo della Colombina was a great disappointment, for there was nothing there that could be eaten. I decided upon waiting most patiently, but most unlike a few cavalry officers, who, all covered with dust and evidently as hungry and as thirsty as they could be, began to swear to their heart's content. In an hour some eggs and some salame, a kind of sausage, were brought up, and quickly disposed of. A young lieutenant of the 30th Infantry Regiment of the Pisa Brigade took his place opposite, and we were soon engaged in conversation. He had been in the midst and worst part of the Battle of Custoza, and had escaped being taken prisoner by what seemed a miracle. He told me how, when his regiment advanced on the Monte Croce position, which he practically described to me as having the form of an English pudding, they were fired upon by batteries both on their flanks and front. The lieutenant added, however, rather contemptuously, that they did not even bow before them, as the custom appears to be, that is, to lie down, as the Austrians were firing very badly. The crossfire got, however, so tremendous that an order had to be given to keep down by the road to avoid being annihilated. The assault was given, the whole range of positions was taken and kept to for hours, until the infallible rule of 3 to 1, backed by batteries, grape and canister, compelled them to retreat, which they did slowly and in order. It was then that their brigade commander, Major General Ray de Villers, who, though a native of Mentone, had preferred remaining with his king from going over to the French after the session, turning to his son, who was also his aide-de-camp, said in his dialect, "Now, my son, we must die, both of us," and with a touch of the spurs was soon in front of the line and on the hill, where 3 bullets struck him almost at once dead. The horse of his son falling while following, his life was spared. My lieutenant at this moment was so overcome with hunger and fatigue that he fell down and was thought to be dead. He was not so, however, and had enough life to hear, after the fight was over, the Austrian Jaegers pass by and again retire to their original positions, where their infantry was lying down, not dreaming for one moment of pursuing the Italians. 4 of his soldiers, all Neapolitans, he heard coming in search of him, while the bullets still hissed all round, and as soon as he made a sign to them, they approached and took him on their shoulders back to where was what remained of the regiment. It is highly creditable to Italian unity to hear an old Piedmontese officer praise the levies of the new provinces, and the lieutenant took delight in relating that another Neapolitan was in the fight standing by him, and firing as fast as he could, when a shell having burst near him, he disdainfully gave it a look, and did not even seek to save himself from the Jatachara. The gallant lieutenant had unfortunately to leave at last, and I was deprived of many an interesting tale and of a brave man's company. I started, therefore, for Valladana, where I purposed passing the Po, the left bank of which the road was now following parallel with the stream. At Valladana, however, I found no bridge, as the military had demolished what existed only the day before, and so had to look out for information. As I was going about under the porticos which one meets in almost all the villages in this neighborhood, I was struck by the sight of an ancient and beautiful piece of art, for so it was, a Venetian mirror of Murano. It hung on the wall inside the village draper's shop, and was readily shown me by the owner, who did not conceal the pride he had in possessing it. It was one of those mirrors one rarely meets with now, which were once so abundant in the old princes' castles and palaces. It looked so deep and true, and the gilt frame was so light, and of such a purity and elegance, that it needed all my resolution to keep from buying it, though a bargain would not have been effected very easily. The mirror, however, had to be abandoned, as Dosolo, the nearest point for crossing the Po, was still 7 miles distant. By this time the sun was out in all its force, and the heat was by no means agreeable. Then there was dust too, as if the carrettieri had been passing in hundreds, so that the heat was almost unbearable. At last the Dosolo ferry was reached, the road leading to it was entered, and the carriage was, I thought, to be at once embarked, when a drove of oxen were discovered to have the precedence, and so I had to wait. This under such a sun on a shadeless beach, and with the prospect of having to stay there for 2 hours at least, was by no means pleasant. It took 3/4 of an hour to put the oxen in the boat. It took half an hour to get them on the other shore, and another hour to have the ferry boat back. The panorama from the beach was splendid. The Po appeared in all the mighty power of his waters, and as you looked with the glass at oxen and trees on the other shore, they appeared to be clothed in all the colors of the rainbow, and as if belonging to another world. Several peasants were waiting for the boat near me, talking about the war and the Austrians, and swearing they would, if possible, annihilate some of the latter. I gave them the glass to look with, and I imagined that they had never seen one before, for they thought it highly wonderful to make out what the time was at the Lazzara Tower, 3 miles in a straight line on the other side. The revolver, too, was a subject of great admiration, and they kept turning, feeling, and staring at it, as if they could not make out which way the cartridges were put in. One of these peasants, however, was doing the grand with the others, and once on the subject of history related to all who would hear how he had been to St. Helena, which was right in the middle of Moscow, where it was so very cold that his nose had got to be as large as his head. The poor man was evidently mixing one night's tale with that of the next one, a tale probably heard from the old Sindaco, who is at the same time the schoolmaster, the notary, and the highest municipal authority in the place. I started in the ferry boat with them at last. While crossing, they got to speak of the priests, and were all agreed, to put it in the mildest way, in thinking extremely little of them, and only differed as to what punishment they should like them to suffer. On the side where we landed lay heaps of ammunition casks for the corps besieging Borgo Forte. Others were conveyed upon cars by my friends the carrottieri, of whom it was decreed I should not be quit for some time to come. Entering Guastalla, I found only a few artillery officers, evidently in charge of what we had seen carried along the route. Guastalla is a neat little town very proud of its statue of Duke Ferrante Gonzaga, and the Croce Rossa is a neat little inn, which may be proud of a smart young waiter, who actually discovered that as I wanted to proceed to Lazzara a few miles on, I had better stop till next morning. I did not take his advice and was soon under the gate of Lazzara, a very neat little place, once one of the many possessions where the Gonzagas had a court, a palace, and a castle. The arms over the archway may still be seen, and would not be worth any notice but for a remarkable work of terracotta representing a crown of pines and pine leaves in a wonderful state of preservation. The whole is so artistically arranged and so natural that one might believe it to be one of Luca della Robbia's works. Lazzara has also a great tower, which I had seen in the distance from Dosolo, and the only albergo in the place gives you an excellent Italian dinner. The wine might please one of the greatest admirers of sherry, and if you are not given feather beds, the beds are at least clean like the rooms themselves. Here, as it was getting too dark, I decided upon stopping, a decision which gave me occasion to see one of the finest sunsets I ever saw. As I looked from the albergo, I could see a gradation of colors, from the purple red to the deepest of sea blue, rising like an immense tent from the dark green of the trees and the fields, here and there dotted with little white houses with their red roofs, while in front the Lazzara tower rose majestically in the twilight. As the hour got later, the colors deepened, and the lower end of the immense curtain gradually disappeared, while the stars and the planets began shining high above. A peasant was singing in a field nearby, and the bells of a church were chiming in the distance. Both seemed to harmonize wonderfully. It was a scene of great loveliness. At 4 a.m., I was up, and soon after on the road to Reggiolo and then to Gonzaga. Here the vegetation gets to be more luxuriant, and every inch of ground contributes to the immense vastness of the whole. Nature is here in full perfection, and as even the telegraphic wire hangs leisurely down from tree to tree instead of being stuck upon poles, you feel that the romantic aspect of the place is too beautiful to be encroached upon. All is peace, beauty, and happiness. All reveals to you that you are in Italy. In Gonzaga, which only a few days ago belonged to the Austrians, the Italian tricolour is out of every window. As the former masters retired, the new advanced, and when a detachment of Monferrato lancers entered the old castle town, the joy of the inhabitants seemed to be almost bordering on delirium. The lancers soon left, however. The flag only remains. July 11. Cialdini began passing the Po on the 8th, and crossed at 3 points, i.e. Carbonara, Carbonarola, and Follonica. Beginning at 3 o'clock in the morning, he had finished crossing upon the 2 first pontoon bridges towards midnight on the 9th. The bridge thrown up at Follonica was still intact up to 7 in the morning on the 10th, but the troops and the military and the civil train that remained followed the Po without crossing to Stellata, in the supposed direction of Pont Lagoscura. Yesterday guns were heard here at 7 o'clock in the morning, and up to 11 o'clock in the direction of Legnano towards, I think, the Adige. The firing was lively and of such a nature as to make one surmise that battle had been given. Perhaps the Austrians have awaited Cialdini under Legnano, or they have disputed the crossing of the Adige. Rovigo was abandoned by the Austrians in the night of the 9th and 10th. They have blown up the Rovigo and Bora fortresses, have destroyed the Tite de Pont on the Adige, and burnt all bridges. They may now seek to keep by the left side of this river up to Legnano, so as to get under the protection of the quadrilateral, in which case, if Cialdini can cross the river in time, the shock would be almost inevitable, and would be a reason for yesterday's firing. They may also go by rail to Padua, when they would have Cialdini between them and the quadrilateral. In any case, if this general is quick, or if they are not too quick for him according to possible instructions, a collision is difficult to be avoided. Baron Ricasoli has left Florence for the camp, and all sorts of rumors are afloat as to the present state of negotiations as they appear unmistakably to exist. The opinions are, I think, divided in the high councils of the crown, and the country is still anxious to know the result of this state of affairs. A splendid victory by Cialdini might at this moment solve many a difficulty. As it is, the war is prosecuted everywhere except by sea, for Garibaldi's forces are slowly advancing in the Italian Tyrol, while the Austrians wait for them behind the walls of Landaro and Ampola. The Garibaldians' advanced posts were by the latest news near Darso. The news from Prussia is still contradictory, while the Italian press is unanimous in asking with the country that Cialdini should advance, meet the enemy, fight him, and rout him if possible. Italy's wishes are entirely with him. Knoll near Treviso, July 17, 1866. From Luzia I followed General Medici's division to Motta, where I left it, not without regret, however, as better companions could not easily be found. So kind were the officers and jovial the men. They are now encamped around Padua and will tomorrow march on Treviso, where the Italian light horse have already arrived, if I judge so from their having left Knoll on the 15th. From the right I hear that the advanced posts have proceeded as far as Mira on the Brenta, 20 kilometers from Venice itself, and that the First Army Corps is to concentrate opposite Chioggia. This corps has marched from Ferrara straight on to Rovigo, which the forward movement of the 4th or Cialdini's corps d'army had left empty of soldiers. General Pianell has still charge of it, and Major General Cadalini, formerly at the head of the Siena Brigade, replaces him in the command of his former division. General Pianell has under him the gallant Prince Amadeus, who has entirely recovered from his chest wound, and of whom the brigade of Lombardian Grenadiers is as proud as ever. They could not wish for a more skilled commander, a better superior officer, and a more valiant soldier. Thus the troops who fought on the 24th June are kept in the second line, while the still fresh divisions under Cialdini march first as fast as they can. This, however, is of no avail. The Italian outposts on the Piave have not yet crossed it, for the reason that they must keep distances with their regiments, but will do so as soon as these get nearer to the river. If it was not that this is always done in regular warfare, they could beat the country beyond the Piave for a good many miles, without even seeing the shadow of an Austrian. To the simple private, who does not know of diplomatic imbroglios and of political considerations, this sudden retreat means an almost as sudden retracing of steps, because he remembers that this maneuver preceded both the attacks on Solferino and on Custoza by the Austrians. To the officer, however, it means nothing else than a fixed desire not to face the Italian army any more, and so it is to him a source of disappointment and despondency. He cannot bear to think that another battle is improbable, and may be excused if he is not in the best of humor when on this subject. This is the case not only with the officers but with the volunteers, who have left their homes and the comfort of their domestic life, not to be paraded at reviews, but to be sent against the enemy. There are hundreds of these in the regular army, in the cavalry especially, and the Aosta Lancers and the regiment of guides are half composed of them. If you listen to them, there ought not to be the slightest doubt or hesitation as to crossing the Isongo and marching upon Vienna. May heaven see their wishes accomplished, for unless crushed by sheer force, Italy is quite decided to carry war into the enemy's country. The decisions of the French government are looked for here with great anxiety, and not a few men are found who predict them to be unfavorable to Italy. Still, it is hard for everyone to believe that the French emperor will carry things to extremities and increase the many difficulties Europe has already to contend with. Today there was a rumor at the mess table that the Austrians had abandoned Legnano, one of the 4 fortresses of the Quadrilateral. I do not put much faith in it at present, but it is not improbable, as we may expect many strange things from the Vienna government. It would have been much better for them, since Archduke Albert spoke in eulogistic terms of the king, of his sons, and of his soldiers, while relating the action of the 24th, to have treated with Italy direct, thus securing peace and perhaps friendship from her. But the men who have ruled so despotically for years over Italian subjects cannot reconcile themselves to the idea that Italy has at last risen to be a nation, and they even take slyly an opportunity to throw new insult into her face. You can easily see that the old spirit is still struggling for empire, that the old contempt is still trying to make light of Italians, and that the old Metternich ideas are still fondly clung to. Does not this deserve another lesson? Does not this need another Sadua to quiet down forever? Yes, and it devolves upon Italy to do it. If so, let only Cialdini's army alone, and the day may be nigh at hand when the king may tell the country that the task has been accomplished. A talk on the present state of political affairs and on the peculiar position of Italy is the only subject worth notice in a letter from the camp. Everything else is at a standstill, and the movements of the fine army Cialdini now disposes of, about 150,000 men, are no longer full of interest. They may perhaps have some as regards an attack on Venice, because Austrian soldiers are still garrisoning it, and will be obliged to fight if they are assailed. It is hoped, if such is the case, that the beautiful Queen of the Adriatic will be spared a scene of devastation, and that no new Haynau will be found to renew the deeds of Brescia and Vicenza. The king has not yet arrived, and it seems probable he will not come for some time, until indeed the day comes for Italian troops to make their triumphal entry into the city of the Doges. The heat continues intense, and this explains the slowness in advancing. As yet no sickness has appeared, and it must be hoped that the troops will be healthy, as sickness tries the morale much more than half a dozen custosses. P.S. I had finished writing when an officer came rushing into the inn where I am staying, and told me that he had just heard that an Italian patrol had met an Austrian one on the road out of the village, and routed it. This may or may not be true, but it was most curious to see how delighted everyone was at the idea that they had found them at last. They did not care much about the result of the engagement, which, as I said, was reported to have been favorable. All that they cared about was that they were close to the enemy. One cannot despair of an army which is animated with such spirits. You would think, from the joy which brightens the face of the soldiers you meet now about, that a victory had been announced for the Italian arms. Dolo, near Venice, July 20, 1866. I returned from Knoll to Padua last evening, and late in the night I received the intimation at my quarters that cannon was heard in the direction of Venice. It was then black as in Dante's hell, and raining and blowing with violence, one of those Italian storms which seem to awake all the earthly and heavenly elements of creation. There was no choice for it but to take to the saddle and try to make for the front. No one who has not tried it can fancy what work it is to find one's way along a road on which a whole corps d'army is marching with an enormous material of war in a pitch-dark night. This, however, is what your special correspondent was obliged to do. Fortunately enough, I had scarcely proceeded as far as Pont di Brenta when I fell in with an officer of Cialdini's staff, who was bound to the same destination, namely Dolo. As we proceeded along the road under a continuous shower of rain, our eyes now and then dazzled by the bright serpent-like flashes of the lightning, we fell in with some battalion or squadron which advanced carefully, as it was impossible for them as well as for us to discriminate between the road and the ditches which flank it, for all the landmarks so familiar to our guides in the daytime were in one dead level of blackness. So it was that my companion and myself, after stumbling into ditches and out of them, after knocking our horses' heads against an ammunition car, or a party of soldiers sheltered under some big tree, found ourselves, after 3 hours' ride, in this village of Dolo. By this time the storm had greatly abated in its violence, and the thunder was but faintly heard now and then at such a distance as to enable us distinctly to hear the roar of the guns. Our horses could scarcely get through the sticky black mud, into which the white suffocating dust of the previous days had been turned by one night's rain. We, however, made our way to the parsonage of the village, for we had already made up our minds to ascend the steeple of the church to get a view of the surrounding country and a better hearing of the guns if possible. After a few words exchanged with the sexton, a staunch Italian, as he told us he was, we went up the ladder of the church spire. Once on the wooden platform, we could hear more distinctly the boom of the guns, which sounded like the broadsides of a big vessel. Were they the guns of Persano's long inactive fleet attacking some of Brondolo's or Chioggia's advanced forts? Were the guns those of some Austrian man-of-war which had engaged an Italian ironclad? Or were they the Affondata which left the Thames only a month ago pitching into Trieste? To tell the truth, although we patiently waited 2 long hours on Dolo church spire, when both I and my companion descended, we were not in a position to solve either of these problems. We, however, thought then and still think they were the guns of the Italian fleet which had attacked an Austrian fort. Civita Vecchia, July 22, 1866. Since the departure from this port of the old hospital ship Gregiois about a year ago, no French ship of war had been stationed at Civita Vecchia, but on Wednesday morning the steam sloop Catinat, 180 men, cast anchor in the harbour, and the commandant immediately on disembarking took the train for Rome and placed himself in communication with the French ambassador. I am not aware whether the pontifical government had applied for this vessel, or whether the sending it was a spontaneous attention on the part of the French emperor, but at any rate its arrival has proved a source of pleasure to His Holiness, as there is no knowing what may happen in troublous times like the present, and it is always good to have a retreat insured. Yesterday it was notified in this port as well as at Naples that arrivals from Marseille would be, until further notice, subjected to a quarantine of 15 days, in consequence of cholera having made its appearance at the latter place. A sailing vessel which arrived from Marseille in the course of the day had to disembark the merchandise it brought for Civita Vecchia into barges off the Lazaretto, where the yellow flag was hoisted over them. This vessel left Marseille 5 days before the announcement of the quarantine, while the Prince Napoleon of Villery's company, passenger and merchandise steamer, which left Marseille only 1 day before its announcement, was admitted this morning to free pratique. Few travellers will come here by sea now. Marseille, July 24. Accustomed as we have been of late in Italy to almost hourly bulletins of the progress of hostilities, it is a trying condition to be suddenly debarred of all intelligence by finding oneself on board a steamer for 36 hours without touching at any port, as was my case in coming here from Civita Vecchia on board the Prince Napoleon. But although telegrams were wanting, discussions on the course of events were rife on board among the passengers who had embarked at Naples and Civita Vecchia, comprising a strong batch of French and Belgian priests returning from a pilgrimage to Rome, well supplied with rosaries and chaplets blessed by the Pope and facsimiles of the chains of St. Peter. Not much sympathy for the Italian cause was shown by these gentlemen or the few French and German travellers who, with 3 or 4 Neapolitans, formed the quarter-deck society, and our Corsican captain took no pains to hide his contempt at the dilatory proceedings of the Italian fleet at Ancona. We know that the Prussian minister, M. Dustum, has been recently making strenuous remonstrances at Ferrara against the slowness with which the Italian naval and military forces were proceeding, while their allies, the Prussians, were already near the gates of Vienna, and the conversation of a Prussian gentleman on board our steamer, who was connected with that embassy, plainly indicated the disappointment felt at Berlin at the rather inefficacious nature of the diversion made in Venetia and on the coast of Istria by the army and navy of Victor Emmanuel. He even attributed to his minister an expression not very flattering either to the future prospects of Italy as resulting from her alliance with Prussia, or to the fidelity of the latter in carrying out the terms of it. I do not know whether this gentleman intended his anecdote to be taken cum grano salis, but I certainly understood him to say that he had deplored to the minister the want of vigour and the absence of success accompanying the operations of the Italian allies of Prussia, when His Excellency replied, "C'est bien vrai, ils nous ont trompés, mais que voulez-vous faire maintenant? Nous aurons le temps de les faire égorger après." It is difficult to suppose that there should exist a preconceived intention on the part of Prussia to repay the sacrifices hitherto made, although without a very brilliant accompaniment of success, by the Italian government in support of the alliance, by making her own separate terms with Austria and leaving Italy subsequently exposed to the vengeance of the latter. But such would certainly be the inference to be drawn from the conversation just quoted. It was only on arriving in the port of Marseille, however, that the full enmity of most of my travelling companions towards Italy and the Italians was manifested. A sailor, the first man who came on board before we disembarked, was immediately pounced upon for news, and he gave it as indeed nothing less than the destruction, more or less complete, of the Italian fleet by that of the Austrians. At this astounding intelligence the Prussian burst into a yell of indignation. "Fools, blockheads, miserables, beaten at sea by an inferior force, is that the way they mean to reconquer Venice by dint of arms? If ever they do regain Venetia, it will be through the blood of our Brandenburgers and Pomeranians, and not their own." During this tirade, a little old Belgian in black, with the chain of St. Peter at his buttonhole by way of watchguard, capered off to communicate the grateful news to a group of his ecclesiastical fellow-travellers, shrieking out in ecstasy, "Rosses, messieurs, ces blagueurs d'Italiens ont eat Rosses par mer comme ils avaient eat Rosses par terre," whereupon the reverend gentlemen congratulated each other with nods and winks and smiles and sundry fervent squeezes of the hand. The same demonstrations would doubtless have been made by the Neapolitan passengers had they belonged to the Bourbonic faction, but they happened to be honest traders with cases of coral and lava for the Paris market, and therefore they merely stood silent and aghast at the fatal news, with their eyes and mouths as wide open as possible. I had no sooner got to my hotel than I inquired for the latest Paris journal, when the France was handed me, and I obtained confirmation in a certain degree of the disaster to the Italian fleet narrated by the sailor, although not quite in the same formidable proportions. Before quitting the subject of my fellow passengers on board the Prince Napoleon, I must mention an anecdote related to me, respecting the state of brigandage, by a Russian or German gentleman, who told me he was established at Naples. He was complaining of the dangers he had occasionally encountered in crossing in a diligence from Naples to Foggia on business, and then speaking of the audacity of brigands in general, he told me that last year he saw with his own eyes, in broad daylight, 2 brigands walking about the streets of Naples with messages from captured individuals to their relations, mentioning the sums which had been demanded for their ransoms. They were unarmed and in the common peasants' dresses, and whenever they arrived at one of the houses to which they were addressed for this purpose, They stopped and opened a handkerchief which one of them carried in his hand, and took out an ear, examining whether the ticket on it corresponded with the address of the house or the name of the resident. There were 6 ears, all ticketed with the names of the original owners in the handkerchief, which were gradually dispensed to their families in Naples to stimulate prompt payment of the required ransoms. Text editors' bookmarks. A very doubtful benefit Americans forgivingly remember, without mentioning as becomes them. They do not look ahead. Charges of cynicism are common against all satirists forth of the Georges here, and there a plain good soul to whom he was affectionate. Holy images and other miraculous objects are sold. It is well to learn manners, without having them imposed on us. Men overweeningly in love with their creations must be the moralist in the satirist. If satire is to strike, not a page of his books reveals malevolence, or a sneer. Petty concessions are signs of weakness too. The unsatisfied statesman who stooped to conquer fact through fiction, the social world he looked at did not show him heroes. The exhaustion ensuing we named tranquility, utterance of generous and patriotic cries, is not sufficient. We trust them or we crush them. We grew accustomed to periods of Irish fever on the idea of comedy, and of the uses of the comic spirit. This text was prepared from the 1897 Archibald Constable and Company edition by David Price. On my inquiring how it was that the police took no notice of such barefaced operations, my informant told me that, previous to the arrival of these brigand emissaries in town, the chief always wrote to the police authorities warning them against interfering with them, as the messengers were always followed by spies in plain clothes, belonging to the band, who would immediately report any molestation they might encounter in the discharge of their delicate mission. And the infallible result of such molestation would be first the putting to death of all the hostages held for ransom, and next, the summary execution of several members of gendarmerie and police force captured in various skirmishes by the brigands and held as prisoners of war. Such audacity would seem incredible if we had not heard and read of so many similar instances of late. Good comedies are such rare productions that, notwithstanding the wealth of our literature in the comic element, it would not occupy us long to run over the English list. If they are brought to the test I shall propose, very reputable comedies will be found unworthy of their station, like the ladies of Arthur's court when they were reduced to the ordeal of the mantle. There are plain reasons why the comic poet is not a frequent apparition, and why the great comic poet remains without a fellow. A society of cultivated men and women is required, wherein ideas are current and the perceptions quick, that he may be supplied with matter and an audience. The semi-barbarism of merely giddy communities and feverish emotional periods repel him, and also a state of marked social inequality of the sexes. Nor can he whose business is to address the mind be understood where there is not a moderate degree of intellectual activity. Moreover, to touch and kindle the mind through laughter demands more than sprightliness, a most subtle delicacy. That must be a natal gift in the comic poet. The substance he deals with will show him a startling exhibition of the dyer's hand if he is without it. People are ready to surrender themselves to witty thumps on the back, breast and sides, all except the head, and it is there that he aims. He must be subtle to penetrate. A corresponding acuteness must exist to welcome him. The necessity for the two conditions will explain how it is that we count him during centuries in the singular number. C'est une étrange entreprise que celle de faire rire les honnêtes gens, Molière says, and the difficulty of the undertaking cannot be overestimated. Then again, he is beset with foes to right and left, of a character unknown to the tragic and the lyric poet, or even to philosophers. We have in this world men whom Rabelais would call age-lasts, that is to say non-laughers, men who are in that respect as dead bodies which if you prick them do not bleed. The old grey boulder stone that has finished its peregrination from the rock to the valley is as easily to be set rolling up again as these men laughing. No collision of circumstances in our mortal career strikes a light for them. It is but one step from being agelastic to misogelastic, and the Greek text which cannot be reproduced, the laughter-hating, soon learns to dignify his dislike as an objection in morality. We have another class of men who are pleased to consider themselves antagonists of the foregoing and whom we may term hypergelasts, the excessive laughers ever laughing, who are as clappers of a bell that may be rung by a breeze, a grimace, who are so loosely put together that a wink will shake them. C'est en estime rien questionner tout le monde. And to laugh at everything is to have no appreciation of the comic of comedy. Neither of these distinct divisions of non-laughers and over-laughers would be entertained by reading The Rape of the Lock or seeing a performance of La Tartuffe. In relation to the stage, they have taken in our land the form and title of Puritan and Bacchanalian. For though the stage is no longer a public offender, and Shakespeare has been revived on it to give it nobility, we have not yet entirely raised it above the contention of these two parties. Our speaking on the theme of comedy will appear almost a libertine proceeding to one, while the other will think that the speaking of it seriously brings us into violent contrast with the subject. Comedy, we have to admit, was never one of the most honored of the muses. She was in her origin, short of slaughter, the loudest expression of the little civilization of men. The light of Athene over the head of Achilles illuminates the birth of Greek tragedy, but comedy rolled in shouting under the divine protection of the son of the wine jar, as Dionysus is made to proclaim himself by Aristophanes. Our second Charles was the patron of like benignity of our comedy of manners, which began similarly as a combative performance, under a license to deride and outrage the Puritan, and was here and there bacchanalian beyond the Aristophanic example. Worse, inasmuch as a cynical licentiousness is more abominable than frank filth. An eminent Frenchman judges from the quality of some of the stuff dredged up for the laughter of men and women who sat through an Athenian comic play, that they could have had small delicacy in other affairs, when they had so little in their choice of entertainment. Perhaps he does not make sufficient allowance for the regulated license of plain speaking proper to the festival of the god, and claimed by the comic poet as his inalienable right, or for the fact that it was a festival in a season of license, in a city accustomed to give ear to the boldest utterance of both sides of a case. However that may be, there can be no question that the men and women who sat through the acting of Wycherley's Country Wife were past blushing. Our tenacity of national impressions has caused the word theatre since then to prod the Puritan nervous system like a satanic instrument, just as one has known anti-papists, for whom Smithfield was redolent of a sinister smoke, as though they had a later recollection of the place than the lowing herds. Hereditary Puritanism regarding the stage is met, to this day, in many families quite undistinguished by arrogant piety. It has subsided altogether as a power in the profession of morality, but it is an error to suppose it extinct, and unjust also to forget that it had once good reason to hate, shun, and rebuke our public shows. We shall find ourselves about where the comic spirit would place us, if we stand at middle distance between the inveterate opponents and the drum and fife supporters of comedy. Comme un point fixe fait remarquer l'importement des auteurs, as Pascal says, and were there more in this position, comic genius would flourish. Our English idea of a comedy of manners might be imaged in the person of a blowsy country girl, say Hoyden, the daughter of Sir Tunbelly Clumsy, who when at home never disobeyed her father except in the eating of green gooseberries, transforming to a varnished city madam, with a loud laugh and a mincing step, the crazy ancestress of an accountably fallen descendant. She bustles prodigiously and is punctually smart in her speech, always in a fluster to escape from dullness. As they say, the dogs on the Nile banks drink at the river running to avoid the crocodile. If the monster catches her, as at times he does, she whips him to a froth, so that those who know dullness only as a thing of ponderousness shall fail to recognize him in that light and airy shape. When she has frolicked through her 5 acts to surprise you with the information that Mr. Amewell is converted by a sudden death in the world outside the scenes into Lord Amewell, and can marry the lady in the light of day, it is to the credit of her vivacious nature that she does not anticipate your calling her farce. 5 is dignity with a trailing robe, whereas 1, 2, or 3 acts would be short skirts and degrading. Advice has been given to householders that they should follow up the shot at a burglar in the dark by hurling the pistol after it, so that if the bullet misses, the weapon may strike and assure the rascal he has it. The point of her wit is in this fashion supplemented by the rattle of her tongue, and effectively according to the testimony of her admirers. Her wit is at once like steam in an engine, the motive force and the warning whistle of her headlong course, and it vanishes like the track of steam when she has reached her terminus, never troubling the brains afterwards, a merit that it shares with good wine to the joy of the Bacchanalians. As to this wit, it is warlike. In the neatest hands it is like the sword of the cavalier in the mall, quick to flash out upon slight provocation and for a similar office to wound. Commonly its attitude is entirely pugilistic, 2 blunt fists rallying and countering. When harmless, as when the word fool occurs or allusions to the state of husband, it has the sound of the smack of harlequin's wand upon clown, and is to the same extent exhilarating. Believe that idle, empty laughter is the most desirable of recreations, and significant comedy will seem pale and shallow in comparison. Our popular idea would be hit by the sculptured group of laughter holding both his sides, while comedy pummels by way of tickling him. As to a meaning, she holds that it does not conduce to making merry. You might as well carry cannon on a racing yacht. Morality is a duenna to be circumvented. This was the view of English comedy of a sagacious essayist, who said that the end of a comedy would often be the commencement of a tragedy, were the curtain to rise again on the performers. In those old days female modesty was protected by a fan behind which, and it was of a convenient semicircular breadth, the ladies present in the theatre retired at a signal of decorum to peep, covertly askant or with the option of so peeping, through a prettily fringed eyelet hole in the eclipsing arch. Ego limis specto sic per flabellum clanculum. Terence. That fan is the flag and symbol of the society giving us our so-called comedy of manners, or comedy of the manners of South Sea Islanders under city veneer. And as to comic idea, vacuous as the mask without the face behind it. Elia, whose humour delighted in floating a Gallian paradox and wafting it as far as it would go, bewails the extinction of our artificial comedy, like a poet sighing over the vanished splendour of Cleopatra's Nile barge, and the sedateness of his plea for a cause condemned even in his time to the penitentiary, is a novel effect of the ludicrous. When the realism of those fictitious half-believed personages, as he calls them, had ceased to strike, they were objectionable company, uncaressable as puppets. Their artifices are staringly naked, and have now the effect of a painted face viewed after warm hours of dancing in the morning light. How could the Lurwells and the Pliants ever have been praised for ingenuity in wickedness? Critics, apparently sober and of high reputation, held up their shallow knaveries for the world to admire. These Lurwells, Pliants, Pinchwifes, Fondlewifes, Miss Prue, Peggy, Hoyden, all of them save charming Millamant, are dead as last year's clothes in a fashionable fine lady's wardrobe, and it must be an exceptionably abandoned Abigail of our period that would look on them with the wish to appear in their likeness. Whether the puppet show of Punch and Judy inspires our street urchins to have instant recourse to their fists in a dispute, after the fashion of every one of the actors in that public entertainment who gets possession of the cudgel, is open to question. It has been hinted, and angry moralists have traced the national taste for tales of crime to the smell of blood in our nursery songs. It will at any rate hardly be questioned that it is unwholesome for men and women to see themselves as they are, if they are no better than they should be, and they will not, when they have improved in manners, care much to see themselves as they once were. That comes of realism in the comic art, and it is not public caprice but the consequence of a bettering state. To the same of an immoral may be said of realistic exhibitions of a vulgar society. The French make a critical distinction in si qui remue from si qui emute, that which agitates from that which touches with emotion. In the realistic comedy it is an incessant remuage, no calm, merely bustling figures and no thought. Excepting Congreve's Way of the World, which failed on the stage, there was nothing to keep our comedy alive on its merits. Neither, with all its realism, true portraiture, nor much quotable fun nor idea, neither salt nor soul. The French have a school of stately comedy to which they can fly for renovation whenever they have fallen away from it, and their having such a school is mainly the reason why, as John Stuart Mill pointed out, they know men and women more accurately than we do. Molière followed the Horatian precept, to observe the manners of his age and give his characters the colour befitting them at the time. He did not paint in raw realism. He seized his characters firmly for the central purpose of the play, stamped them in the idea, and by slightly raising and softening the object of study, as in the case of the ex-Huguenot Duc de Montpensier, 3 for the study of the misanthrope, and according to Saint Simon the Abbé Riquet for Tartuffe, generalized upon it so as to make it permanently human. Concede that it is natural for human creatures to live in society, and Alceste is an imperishable mark of one, though he is drawn in light outline, without any forcible human coloring. Our English school has not clearly imagined society, and of the mind hovering above congregated men and women it has imagined nothing. The critics who praise it for its downrightness and for bringing the situations home to us, as they admiringly say, cannot but disapprove of Molière's comedy, which appeals to the individual mind to perceive and participate in the social. We have splendid tragedies, we have the most beautiful of poetic plays, and we have literary comedies passingly pleasant to read and occasionally to see acted. By literary comedies I mean comedies of classic inspiration, drawn chiefly from Menander and the Greek New Comedy through Terence, or else comedies of the poet's personal conception that have had no model in life, and are humorous exaggerations, happy or otherwise. These are the comedies of Ben Jonson, Massinger, and Fletcher. Massinger's Justice Greedy we can all of us refer to a type, with fat capon line that has been and will be, and he would be comic as Panurge is comic, but only a Rabelais could set him moving with real animation. Probably Justice Greedy would be comic to the audience of a country booth and to some of our friends. If we have lost our youthful relish for the presentation of characters put together to fit a type, we find it hard to put together the mechanism of a civil smile at his enumeration of his dishes. Something of the same is to be said of Bobadil swearing by the foot of Pharaoh, with a reservation, for he is made to move faster and to act. The comic of Jonson is a scholar's excogitation of the comic, that of Massinger a moralist's. Shakespeare is a wellspring of characters which are saturated with the comic spirit, with more of what we will call blood life than is to be found anywhere out of Shakespeare. And they are of this world, but they are of the world enlarged to our embrace by imagination, and by great poetic imagination. They are, as it were, I put it to suit my present comparison, creatures of the woods and wilds, not in walled towns, not grouped and toned to pursue a comic exhibition of the narrower world of society. Jacques, Falstaff and his regiment, the varied troop of clowns, Malvolio, Sir Hugh Evans and Fluellen, marvellous Welshmen, Benedict and Beatrice, Dogberry and the rest, are subjects of a special study in the poetically comic. His comedy of incredible imbroglio belongs to the literary section. One may conceive that there was a natural resemblance between him and Menander, both in the scheme and style of his lighter plays. Had Shakespeare lived in a later and less emotional, less heroical period of our history, he might have turned to the painting of manners as well as humanity. Euripides would probably, in the time of Menander, when Athens was enslaved but prosperous, have lent his hand to the composition of romantic comedy. He certainly inspired that fine genius. Politically, it is accounted a misfortune for France that her nobles thronged to the court of Louis XIV. It was a boon to the comic poet. He had that lively quicksilver world of the animalcule passions, the huge pretensions, the placid absurdities under his eyes in full activity. Vociferous quacks and snapping dupes, hypocrites, posturers, extravagants, pedants, rose-pink ladies and mad grammarians, sonneteering marquises, high-flying mistresses, plain-minded maids, interthreading as in a loom, noisy as at a fair. A simply bourgeois circle will not furnish it, for the middle class must have the brilliant, flippant, independent upper for a spur and a pattern, otherwise it is likely to be inwardly dull as well as outwardly correct. Yet though the king was benevolent toward Molière, it is not to the French court that we are indebted for his unrivaled studies of mankind in society. For the amusement of the court the ballets and farces were written, which are dearer to the rabble upper, as to the rabble lower, class than intellectual comedy. The French bourgeoisie of Paris was sufficiently quick-witted and enlightened by education to welcome great works like La Tartuffe, Les Femmes Savantes and Le Misanthrope, works that were perilous ventures on the popular intelligence, big vessels to launch on streams running to shallows. The Tartuffe hove into view as an enemy's vessel. It offended, not Diomedes les devots, as the Prince de Condé explained the cabal raised against it to the king. The Femmes Savantes is a capital instance of the uses of comedy in teaching the world to understand what ails it. The farce of the Perseus ridiculed and put a stop to the monstrous romantic jargon made popular by certain famous novels. The comedy of the Femmes Savantes exposed the later and less apparent but more finely comic absurdity of an excessive purism in grammar and diction, and the tendency to be idiotic in precision. The French had felt the burden of this new nonsense, but they had to see the comedy several times before they were consoled in their suffering by seeing the cause of it exposed. The Misanthrope was yet more frigidly received. Molière thought it dead. I cannot improve on it, and assuredly never shall, he said. It is one of the French titles to honor that this quintessential comedy of the opposition of Alceste and Célimène was ultimately understood and applauded. In all countries the middle class presents the public which, fighting the world and with a good footing in the fight, knows the world best. It may be the most selfish, but that is a question leading us into sophistries. Cultivated men and women who do not skim the cream of life and are attached to the duties yet escape the harsher blows make acute and balanced observers. Molière is their poet. Of this class in England, a large body, neither Puritan nor Bacchanalian, have a sentimental objection to face the study of the actual world. They take up disdain of it when its truths appear humiliating. When the facts are not immediately forced on them, they take up the pride of incredulity. They live in a hazy atmosphere that they suppose an ideal one. Humorous writing they will endure, perhaps approve, if it mingles with pathos to shake and elevate the feelings. They approve of satire because, like the beak of the vulture, it smells of carrion, which they are not. But of comedy they have a shivering dread, for comedy enfolds them with the wretched host of the world, huddles them with us all in an ignoble assimilation, and cannot be used by any exalted variety as a scourge and a broom. Nay, to be an exalted variety is to come under the calm, curious eye of the comic spirit, and be probed for what you are. Men are seen among them, and very many cultivated women. You may distinguish them by a favorite phrase, "Surely we are not so bad," and the remark, "If that is human nature, save us from it," as if it could be done. But in the peculiar paradise of the willful people who will not see, the exclamation assumes the saving grace. Yet should you ask them whether they dislike sound sense, they vow they do not. and question cultivated women whether it pleases them to be shown moving on an intellectual level with men, they will answer that it does. Numbers of them claim the situation. Now comedy is the fountain of sound sense, not the less perfectly sound on account of the sparkle, and comedy lifts women to a station offering them free play for their wit, as they usually show it when they have it on the side of sound sense. The higher the comedy, the more prominent the part they enjoy in it. Doreen in the Tartuffe is common sense incarnate, though palpably a waiting maid. Célimène is undisputed mistress of the same attribute in the Misanthrope, wiser as a woman than Alceste as man. In Congreve's Way of the World, Millamant overshadows Mirabell, the sprightliest male figure of English comedy. But those two ravishing women, so copious and so choice of speech, who fence with men and pass their guard, are heartless. Is it not preferable to be the pretty idiot, the passive beauty, the adorable bundle of caprices, very feminine, very sympathetic, of romantic and sentimental fiction? Our women are taught to think so. The Agnes of the École des Femmes should be a lesson for men. The heroines of comedy are like women of the world, not necessarily heartless from being clear-sighted. They seem so to the sentimentally reared only for the reason that they use their wits, and are not wandering vessels crying for a captain or a pilot. Comedy is an exhibition of their battle with men, and that of men with them. And as the two, however divergent, both look on one object, namely life, the gradual similarity of their impressions must bring them to some resemblance. The comic poet dares to show us men and women coming to this mutual likeness. He is for saying that when they draw together in social life their minds grow liker, just as the philosopher discerns the similarity of boy and girl, until the girl is marched away to the nursery. Philosopher and comic poet are of a cousinship in the eye they cast on life, and they are equally unpopular with our wilful English of the hazy region and the ideal that is not to be disturbed. Thus, for want of instruction in the comic idea, we lose a large audience among our cultivated middle class that we should expect to support comedy. The sentimentalist is as averse as the Puritan and as the Bacchanalian. Our traditions are unfortunate. The public taste is with the idle laughers and still inclines to follow them. It may be shown by an analysis of Wycherley's Plain Dealer, a coarse prose adaptation of the Misanthrope, stuffed with lumps of realism in a vulgarized theme to hit the mark of English appetite, that we have in it the keynote of the comedy of our stage. It is Molière travestied, with the hoof to his foot and hair on the pointed tip of his ear. And how difficult it is for writers to disentangle themselves from bad traditions is noticeable when we find Goldsmith, who had grave command of the comic in narrative, producing an elegant farce for a comedy, and Fielding, who was a master of the comic both in narrative and in dialogue, not even approaching to the presentable in farce. These bad traditions of comedy affect us not only on the stage, but in our literature and may be tracked into our social life. They are the ground of the heavy moralizings by which we are outwearied, about life as a comedy and comedy as a jade, for when popular writers, conscious of fatigue in creativeness, desire to be cogent in a modish cynicism, perversions of the idea of life and of the proper esteem for the society we have wrested from brutishness and would carry higher. Stock images of this description are accepted by the timid and the sensitive, as well as by the saturnine, quite seriously, for not many look abroad with their own eyes, fewer still have the habit of thinking for themselves. Life, we know too well, is not a comedy but something strangely mixed. Nor is comedy a vile mask. The corrupted importation from France was noxious, a noble entertainment spoilt to suit the wretched taste of a villainous age, and the later imitations of it, partly drained of its poison and made decorous, became tiresome, notwithstanding their fun in the perpetual recurring of the same situations, owing to the absence of original study and vigor of conception. Scene V. Act 2 of the Misanthrope, owing no doubt to the fact of our not producing matter for original study, is repeated in succession by Wycherley, Congreve, and Sheridan, and as it is at second hand, we have it done cynically, or such is the tone, in the manner of Below Stairs. Comedy thus treated may be accepted as a version of the ordinary worldly understanding of our social life, at least in accord with the current dicta concerning it. The epigrams can be made, but it is uninstructive, rather tending to do disservice. Comedy justly treated, as you find it in Molière, whom we so clownishly mishandled, the comedy of Molière throws no infamous reflection upon life. It is deeply conceived in the first place, and therefore it cannot be impure. Meditate on that statement. Never did man wield so shrieking a scourge upon vice, but his consummate self-mastery is not shaken while administering it. Tartuffe and Harpagon, in fact, are made each to whip himself and his class, the false pietists and the insanely covetous. Molière has only set them in motion. He strips folly to the skin, displays the imposture of the creature, and is content to offer her better clothing, with the lesson Chrysale reads to Philamint and belies. He conceives purely, and he writes purely in the simplest language, the simplest of French verse. The source of his wit is clear reason. It is a fountain of that soil, and it springs to vindicate reason, common sense, rightness, and justice, for no vain purpose ever. The wit is of such pervading spirit that it inspires a pun with meaning and interest. 5. His moral does not hang like a tail, or preach from one character incessantly cocking an eye at the audience, as in recent realistic French plays, but is in the heart of his work, throbbing with every pulsation of an organic structure. If life is likened to the comedy of Molière, there is no scandal in the comparison. Congreve's Way of the World is an exception to our other comedies, his own among them, by virtue of the remarkable brilliancy of the writing and the figure of Millamant. The comedy has no idea in it beyond the stale one that so the world goes, and it concludes with the jaded discovery of a document at a convenient season for the descent of the curtain. A plot was an afterthought with Congreve. By the help of a wooden villain, Masquel marked gallows to the flattest eye. He gets a sort of plot in the double dealer. 6. His Way of the World might be called the conquest of a town coquette, and Millamant is a perfect portrait of a coquette, both in her resistance to Mirabell and the manner of her surrender, and also in her tongue. The wit here is not so salient as in certain passages of Love for Love, where Valentine feigns madness or retorts on his father, or Mrs. Frail rejoices in the harmlessness of wounds to a woman's virtue, if she keeps them from air. In The Way of the World, it appears less prepared in the smartness, and is more diffused in the more characteristic style of the speakers. Here, however, as elsewhere, his famous wit is like a bully fencer, not ashamed to lay traps for its exhibition, transparently petulant for the train between certain ordinary words and the powder magazine of the improprieties to be fired. Contrast the wit of Congreve with Molière's. That of the first is a Toledo blade, sharp and wonderfully supple for steel, cast for duelling, restless in the scabbard, being so pretty when out of it. To shine, it must have an adversary. Molière's wit is like a running brook, with innumerable fresh lights on it at every turn of the wood through which its business is to find a way. It does not run in search of obstructions to be noisy over them, but when dead leaves and viler substances are heaped along the course, its natural song is heightened. Without effort and with no dazzling flashes of achievement, it is full of healing, the wit of good breeding, the wit of wisdom. Genuine humour and true wit, says Landor, 7 require a sound and capacious mind, which is always a grave one. Rabelais and La Fontaine are recorded by their countrymen to have been reviewers. Few men have been graver than Pascal. Few men have been wittier. To apply the citation of so great a brain as Pascal's to our countrymen would be unfair. Congreve had a certain soundness of mind, of capacity in the sense intended by Landor. He had little. Judging him by his wit, he performed some happy thrusts, and taking it for genuine, it is a surface wit, neither rising from a depth nor flowing from a spring. On voit quil si travail e dia de bons mots. He drives the poor hack word, fool, as cruelly to the market for wit as any of his competitors. Here is an example that has been held up for eulogy. Witwoud, he has brought me a letter from the fool my brother, etc., etc. Mirabell, a fool, and your brother Witwoud, Witwoud, I, my half-brother, he is no nearer upon my honour. Mirabell, then 'tis possible he may be but half a fool, by evident preparation. This is a sort of wit one remembers to have heard at school of a brilliant outsider, perhaps to have been guilty of oneself. A trifle later, it was, no doubt, a blaze of intellectual fireworks to the bumpkin squire, who came to London to go to the theatre and learn manners. Where Congreve excels all his English rivals is in his literary force and a succinctness of style peculiar to him. He had correct judgment, a correct ear, readiness of illustration within a narrow range, in snapshots of the obvious at the obvious, and copious language. He hits the mean of a fine style and a natural in dialogue. He is at once precise and voluble. If you have ever thought upon style, you will acknowledge it to be a signal accomplishment. In this he is a classic, and is worthy of treading a measure with Molière. The way of the world may be read out currently at a first glance, so sure are the accents of the emphatic meaning to strike the eye, perforce of the crispness and cunning polish of the sentences. You have not to look over them before you confide yourself to him. He will carry you safe. Sheridan imitated, but was far from surpassing him. The flow of boudoir Billingsgate in Lady Wishfort is unmatched for the vigour and pointedness of the tongue. It spins along with a final ring, like the voice of nature in a fury, and is indeed racy eloquence of the elevated fishwife. Millamant is an admirable, almost a lovable heroine. It is a piece of genius in a writer to make a woman's manner of speech portray her. You feel sensible of her presence in every line of her speaking. The stipulations with her lover in view of marriage, her fine lady's delicacy, and fine lady's easy evasions of indelicacy, coquettish airs, and playing with irresolution, which in a common maid would be bashfulness, until she submits to dwindle into a wife, as she says, form a picture that lives in the frame, and is in harmony with Mirabell's description of her. Here she comes, faith, full sail, with her fans spread and her streamers out, and a shoal of fools for tenders. And after an interview, think of you. To think of a whirlwind, though tweer in a whirlwind, were a case of more steady contemplation, a very tranquillity of mind and mansion. There is a picturesqueness, as of Millamant and no other, in her voice when she is encouraged to take Mirabell by Mrs. Fainall, who is sure she has a mind to him. Millamant, are you? I think I have, and the horrid man looks as if he thought so too, etc., etc. One hears the tones and sees the sketch and colour of the whole scene in reading it. Célimène is behind Millamant in vividness. An air of bewitching whimsicality hovers over the graces of this comic heroine, like the lively conversational play of a beautiful mouth, but in which she is no rival of Célimène. What she utters adds to her personal witchery and is not further memorable. She is a flashing portrait and a type of the superior ladies who do not think, not of those who do. In representing a class, therefore, it is a lower class, in the proportion that one of Gainsborough's full-length aristocratic women is below the permanent impressiveness of a fair Venetian head. Millamant, side by side with Célimène, is an example of how far the realistic painting of a character can be carried to win our favour, and of where it falls short. Célimène is a woman's mind in movement, armed with an ungovernable wit, with perspicacious clear eyes for the world, and a very distinct knowledge that she belongs to the world, and is most at home in it. She is attracted to Alceste by her esteem for his honesty. She cannot avoid seeing where the good sense of the man is diseased. Rousseau, in his letter to D'Alembert on the subject of the misanthrope, discusses the character of Alceste, as though Molière had put him forth for an absolute example of misanthropy, whereas Alceste is only a misanthrope of the circle he finds himself placed in. He has a touching faith in the virtue residing in the country, and a critical love of sweet simpleness. Nor is he the principal person of the comedy to which he gives a name. He is only passively comic. Selimene is the active spirit. While he is denouncing and railing, the trial is imposed upon her to make the best of him and control herself as much as a witty woman, eagerly courted, can do. By appreciating him, she practically confesses her faultiness, and she is better disposed to meet him half-way than he is to bend an inch. Only she is une de vingt ans, the world is pleasant, and if the gilded flies of the court are silly, uncompromising fanatics, have their ridiculous features as well. Can she abandon the life they make agreeable to her for a man who will not be guided by the common sense of his class, and who insists on plunging into one extreme, equal to suicide in her eyes, to avoid another? That is the comic question of the misanthrope. Why will he not continue to mix with the world smoothly, appeased by the flattery of her secret and really sincere preference of him, and taking his revenge in satire of it, as she does from her own not very lofty standard, and will by and by do from his more exalted one? Selimene is worldliness. Alceste is unworldliness. It does not quite imply unselfishness, and that is perceived by her shrewd head. Still, he is a very uncommon figure in her circle, and she esteems him l'homme aux Rubens verts, who sometimes diverts but more often horribly vexes her, as she can say of him when her satirical tongue is on the run. Unhappily, the soul of truth in him, which wins her esteem, refuses to be tamed or silent or unsuspicious, and is the perpetual obstacle to their good accord. He is that melancholy person, the critic of everybody save himself, intensely sensitive to the faults of others, wounded by them, in love with his own indubitable honesty and with his ideal of the simpler form of life befitting it, qualities which constitute the satirist. He is a Jean-Jacques of the court. His proposal to Selimene when he pardons her, that she should follow him in flying humankind, and his frenzy of detestation of her at her refusal, are thoroughly in the mood of Jean-Jacques. He is an impracticable creature of a priceless virtue, but Selimene may feel that to fly with him to the desert, that is from the court to the country où d'être homme de honneur on est la liberté, she is likely to find herself the companion of a starving satirist, like that poor princess who ran away with the waiting man, and when both were hungry in the forest was ordered to give him flesh. She is a fifi coquette, rejoicing in her wit and her attractions, and distinguished by her inclination for Alceste in the midst of her many other lovers. Only she finds it hard to cut them off, what woman with a train does not, and when the exposure of her naughty wit has laid her under their rebuke, she will do the utmost she can. She will give her hand to honesty, but she cannot quite abandon worldliness. She would be unwise if she did. The fable is thin. Our pungent contrivers of plots would see no indication of life in the outlines. The life of the comedy is in the idea. As with the singing of the skylark out of sight, you must love the bird to be attentive to the song, so in this highest flight of the comic muse, you must love pure comedy warmly to understand the misanthrope. You must be receptive of the idea of comedy. And to love comedy you must know the real world, and know men and women well enough not to expect too much of them, though you may still hope for good. Menander wrote a comedy called Misogynes, said to have been the most celebrated of his works. This misogynist is a married man according to the fragments surviving, and is a hater of women through hatred of his wife. He generalizes upon them from the example of this lamentable adjunct of his fortunes, and seems to have got the worst of it in the contest with her, which is like the issue in reality, in the polite world. He seems also to have deserved it, which may be as true to the copy. But we are unable to say whether the wife was a good voice of her sex, or how far Menander in this instance raised the idea of woman from the mire it was plunged into by the comic poets, or rather satiric dramatists, of the middle period of Greek comedy preceding him and the new comedy, who devoted their wit chiefly to the abuse, and for a diversity, to the eulogy of extramural ladies of conspicuous fame. Menander idealized them without purposely elevating. He satirized a certain ties, and his ties of the Eunuchess of Terence is neither professionally attractive nor repulsive. His picture of the two Andrians, Chryses and her sister, is nowhere to be matched for tenderness. But the condition of honest women in his day did not permit of the freedom of action and fencing dialectic of a Celimene, and consequently it is below our mark of pure comedy. Saint Beuve conjures up the ghost of Menander, saying, "For the love of me love Terence." It is through love of Terence that moderns are able to love Menander, and what is preserved of Terence has not apparently given us the best of the friend of Epicurus. Greek text which cannot be reproduced, the lover taken in horror, and Greek text the damsel shorn of her locks, have a promising sound for scenes of jealousy and a too masterful display of lordly authority, leading to regrets, of the kind known to intemperate men who imagined they were fighting with the weaker. As the fragments indicate, of the 6 comedies of Terence, 4 are derived from Menander, 2 the Hecyra and the Phormio from Apollodorus. These 2 are inferior in comic action and the peculiar sweetness of Menander to the Andria, the Adelphi, the Heuton and the Eunuchus, but Phormio is a more dashing and amusing convivial parasite than the Gnatho of the last-named comedy. There were numerous rivals of whom we know next to nothing, except by the quotations of Athenaeus and Plutarch, and the Greek grammarians who cited them to support a dictum. In this, as in the preceding periods of comedy in Athens, for Menander's plays are counted by many scores, and they were crowned by the prize only 8 times. The favourite poet with critics, in Greece as in Rome, was Menander, and if some of his rivals here and there surpassed him in comic force, and outstripped him in competition by an appositeness to the occasion that had previously in the same way deprived the genius of Aristophanes of its due reward in Clouds and Birds, his position as chief of the comic poets of his age was unchallenged. Plutarch very unnecessarily drags Aristophanes into a comparison with him, to the confusion of the older poet. Their aims, the matter they dealt in, and the times were quite dissimilar. But it is no wonder that Plutarch, writing when Athenian beauty of style was the delight of his patrons, should rank Menander at the highest. In what degree of faithfulness Terence copied Menander, whether, as he states of the passage in the Adelphi taken from Diphilus, verbum de verbo in the lovelier scenes, the description of the last words of the dying Andrian and of her funeral, for instance, remains conjectural. For us Terence shares with his master the praise of an amenity that is like Elysian speech, equable and ever gracious, like the face of the Andrian's young sister, adio modesto, adio venusto ut nihil supra, the celebrated flens quam familiariter, of which the closest rendering grounds hopelessly on harsh prose to express the sorrowful confidingness of a young girl who has lost her sister and dearest friend, and has but her lover left to her. She turned and flung herself on his bosom, weeping as though at home there. This our instinct tells us must be Greek, though hardly finer in Greek. Certain lines of Terence, compared with the original fragments, show that he embellished them, but his taste was too exquisite for him to do other than devote his genius to the honest translation of such pieces as the above. Menander then, with him through the affinity of sympathy, Terence and Shakespeare and Molière have this beautiful translucency of language, and the study of the comic poets might be recommended if for that only. A singular ill fate befell the writings of Menander. What we have of him in Terence was chosen probably to please the cultivated Romans, 8, and is a romantic play with a comic intrigue, obtained in 2 instances, the Andria and the Eunuchus, by rolling a couple of his originals into one. The titles of certain of the lost plays indicate the comic illumining character: a self-pitier, a self-chastiser, an ill-tempered man, a superstitious, an incredulous, etc. point to suggestive domestic themes. Terence forwarded manuscript translations from Greece that suffered shipwreck. He who could have restored the treasure died on the way home. The zealots of Byzantium completed the work of destruction. So we have the 4 comedies of Terence, numbering 6 of Menander, with a few sketches of plots. One of them, the Thesaurus, introduces a miser, whom we should have liked to contrast with Harpagon, and a multitude of small fragments of a sententious cast, fitted for quotation. Enough remains to make his greatness felt. Without undervaluing other writers of comedy, I think it may be said that Menander and Molière stand alone specially as comic poets of the feelings and the idea. In each of them there is a conception of the comic that refines even to pain, as in the Menedemus of the Houghton Timorumeneuse and in the Misanthrope. Menander and Molière have given the principal types to comedy hitherto. The Missio and Demi of the Adelphi, with their opposing views of the proper management of youth, are still alive. The Sganarelles and Arnulfs of the École des Maris and the École des Femmes are not all buried. Tartuffe is the father of the hypocrites, Organ of the dupes, Thraso of the braggadocios, Alceste of the Manlies, Davus and Cyrus of the intriguing valets, the Scapins and Figaros. Ladies that soar in the realms of rose pink, whose language wears the nodding plumes of intellectual conceit, are traceable to Philamint and Belize of the femmes savantes, and the mordant witty women have the tongue of Celimene. The reason is that these 2 poets idealized upon life. The foundation of their types is real and in the quick, but they painted with spiritual strength, which is the solid in art. The idealistic conceptions of comedy gives breadth and opportunities of daring to comic genius, and helps to solve the difficulties it creates. How, for example, shall an audience be assured that an evident and monstrous dupe is actually deceived without being an absolute fool? In Le Tartuffe, the note of high comedy strikes when Organ on his return home hears of his idol's excellent appetite. Le pauvre homme, he exclaims, he is told that the wife of his bosom has been unwell. Et Tartuffe, he asks, impatient to hear him spoken of, his mind suffused with the thought of Tartuffe, crazy with tenderness, and again he croons, Le pauvre homme. It is the mother's cry of pitying delight at a nurse's recital of the feats, in young animal gluttony of her cherished infant. After this masterstroke of the comic, you not only put faith in Organ's roseate prepossession, you share it with him by comic sympathy, and can listen with no more than a tremble of the laughing muscles to the instance he gives of the sublime humanity of Tartuffe. Unreen prisque suffit pour le scandaliser, jusque quil si vint el autre jour accuse d'avoir pris une puce en faisant sa prière, et de l'avoir tué avec trop de cola, and to have killed it too wrathfully. Translating Molière is like humming an air one has heard performed by an accomplished violinist of the pure tones without flourish. Organ, awakening to find another dupe in Madame Purnell, incredulous of the revelations which have at last opened his own besotted eyes, is a scene of the double comic, vivified by the spell previously cast on the mind. There we feel the power of the poet's creation, and in the sharp light of that sudden turn, the humanity is livelier than any realistic work can make it. Italian comedy gives many hints for a Tartuffe, but they may be found in Boccaccio as well as in Machiavelli's Mandragola. The Frate Timoteo of this piece is only a very oily friar, compliantly assisting an intrigue with ecclesiastical sophisms, to use the mildest word for payment. Frate Timoteo has a fine Italian priestly pose. Donna credit voi cel turco passi questo anno in Italia. F. Tim, si voi non fate ore zioni si. Priestly arrogance and unctuousness, and trickeries and casuistries, cannot be painted without our discovering a likeness in the long Italian gallery. Goldoni sketched the Venetian manners of the decadence of the Republic with a French pencil, and was an Italian scribe in style. The Spanish stage is richer in such comedies as that which furnished the idea of the Menteur to Corneille. But you must force yourself to believe that this liar is not forcing his vein when he piles lie upon lie. There is no preceding touch to win the mind to credulity. Spanish comedy is generally in sharp outline as of skeletons, in quick movement as of marionettes. The comedy might be performed by a troupe of the corps de ballet, and in the recollection of the reading it resolves to an animated shuffle of feet. It is, in fact, something other than the true idea of comedy. Where the sexes are separated, men and women grow, as the Portuguese call it, afamados of one another, famine-stricken, and all the tragic elements are on the stage. Don Juan is a comic character that sends souls flying, nor does the humor of the breaking of a dozen women's hearts conciliate the comic muse with the drawing of blood. German attempts at comedy remind one vividly of Heine's image of his country in the dancing of Atta Troll. Lessing tried his hand at it, with a sobering effect upon readers. The intention to produce the reverse effect is just visible, and therein, like the portly graces of the poor old Pyrenean bear poising and twirling on his right hind leg and his left, consists the fun. Jean-Paul Richter gives the best edition of the German comic in the contrast of Siebenker's with his Lynette. A light of the comic is in Goethe, enough to complete the splendid figure of the man, but no more. The German literary laugh, like the timed awakenings of their Barbarossa in the hollows of the Untersberg, is infrequent and rather monstrous, never a laugh of men and women in concert. It comes of unrefined abstract fancy, grotesque or grim or gross, like the peculiar humors of their little earthmen. Spiritual laughter they have not yet attained to. Sentimentalism waylays them in the flight. Here and there a Volkslied or Märchen shows a national aptitude for stout animal laughter, and we see that the literature is built on it, which is hopeful so far. But to enjoy it, to enter into the philosophy of the broad grin that seems to hesitate between the skull and the embryo, and reaches its perfection in breadth from the pulling of two square fingers at the corners of the mouth, one must have aid of the good Rhine wine, and be of German blood unmixed besides. This treble Dutch lumbersomeness of the comic spirit is of itself exclusive of the idea of comedy, and the poor voice allowed to women in German domestic life will account for the absence of comic dialogues reflecting upon life in that land. I shall speak of it again in the second section of this lecture. Eastward you have total silence of comedy among a people intensely susceptible to laughter, as the Arabian Nights will testify. Where the veil is over women's faces, you cannot have society, without which the senses are barbarous and the comic spirit is driven to the gutters of grossness to slake its thirst. Arabs in this respect are worse than Italians, much worse than Germans, just in the degree that their system of treating women is worse. M. Saint-Marc Girardin, the excellent French essayist and master of critical style, tells of a conversation he had once with an Arab gentleman on the topic of the different management of these difficult creatures in Orient and in Occident, and the Arab spoke in praise of many good results of the greater freedom enjoyed by Western ladies, and the charm of conversing with them. He was questioned why his countrymen took no measures to grant them something of that kind of liberty. He jumped out of his individuality in a twinkling, and entered into the sentiments of his race, replying from the pinnacle of a splendid conceit, with affected humility of manner, "You can look on them without perturbation, but we—" And after this profoundly comic interjection, he added in deep tones, "The very face of a woman." Our representative of temperate notions demurely consented that the Arab's pride of inflammability should insist on the prudery of the veil as the civilizing medium of his race. There has been fun in Baghdad, but there never will be civilization where comedy is not possible, and that comes of some degree of social equality of the sexes. I am not quoting the Arab to exhort and disturb the somnolent East, rather for cultivated women to recognize that the comic muse is one of their best friends. They are blind to their interests in swelling the ranks of the sentimentalists. Let them look with their clearest vision abroad and at home. They will see that where they have no social freedom, comedy is absent. Where they are household drudges, the form of comedy is primitive. Where they are tolerably independent but uncultivated, exciting melodrama takes its place and a sentimental version of them. Yet the comic will out, as they would know if they listened to some of the private conversations of men whose minds are undirected by the comic muse. As the sentimental man, to his astonishment, would know likewise, if he in similar fashion could receive a lesson. But where women are on the road to an equal footing with men, in attainments and in liberty, in what they have won for themselves, and what has been granted them by a fair civilization, there and only waiting to be transplanted from life to the stage or the novel or the poem, pure comedy flourishes, and is, as it would help them to be, the sweetest of diversions, the wisest of delightful companions. Now, to look about us in the present time, I think it will be acknowledged that in neglecting the cultivation of the comic idea, we are losing the aid of a powerful auxiliary. You see folly perpetually sliding into new shapes in a society possessed of wealth and leisure, with many whims, many strange ailments and strange doctors. Plenty of common sense is in the world to thrust her back when she pretends to empire. But the firstborn of common sense, the vigilant comic, which is the genius of thoughtful laughter, which would readily extinguish her at the outset, is not serving as a public advocate. You will have noticed the disposition of common sense, under pressure of some pertinacious piece of light-headedness, to grow impatient and angry. That is a sign of the absence, or at least of the dormancy, of the comic idea. For folly is the natural prey of the comic, known to it in all her transformations, in every disguise, and it is with the springing delight of hawk over heron, hound after fox, that it gives her chase, never fretting, never tiring, sure of having her, allowing her no rest. Contempt is a sentiment that cannot be entertained by comic intelligence. What is it but an excuse to be idly minded, or personally lofty, or comfortably narrow, not perfectly humane? If we do not feign when we say that we despise folly, we shut the brain. There is a disdainful attitude in the presence of folly, partaking of the foolishness to comic perception, and anger is not much less foolish than disdain. The struggle we have to conduct is essence against essence. Let no one doubt of the sequel when this emanation of what is firmest in us is launched to strike down the daughter of unreason and sentimentalism, such being folly's parentage when it is respectable. Our modern system of combating her is too long defensive and carried on too ploddingly with concrete engines of war in the attack. She has time to get behind entrenchments. She is ready to stand a siege before the heavily armed man of science and the writer of the leading article or elaborate essay have primed their big guns. It should be remembered that she has charms for the multitude, and an English multitude, seeing her make a gallant fight of it, will be half in love with her, certainly willing to lend her a cheer. Benevolent subscriptions assist her to hire her own man of science, her own organ in the press. If ultimately she is cast out and overthrown, she can stretch a finger at gaps in our ranks. She can say that she commanded an army and seduced men, whom we thought sober men and safe, to act as her lieutenants. We learn rather gloomily, after she has flashed her lantern, that we have in our midst able men and men with minds for whom there is no pole star in intellectual navigation. Comedy, or the comic element, is the specific for the poison of delusion, while folly is passing from the state of vapor to substantial form. Oh, for a breath of Aristophanes, Rabelais, Voltaire, Cervantes, Fielding, Molière. These are spirits that, if you know them well, will come when you do call. You will find the very invocation of them act on you like a renovating air, the southwest coming off the sea, or a cry in the Alps. No one would presume to say that we are deficient in jokers. They abound, and the organization directing their machinery to shoot them in the wake of the leading article, and the popular sentiment is good. But the comic differs from them in addressing the wits for laughter, and the sluggish wits want some training to respond to it, whether in public life or private, and particularly when the feelings are excited. The sense of the comic is much blunted by habits of punning and of using humoristic phrase, the trick of employing Johnsonian polysyllables to treat of the infinitely little, and it really may be humorous of a kind, yet it will miss the point by going too much round about it. A certain French Duke Pasquier died some years back at a very advanced age. He had been the venerable Duke Pasquier in his later years up to the period of his death. There was a report of Duke Pasquier that he was a man of profound egoism. Hence an argument arose and was warmly sustained upon the excessive selfishness of those who, in a world of troubles and calls to action and innumerable duties, husband their strength for the sake of living on. Can it be possible, the argument ran, for a truly generous heart to continue beating up to the age of 100? Duke Pasquier was not without his defenders, who likened him to the oak of the forest, a venerable comparison. The argument was conducted on both sides with spirit and earnestness, lightened here and there by frisky touches of the polysyllabic playful, reminding one of the serious pursuit of their fun by truant boys that are assured they are out of the eye of their master, and now and then indulge in an imitation of him. And well might it be supposed that the comic idea was asleep, not overlooking them. It resolved at last to this, that either Duke Pasquier was a scandal on our humanity in clinging to life so long, or that he honoured it by so sturdy a resistance to the enemy. As one who has entangled himself in a labyrinth is glad to get out again at the entrance, the argument ran about to conclude with its commencement. Now imagine a master of the comic treating this theme, and particularly the argument on it. Imagine an Aristophanic comedy of the centenarian, with choric praises of heroical early death and the same of a stubborn vitality, and the poet laughing at the chorus, and the grand question for contention in dialogue as to the exact age when a man should die to the identical minute, that he may preserve the respect of his fellows, followed by a systematic attempt to make an accurate measurement in parallel lines, with a tough rope yarn by one party and a string of yawns by the other, of the veteran's power of enduring life and our capacity for enduring him, with tremendous pulling on both sides. Would not the comic view of the discussion illumine it and the disputants like very lightning? There are questions as well as persons that only the comic can fitly touch. Aristophanes would probably have crowned the ancient tree with the consolatory observation to the haggard line of long-expectant heirs of the centenarian, that they lived to see the blessedness of coming of a strong stock. The shafts of his ridicule would mainly have been aimed at the disputants, for the sole ground of the argument was the old man's character, and sophists are not needed to demonstrate that we can very soon have too much of a bad thing. A centenarian does not necessarily provoke the comic idea, nor does the corpse of a duke. It is not provoked in the order of nature until we draw its penetrating attentiveness to some circumstance with which we have been mixing our private interests or our speculative obfuscation. Dullness insensible to the comic has the privilege of arousing it, and the laying of a dull finger on matters of human life is the surest method of establishing electrical communications with a battery of laughter, where the comic idea is prevalent. But if the comic idea prevailed with us, and we had an Aristophanes to barb and wing it, we should be breathing air of Athens. Prosers now pouring forth on us like public fountains would be cut short in the street and left blinking dumb as pillar posts, with letters thrust into their mouths. We should throw off incubus, our dreadful familiar, by some called boredom, whom it is our present humiliation to be just alive enough to loathe, never quick enough to foil. There would be a bright and positive, clear Hellenic perception of facts. The vapours of unreason and sentimentalism would be blown away before they were productive. Where would pessimist and optimist be? They would in any case have a diminished audience. Yet possibly the change of despots from good-natured old obtuseness to keen-edged intelligence, which is by nature merciless, would be more than we could bear. The rupture of the link between dull people, consisting in the fraternal agreement that something is too clever for them, and a shot beyond them, is not to be thought of lightly, for slender though the link may seem, it is equivalent to a cement forming a concrete of dense cohesion, very desirable in the estimation of the statesman. A political Aristophanes taking advantage of his lyrical Bacchic license was found too much for political Athens. I would not ask to have him revived, but that the sharp light of such a spirit as his might be with us to strike now and then on public affairs, public themes, to make them spin along more briskly. He hated with the politicians further the sophist who corrupted simplicity of thought, the poet who destroyed purity of style, the demagogue, the saw-toothed monster, who, as he conceived, chicaned the mob, and he held his own against them by strength of laughter, until finds the curtailing of his comic license in the chorus, and ultimately the ruin of Athens, which could no longer support the expense of the chorus, threw him altogether on dialogue and brought him under the law. After the catastrophe, the poet, who had ever been gazing back at the men of Marathon and Salamis, must have felt that he had foreseen it, and that he was wise when he pleaded for peace and derided military coxcombry and the captious old creature Demus. We can admit he had the comic poet's gift of common sense, which does not always include political intelligence. Yet his political tendency raised him above the old comedy turn for uproarious farce. He abused Socrates, but Xenophon, the disciple of Socrates, by his trained rhetoric saved the 10,000. Aristophanes might say that if his warnings had been followed, there would have been no such thing as a mercenary Greek expedition under Cyrus. Athens, however, was on a landslip falling, none could arrest it. To gaze back to uphold the old times was a most natural conservatism and fruitless. The aloe had bloomed. Whether right or wrong in his politics and his criticisms, and bearing in mind the instruments he played on and the audience he had to win, there is an idea in his comedies. It is the idea of good citizenship. He is not likely to be revived. He stands like Shakespeare and unapproachable. Swift says of him with a loving chuckle, but as for comic Aristophanes, the dog too witty and too profane is. Aristophanes was profane under satiric direction, unlike his rivals Cratinus, Phrynichus, Amapsias, Eupolis and others, if we are to believe him, who in their extraordinary Donnybrook fare of the day of comedy thumped one another and everybody else with absolute heartiness, as he did, but aimed at small game and dragged forth particular women which he did not. He is an aggregate of many men, all of a certain greatness. We may build up a conception of his powers if we mount Rabelais upon Hudibras, lift him with the songfulness of Shelley, give him a vein of Heinrich Heine, and cover him with the mantle of the anti-Jacobin, adding that there may be some Irish in him, a dash of Grattan before he is in motion. But such efforts at conceiving one great one by incorporation of minors are vain, and cry for excuse. Supposing Wilkes for leading man in a country constantly plunging into war under some plumed Lamachus, with enemies periodically firing the land up to the gates of London, and a Samuel Foote of prodigious genius attacking him with ridicule, I think it gives a notion of the conflict engaged in by Aristophanes. This laughing bald pate, as he calls himself, was a titanic pamphleteer using laughter for his political weapon, a laughter without scruple, the laughter of Hercules. He was primed with wit, as with the garlic he speaks of giving to the gamecocks to make them fight the better. And he was a lyric poet of aerial delicacy, with the homely song of a jolly national poet, and a poet of such feeling that the comic mask is at times no broader than a cloth on a face to show the serious features of our common likeness. He is not to be revived, but if his method were studied, some of the fire in him would come to us, and we might be revived. Taking them generally, the English public are most in sympathy with this primitive Aristophanic comedy, wherein the comic is capped by the grotesque, irony tips the wit, and satire is a naked sword. They have the basis of the comic in them, an esteem for common sense. They cordially dislike the reverse of it. They have a rich laugh, though it is not the gros rire of the gall-tossing gros sell, nor the polished Frenchman's mentally digestive laugh. And if they have now, like a monarch with a troop of dwarfs, too many jesters kicking the dictionary about, to let them reflect that they are dull, occasionally, like the pensive monarch surprising himself with an idea of his own, they look so. and they are given to looking in the glass. They must see that something ails them. How much even the better order of them will endure without a thought of the defensive, when the person afflicting them is protected from satire. We read in memoirs of a preceding age, where the vulgarly tyrannous hostess of a great house of reception shuffled the guests and played them like a pack of cards, with her exact estimate of the strength of each one printed on them. And still this house continued to be the most popular in England, nor did the lady ever appear in print or on the boards as the comic type that she was. It has been suggested that they have not yet spiritually comprehended the signification of living in society, for who are cheerfuller, brisker of wit in the fields, and as explorers, colonizers, backwoods men, they are happy in rough exercise and also in complete repose. The intermediate condition, when they are called upon to talk to one another upon other than affairs of business or their hobbies, reveals them wearing a curious look of vacancy, as it were the socket of an eye wanting. The comic is perpetually springing up in social life, and it oppresses them from not being perceived. Thus, at a dinner party, one of the guests, who happens to have enrolled himself in a burial company, politely entreats the others to inscribe their names as shareholders, expatiating on the advantages accruing to them in the event of their very possible speedy death, the salubrity of the site, the aptitude of the soil for a quick consumption of their remains, etc. And they drink sadness from the incongruous man, and conceive indigestion, not seeing him in a sharply defined light that would bid them taste the comic of him. Or it is mentioned that a newly elected member of our Parliament celebrates his arrival at eminence by the publication of a book on cab fares, dedicated to a beloved female relative deceased, and the comment on it is the word indeed. But merely for a contrast, turn to a not uncommon scene of yesterday in the hunting field, where a brilliant young rider, having broken his collarbone, trots away very soon after against medical interdict, half put together in splinters, to the most distant meet of his neighborhood, sure of escaping his doctor, who is the first person he encounters. "I came here purposely to avoid you," says the patient. "I came here purposely to take care of you," says the doctor. Off they go and come to a swollen brook. The patient clears it handsomely. The doctor tumbles in. All the field are alive with the heartiest relish of every incident and every cross-light on it. And dull would the man have been thought who had not his word to say about it when riding home. In our prose literature we have had delightful comic writers. Besides Fielding and Goldsmith, there is Miss Austen, whose Emma and Mr. Elton might walk straight into a comedy, with a plot arranged for them. Galt's neglected novels have some characters and strokes of shrewd comedy. In our poetic literature, the comic is delicate and graceful above the touch of Italian and French. Generally, however, the English elect excel in satire, and they are noble humorists. The national disposition is for hard hitting with a moral purpose to sanction it, or for a rosy, sometimes a larmoyant geniality, not unmanly in its verging upon tenderness, and with a singular attraction for thick-headedness, to decorate it with asses' ears and the most beautiful sylvan halos. But the comic is a different spirit. You may estimate your capacity for comic perception by being able to detect the ridicule of them you love, without loving them less, and more by being able to see yourself somewhat ridiculous in dear eyes, and accepting the correction their image of you proposes. Each one of an affectionate couple may be willing, as we say, to die for the other, yet unwilling to utter the agreeable word at the right moment. But if the wits were sufficiently quick for them to perceive that they are in a comic situation, as affectionate couples must be when they quarrel, they would not wait for the moon or the almanac or a Doreen to bring back the flood tide of tender feelings, that they should join hands and lips. If you detect the ridicule and your kindliness is chilled by it, you are slipping into the grasp of satire. If instead of falling foul of the ridiculous person with a satiric rod, to make him writhe and shriek aloud, you prefer to sting him under a semi-caress, by which he shall in his anguish be rendered dubious whether indeed anything has hurt him, You are an engine of irony. If you laugh all round him, tumble him, roll him about, deal him a smack and drop a tear on him, own his likeness to you and yours to your neighbour, spare him as little as you shun, pity him as much as you expose, it is a spirit of humour that is moving you. The comic, which is the perceptive, is the governing spirit, awakening and giving aim to these powers of laughter, but it is not to be confounded with them. It enfolds a thinner form of them, differing from satire, in not sharply driving into the quivering sensibilities, and from humour, in not comforting them and tucking them up, or indicating a broader than the range of this bustling world to them. Fielding's Jonathan Wild presents a case of this peculiar distinction, when that man of eminent greatness remarks upon the unfairness of a trial in which the condemnation has been brought about by 12 men of the opposite party. For it is not satiric, it is not humorous, yet it is immensely comic to hear a guilty villain protesting that his own party should have a voice in the law. It opens an avenue into villains' ratiocination. 9. And the comic is not cancelled, though we should suppose Jonathan to be giving play to his humour. I may have dreamed this or had it suggested to me, for on referring to Jonathan Wild I do not find it. Apply the case to the man of deep wit, who is ever certain of his condemnation by the opposite party, and then it ceases to be comic and will be satiric. The look of Fielding upon Richardson is essentially comic. His method of correcting the sentimental writer is a mixture of the comic and the humorous. Parson Adams is a creation of humour, but both the conception and the presentation of Alceste and of Tartuffe, of Célimène and Filament, are purely comic, addressed to the intellect. There is no humour in them, and they refresh the intellect they quicken to detect their comedy, by force of the contrast they offer between themselves and the wiser world about them. That is to say, society, or that assemblage of minds whereof the comic spirit has its origin. Byron had splendid powers of humour, and the most poetic satire that we have example of, fusing at times to hard irony. He had no strong comic sense, or he would not have taken an antisocial position which is directly opposed to the comic, and in his philosophy, judged by philosophers, he is a comic figure by reason of this deficiency. So bald Philosophert ist ein kind, Goethe says of him. Carlyle sees him in this comic light, treats him in the humorous manner. The satirist is a moral agent, often a social scavenger, working on a storage of bile. The ironist is one thing or another, according to his caprice. Irony is the humour of satire. It may be savage as in Swift, with a moral object, or sedate as in Gibbon, with a malicious. The foppish irony fretting to be seen, and the irony which leers that you shall not mistake its intention, are failures in satiric effort pretending to the treasures of ambiguity. The humorist of mean order is a refreshing laugher, giving tone to the feelings and sometimes allowing the feelings to be too much for him. But the humorist of high has an embrace of contrasts beyond the scope of the comic poet. Heart and mind laugh out at Don Quixote, and still you brood on him. The juxtaposition of the knight and squire is a comic conception, the opposition of their natures most humorous. They are as different as the two hemispheres in the time of Columbus, yet they touch and are bound in one by laughter. The knight's great aims and constant mishaps, his chivalrous valiancy exercised on absurd objects, his good sense along the highroad of the craziest of expeditions, the compassion he plucks out of derision, and the admirable figure he preserves while stalking through the frantically grotesque and burlesque assailing him, are in the loftiest moods of humour, fusing the tragic sentiment with the comic narrative. The stroke of the great humorist is worldwide, with lights of tragedy in his laughter, taking a living great, though not creative, humorist to guide our description. The skull of Yorick is in his hands in our seasons of festival. He sees visions of primitive man capering preposterously under the gorgeous robes of ceremonial. Our souls must be on fire when we wear solemnity, if we would not press upon his shrewdest nerve. Finite and infinite flash from one to the other with him. lending him a two-edged thought that peeps out of his peacefulest lines by fits, like the lantern of the fire watcher at windows going the rounds at night. The comportment and performances of men in society are to him, by the vivid comparison with their mortality, more grotesque than respectable. But ask yourself, is he always to be relied on for justness? He will fly straight as the emissary eagle back to Jove at the true hero. He will also make as determined a swift descent upon the man of his willful choice, whom we cannot distinguish as a true one. This vast power of his, built up of the feelings and the intellect in union, is often wanting in proportion and in discretion. Humorists touching upon history or society are given to be capricious. They are, as in the case of Sterne, given to be sentimental, for with them the feelings are primary as with singers. Comedy, on the other hand, is an interpretation of the general mind, and is for that reason of necessity kept in restraint. The French lay marked stress on measure et gout, and they own how much they owe to Molière for leading them in simple justness and taste. We can teach them many things, they can teach us in this. The comic poet is in the narrow field or enclosed square of the society he depicts, and he addresses the still narrower enclosure of men's intellects with reference to the operation of the social world upon their characters. He is not concerned with beginnings or endings or surroundings, but with what you are now weaving. To understand his work and value it, you must have a sober liking of your kind and a sober estimate of our civilized qualities. The aim and business of the comic poet are misunderstood. His meaning is not seized nor his point of view taken. When he is accused of dishonoring our nature and being hostile to sentiment, tending to spitefulness and making an unfair use of laughter, those who detect irony in comedy do so because they choose to see it in life. Poverty, says the satirist, has nothing harder in itself than that it makes men ridiculous. But poverty is never ridiculous to comic perception until it attempts to make its rags conceal its bareness in a forlorn attempt at decency, or foolishly to rival ostentation. Caleb Balderstone, in his endeavour to keep up the honour of a noble household in a state of beggary, is an exquisitely comic character. In the case of poor relatives, on the other hand, it is the rich whom they perplex that are really comic, and to laugh at the former, not seeing the comedy of the latter, is to betray dullness of vision. Humorist and satirist frequently hunt together as ironaists in pursuit of the grotesque, to the exclusion of the comic. That was an affecting moment in the history of the Prince Regent when the first gentleman of Europe burst into tears at a sarcastic remark of Beau Brummell's on the cut of his coat. Humour, satire, irony pounce on it altogether as their common prey. The comic spirit eyes but does not touch it. Put into action, it would be farcical. It is too gross for comedy. Incidents of a kind casting ridicule on our unfortunate nature instead of our conventional life provoke derisive laughter which thwarts the comic idea, but derision is foiled by the play of the intellect. Most of doubtful causes in contest are open to comic interpretation, and any intellectual pleading of a doubtful cause contains germs of an idea of comedy. The laughter of satire is a blow in the back or the face. The laughter of comedy is impersonal and of unrivaled politeness, nearer a smile, often no more than a smile. It laughs through the mind, for the mind directs it, and it might be called the humour of the mind. One excellent test of the civilization of a country, as I have said, I take to be the flourishing of the comic idea and comedy. And the test of true comedy is that it shall awaken thoughtful laughter. If you believe that our civilization is founded in common sense, and it is the first condition of sanity to believe it, you will, when contemplating men, discern a spirit overhead, not more heavenly than the light flashed upward from glassy surfaces, but luminous and watchful, never shooting beyond them nor lagging in the rear, so closely attached to them that it may be taken for a slavish reflex until its features are studied. It has the sage brows, and the sunny malice of a fawn lurks at the corners of the half-closed lips drawn in an idle wariness of half-tension. That slim, feasting smile, shaped like the longbow, was once a big round satyr's laugh that flung up the brows like a fortress lifted by gunpowder. The laugh will come again, but it will be of the order of the smile, finely tempered, showing sunlight of the mind, mental richness rather than noisy enormity. Its common aspect is one of unsolicitous observation, as if surveying a full field and having leisure to dart on its chosen morsels, without any fluttering eagerness. Men's future upon earth does not attract it, their honesty and shapeliness in the present does, and whenever they wax out of proportion, overblown, affected, pretentious, bombastical, hypocritical, pedantic, fantastically delicate, whenever it sees them self-deceived or hoodwinked, given to run riot in idolatries, drifting into vanities, congregating in absurdities, planning short-sightedly, plotting dementedly, whenever they are at variance with their professions and violate the unwritten but perceptible laws binding them in consideration one to another, whenever they offend sound reason, fair justice, are false in humility or mind with conceit individually or in the bulk, the spirit overhead will look humanely malign and cast an oblique light on them, followed by volleys of silvery laughter. That is the comic spirit. Not to distinguish it is to be bull-blind to the spiritual, and to deny the existence of a mind of man where minds of men are in working conjunction. You must, as I have said, believe that our state of society is founded in common sense. Otherwise you will not be struck by the contrasts the comic spirit perceives, or have it to look to for your consolation. You will, in fact, be standing in that peculiar oblique beam of light, yourself illuminated to the general eye as the very object of chase and doomed quarry of the thing obscure to you. But to feel its presence, and to see it is your assurance that many sane and solid minds are with you in what you are experiencing, and this of itself spares you the pain of satirical heat, and the bitter craving to strike heavy blows. You share the sublime of wrath that would not have hurt the foolish but merely demonstrate their foolishness. Molière was contented to revenge himself on the critics of the École des Femmes by writing the Critique de l'École des Femmes, one of the wisest as well as the playfulest of studies in criticism. A perception of the comic spirit gives high fellowship. You become a citizen of the selector world, the highest we know of in connection with our old world, which is not supermundane. Look there for your unchallengeable upper class. You feel that you are one of this our civilized community, that you cannot escape from it, and would not if you could. Good hope sustains you, weariness does not overwhelm you. In isolation you see no charms for vanity. Personal pride is greatly moderated, nor shall your title of citizenship exclude you from worlds of imagination or of devotion. The comic spirit is not hostile to the sweetest songfully poetic. Chaucer bubbles with it, Shakespeare overflows, there is a mild moon's ray of it, pale with superrefinement through distance from our flesh and blood planet, in Camus. Pope has it, and it is the daylight side of the night half obscuring Cowper. It is only hostile to the priestly element, when that by baleful swelling transcends and overlaps the bounds of its office. And then in extreme cases it is too true to itself to speak and veils the lamp, as for example the spectacle of Bossuet over the dead body of Molière, at which the dark angels may but men do not laugh. We have had comic pulpits, for a sign that the laughter-moving and the worshipful may be in alliance. I know not how far comic or how much assisted in seeming so by the unexpectedness and the relief of its appearance. At least they are popular, they are said to win the ear. Laughter is open to perversion like other good things. The scornful and the brutal sorts are not unknown to us, but the laughter directed by the comic spirit is a harmless wine, conducing to sobriety in the degree that it enlivens. It enters you like fresh air into a study, as when one of the sudden contrasts of the comic idea floods the brain like reassuring daylight. You are cognizant of the true kind by feeling that you take it in, savor it, and have what flowers live on, natural air for food. That which you give out, the joyful raw, is not the better part. Let that go to good fellowship and the benefit of the lungs. Aristophanes promises his auditors that if they will retain the ideas of the comic poet carefully, as they keep dried fruits in boxes, their garments shall smell odoriferous of wisdom throughout the year. The boast will not be thought an empty one by those who have choice friends that have stocked themselves according to his directions. Such treasuries of sparkling laughter are wells in our desert. Sensitiveness to the comic laugh is a step in civilization. To shrink from being an object of it is a step in cultivation. We know the degree of refinement in men by the matter they will laugh at and the ring of the laugh, but we know likewise that the larger natures are distinguished by the great breadth of their power of laughter, and no one really loving Molière is refined by that love to despise or be dense to Aristophanes, though it may be that the lover of Aristophanes will not have risen to the height of Molière. Embrace them both, and you have the whole scale of laughter in your breast. Nothing in the world surpasses in stormy fun the scene in the Frogs, when Bacchus and Xanthias receive their thrashings from the hands of businesslike Oecus, to discover which is the divinity of the two by his imperviousness to the mortal condition of pain, and each, under the obligation of not crying out, makes believe that his horrible bellow, the god's Io being the lustier, means only the stopping of a sneeze or horseman sighted, or the prelude to an invocation to some deity, and the slave contrives that the god shall get the bigger lot of blows. Passages of Rabelais, one or two in Don Quixote and the supper in the manner of the ancients in Peregrine Pickle are of a similar cataract of laughter, but it is not illuminating, it is not the laughter of the mind. Molière's laughter in his purest comedies is ethereal, as light to our nature, as colour to our thoughts. The misanthrope and the Tartuffe have no audible laughter, but the characters are steeped in the comic spirit. They quicken the mind through laughter, from coming out of the mind, and the mind accepts them because they are clear interpretations of certain chapters of the book lying open before us all. Between these two stand Shakespeare and Cervantes, with the richer laugh of heart and mind in one, with much of the Aristophanic robustness, something of Molière's delicacy. The laughter heard in circles not pervaded by the comic idea will sound harsh and soulless like versified prose if you step into them with a sense of the distinction. You will fancy you have changed your habitation to a planet remoter from the sun. You may be among powerful brains too. You will not find poets or but a stray one over-worshipped. You will find learned men undoubtedly, professors, reputed philosophers, and illustrious dilettanti. They have in them, perhaps, every element composing light except the comic. They read verse, they discourse of art, but their eminent faculties are not under that vigilant sense of a collective supervision, spiritual and present, which we have taken note of. They build a temple of arrogance, they speak much in the voice of oracles. Their hilarity, if it does not dip in grossness, is usually a form of pugnacity. Insufficiency of sight in the eye looking outward has deprived them of the eye that should look inward. They have never weighed themselves in the delicate balance of the comic idea so as to obtain a suspicion of the rights and dues of the world, and they have, in consequence, an irritable personality. A very learned English professor crushed an argument in a political discussion by asking his adversary angrily, "Are you aware, sir, that I am a philologia? The practice of polite society will help in training them, and the professor on a sofa with beautiful ladies on each side of him may become their pupil and a scholar in manners without knowing it. He is at least a fair and pleasing spectacle to the comic muse. But the society named polite is volatile in its adorations, and tomorrow will be petting a bronzed soldier, or a black African, or a prince, or a spiritualist. Ideas cannot take root in its ever-shifting soil. It is besides addicted in self-defense to gabble exclusively of the affairs of its rapidly revolving world, as children on a whirligig-round bestow their attention on the wooden horse or cradle ahead of them, to escape from giddiness and preserve a notion of identity. The professor is better out of a circle that often confounds by lionizing, sometimes annoys by abandoning, and always confuses. The school that teaches gently what peril there is lest a cultivated head should still be coxcombs, and the collisions which may befall high-soaring minds, empty or full, is more to be recommended than the sphere of incessant motion supplying it with material. Lands where the comic spirit is obscure overhead are rank with raw crops of matter. The traveller accustomed to smooth highways and people not covered with burrs and prickles is amazed, amid so much that is fair and cherishable, to come upon such curious barbarism. An Englishman paid a visit of admiration to a professor in the land of culture, and was introduced by him to another distinguished professor, to whom he took so cordially as to walk out with him alone one afternoon. The first professor, an erudite entirely worthy of the sentiment of scholarly esteem prompting the visit, behaved, if we exclude the dagger, with the vindictive jealousy of an injured Spanish beauty. After a short prelude of gloom and obscure explosions, he discharged upon his faithless admirer the bolts of passionate logic familiar to the ears of flighty caballeros. Either I am a fit object of your admiration, or I am not. Of these things one, either you are competent to judge, in which case I stand condemned by you, or you are incompetent and therefore impertinent, and you may betake yourself to your country again, hypocrite. The admirer was for persuading the wounded scholar that it is given to us to be able to admire two professors at a time. He was driven forth. Perhaps this might have occurred in any country, and a comedy of the pedant, discovering the greedy humanity within the dusty scholar, would not bring it home to one in particular. I am mindful that it was in Germany, when I observed that the Germans have gone through no comic training to warn them of the sly, wise emanation eyeing them from aloft, nor much of satirical. Heinrich Heine has not been enough to cause them to smart and meditate. Nationally as well as individually, when they are excited they are in danger of the grotesque, as when, for instance, they decline to listen to evidence, and raise a national outcry because one of German blood has been convicted of crime in a foreign country. They are acute critics, yet they still wield clubs in controversy. Compare them in this respect with the people schooled in La Braya, La Fontaine, Molière, with the people who have the figures of a Tricitin and a Vadius before them for a comic warning of the personal vanities of the caressed professor. It is more than difference of race. It is the difference of traditions, temper and style which comes of schooling. The French controversialist is a polished swordsman, to be dreaded in his graces and courtesies. The German is Orson or the mob or a marching army in defense of a good case or a bad, a big or a little. His irony is a missile of terrific tonnage. Sarcasm he emits like a blast from a dragon's mouth. He must and will be Titan. He stamps his foe underfoot and is astonished that the creature is not dead but stinging. For in truth, the Titan is contending by comparison with a god. When the Germans lie on their arms, looking across the Alsatian frontier at the crowds of Frenchmen rushing to applaud l'Armée Fritz at the Theatre Francais, looking and considering the meaning of that applause, which is grimly comic in its political response to the domestic moral of the play, when the Germans watch and are silent, their force of character tells. They are kings in music, we may say princes in poetry, good speculators in philosophy, and our leaders in scholarship. That so gifted a race, possessed moreover of the stern good sense which collects the waters of laughter to make the wells, should show at a disadvantage, I hold for a proof instructive to us, that the discipline of the comic spirit is needful to their growth. We see what they can reach to in that great figure of modern manhood, Goethe. They are a growing people, they are conversable as well, and when their men, as in France and at intervals at Berlin tea-tables, consent to talk on equal terms with their women, and to listen to them, their growth will be accelerated and be shapelier. Comedy, or in any form the comic spirit, will then come to them to cut some figures out of the block, Show them the mirror, enliven and irradiate the social intelligence. Modern French comedy is commendable for the directness of the study of actual life, as far as that, which is but the early step in such a scholarship, can be of service in composing and coloring the picture. A consequence of this crude though well-meant realism is the collision of the writers in their scenes and incidents and in their characters. The muse of most of them is an aventurière. She is clever, and a certain diversion exists in the united scheme for confounding her. The object of this person is to reinstate herself in the decorous world, and either, having accomplished this purpose through deceit, she has a nostalgie de la boue that eventually casts her back into it, or she is exposed in her course of deception when she is about to gain her end. A very good, innocent young man is her victim, or a very astute, goodish young man obstructs her path. This latter is enabled to be the champion of the decorous world by knowing the indecorous well. He has assisted in the progress of aventuriers downward. He will not help them to ascend. The world is with him, and certainly it is not much of an ascension they aspire to. But what sort of a figure is he? The triumph of a candid realism is to show him no hero. You are to admire him, for it must be supposed that realism pretends to waken some admiration as a credibly living young man, no better, only a little firmer and shrewder than the rest. If, however, you think at all after the curtain has fallen, you are likely to think that the aventuriers have a case to plead against him. True, and the author has not said anything to the contrary. He has but painted from the life. He leaves his audience to the reflections of unphilosophic minds upon life, from the specimen he has presented in the bright and narrow circle of a spy-glass. I do not know that the fly in amber is of any particular use, but the comic idea enclosed in a comedy makes it more generally perceptible and portable, and that is an advantage. There is a benefit to men in taking the lessons of comedy in congregations, for it enlivens the wits, and to writers it is beneficial, for they must have a clear scheme, and even if they have no idea to present, they must prove that they have made the public sit to them before the sitting to see the picture. And writing for the stage would be a corrective of a too encrusted scholarly style, into which some great ones fall at times. It keeps minor writers to a definite plan and to English, many of them now swelling a plethoric market in the composition of novels, in pun manufactories and in journalism, attached to the machinery forcing perishable matter on a public that swallows voraciously and groans, might with encouragement be attending to the study of art in literature. Our critics appear to be fascinated by the quaintness of our public, as the world is when our beast garden has a new importation of magnitude, and the creature's appetite is reverently consulted. They stipulate for a writer's popularity before they will do much more than take the position of umpires to record his failure or success. Now the pig supplies the most popular of dishes, but it is not accounted the most honored of animals, unless it be by the cottager. Our public might surely be led to try other, perhaps finer meat. It has good taste in song. It might be taught as justly on the whole, and the sooner when the cottager's view of the feast shall cease to be the humble one of our literary critics, to extend this capacity for delicate choosing in the direction of the matter arousing laughter. The short works of George Meredith footnotes, won a lecture delivered at the London Institution February 1, 1877. Realism in the writing is carried to such a pitch in the Old Bachelor, that husband and wife use imbecile connubial epithets to one another. 3 Torlement des Rowe in his rough portrait of the Duke shows the foundation of the character of Alceste. 4 See Tom Jones' book Roman 8, chapter I for Fielding's opinion of our comedy, but he puts it simply, not as an exercise in the quasi-philosophical bathetic. 5 Femmes savantes, Belize, view tout la vie offense la grammaire, Martin, qui parle defense grandmère ni grand peer. The pun is delivered in all sincerity from the mouth of a rustic. 6 Masquel seems to have been carved on the model of Iago as by the hand of an enterprising urchin. He apostrophizes his invention repeatedly. Thanks my invention. He hits on an invention to say, was it my brain or providence? No matter which, it is no matter which. But it was not his brain. 7 imaginary conversations, Alfieri and the Jew Salomon. 8 Terence did not please the rough old conservative Romans. They liked Plautus better, and the recurring mention of the Vetus Poetor in his prologues, who plagued him with the crusty critical view of his productions, has in the end a comic effect on the reader. 9 The exclamation of Lady Booby when Joseph defends himself, "Your virtue, I shall never survive it," etc. is another instance. Joseph Andrews, also that of Miss Matthews in her narrative to Booth, but such are the friendships of women. Amelia, Etext editors bookmarks for the PG short works of Meredith. A wise man will not squander his laughter if he can help it. A woman is hurt if you do not confide to her your plans. A generous enemy is a friend on the wrong side. A very doubtful benefit, a great oration may be a sedative. A male devotee is within an inch of a miracle above nature. I tell him, or we shall be very much below adversary at once offensive and helpless provokes brutality. All are friends who sit at table, all flattery is at somebody's expense. Americans forgivingly remember, without mentioning as becomes them. They do not look ahead as in all great oratory. The key of it is the pathos back from the altar to discover that she has chained herself. Be what you seem. My little one, be philosophical, but accept your personal Jew's bed was a rock of refuge and fortified defense. But I leave it to you can believe a woman to be any age when her cheeks are tinted, causes him to be popularly weighed. Charges of cynicism are common against all satirists' civil tongue, and rosy smiles sweeten. Even sour wine Cupid clipped of wing is a destructive parasite. Dangerous things are uttered after the third glass, distinguished by his not allowing himself to be provoked. Distrust us. And it is a declaration of war. Eccentric behavior in trifles everywhere. The badge of subjection is a poor stomach. Excess of a merit is a capital offense in morality. Excited, glad of catastrophe if it but killed monotony. Face betokening the perpetual smack of lemon. Fourth of the Georges. Generally, he noticed nothing. Gentleman in a good state of preservation. Good jokes are not always good policy. Gratitude never was a woman's gift. Happiness in love is a match between ecstasy and compliance. Here and there a plain good soul to whom he was affectionate. His idea of marriage is the taking of the woman into custody. Holy images and other miraculous objects are sold. I who respect the state of marriage by refusing, I make a point of never recommending my own house. I like him, of course, but I want to breathe. I am a discordant instrument. I do not readily vibrate if I do not speak of payment, imparting the usual chorus of yeses to his own mind in every difficulty. Patience is a life belt. Indulged in their privilege of thinking what they liked. Infants are said to have their ideas, and why not young ladies? Intellectual contempt of easy dupes invite indecision to exhaust their scruples. Is not 1 month of brightness as much as we can ask for? It was harder to be near and not close. It is well to learn manners without having them imposed on us. Knew my friend to be one of the most absent-minded of men. Lend him your own generosity. Love and war have been compared. Both require strategy. Loving in this land, they all go mad. Straight off, men love to boast of things nobody else has seen. Men overweeningly in love with their creations, modest, are the most easily intoxicated when they sip at vanity. Must be the moralist in the satirist. If satire is to strike, nature is not of necessity always roaring naughtily Australian and kangarooly. Reckon on womankind for a wise act. No flattery for me at the expense of my sisters. Not a page of his books reveals malevolence or a sneer. Not in love. She was only not unwilling to be in love. Nothing desirable will you have which is not coveted, only to be described in the tongue of auctioneer's. Peace, I do pray, For the husband-haunted wife period of his life, a man becomes too voraciously constant. Petty concessions are signs of weakness to the unsatisfied pitiful conceit in men primitive appetite for noise rapture of obliviousness rejoicing. They have in their common agreement respected the vegetable yet more than he esteemed the flower rich and poor s all right. If I'm rich and you're poor self-incense self-worship, which is often self-distrust she seems honest. And that is the most we can hope of girls she sought by looking hard, to understand it better she might turn out good. If well guarded for a time, she began to feel that this was life in earnest she dealt in the flashes, which connect ideas sign that the evil had reached from pricks to pokes, so a great deeds judged when the dangers passed, as easy, soft slumber of a strength never yet called forth spare me that word female, as long as you live statesman who stoop to conquer, fact through fiction sunning itself in the glass of envy suspects all young men and most young women's suspicion, was her best witness sweet, a treasure before which lies a dragon sleeping telling her anything. She makes half a face in anticipation, that which fine cookery does for the cementing of couples the intricate, which he takes for the infinite the social world he looked at did not show him heroes the alternative is. A garter and the bedpost the exhaustion ensuing, we named tranquility the mildness of assured dictatorship. Their idol pitched before them on the floor they miss their pleasure in pursuing it this mania of young people for pleasure. Eternal pleasure tossed him from repulsion to incredulity, and so back two principal roads by which poor sinners come to a conscience utterance of generous and patriotic cries, is not sufficient. We grew accustomed to periods of Irish fever, we like well what so we have done good work for we trust them, or we crush them weak reeds who are easily vanquished, and never overcome weak stomach, is certainly more carnally virtuous than a full one were I chained. For liberty I would sell. Liberty when we see our veterans tottering to their fall when you have done laughing with her. You can laugh at her wins everywhere back a reflection of its own kindliness wits, which are ordinarily less productive than land woman descending from her ideal. To the gross reality of man your devotion craves an enormous exchange. The short works of George Meredith updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed, creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation and you can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules set forth in the general terms of use part of this license apply to copying and distributing project and may not be used if you charge for an e-book, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use copies of this e-book. Complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this e-book for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg e-books may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with e-books not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start full license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work. Distribution of electronic works by using or distributing this work or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full www.gutenberg.org/license. Electronic works. Electronic work. You indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1. E8. Used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few, even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1, see below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg electronic works if you follow the terms of this electronic works. See paragraph 1, below. Foundation or PGLAF owns a compilation copyright in the collection. Works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States, and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as works in compliance with the terms of this agreement, for keeping the comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the you share it without charge with others. 1d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing, or creating derivative works based on this work, or any representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1e1. The following sentence with active links to or other performed, viewed, copied, or distributed. This e-book is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away, or reuse it under the terms at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this e-book, derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder. The work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1e1 through 1e7 or trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1e8 or 1e9. With the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1e1 through 1e7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. Licensed terms from this work or any files containing a part of this one. E5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute, or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1e1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg license. 1e6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the 1e7. Do not charge a fee for access to viewing, displaying unless you comply with paragraph 1e8 or 1e9. 1e8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from you already used to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, Your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing or by email within 30 days of receipt that S/he license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1, F3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free. 1E9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing forth in Section 3 below. 1. Effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the project electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as but not limited to incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1F2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1. F3. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract, except those provided in paragraph 1. F3. You agree that the foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages, even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1. F3. Limited right of replacement or refund if you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it. You can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1. F4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1. F3. This work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1. F5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties, or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1F6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this defect you cause. Electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure archive foundation, and how your efforts and donations can help. See sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. 501c. 3. Educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's EIN or Federal Tax Identification Archive Foundation, a tax deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 41 Watchung Plaza #516, Montclair NJ 07042 USA, +1 862 621 to 9288. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact Literary Archive Foundation public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform, and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff, methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years he produced and volunteer support editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep e-books in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org, Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new e-books, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new e-books.